but we'll see how they go this afternoon. But it should be a very good game.
Last time we saw these two sides, saw Balwyn, sorry, there's a guy called JJ Penny who kicked a couple of late goals for Balwyn in that draw against Vermont. I think you're overseas at the time, Brash. He's out there in the twos at the moment, number 24 out on that far flank.
Yep.
He's actually, I think, been put down to be in the new series of the All-Star, Footy All-Star, whatever it is, on Fox 8. I think that Mick Malthouse is coaching. So
okay,
not a bad little get for the Balwyn Footy Club there. And probably goes interesting to see that he's now playing twos footy in Division 1 rather than senior footy. So we'll see how he goes.
Yeah, considering that the injury list at Balwyn at the moment is, probably not at an acceptable level, plus the fact they've got the two Rennies out of the side due to suspension.
Yep.
Obviously, Dan Donati's obviously wanting a little bit more from JJ Penny, and he's probably looking for a bit of consistency, and he probably needs him to kick goals, which he hasn't been able to do. So he's obviously back in the two, trying to find some form.
Absolutely right. You're spot on about no Rennie Watts, no Rennie Gilchrist, of course, who is the captain of this Balwyn Footy Club, absolute star in Division 1. Michael Osborne, who we were supposed to see a lot of in season 2016, who's I think barely played a game.
He played last week, but I believe he's out injured again today, Paul.
Yeah, walking around in the tracksuit up here on the balcony with us. Big Roderick Crowe, who's been a mainstay, a staple diet in that Balwyn defence for the last few years and throughout this premiership run that they're having. He's out of the side this afternoon as well.
It's going to be a bit of a loss because it probably would have been matched up on Brett Dorr this afternoon, and that might give... and if Noble Park may be able to explore and use Brett Dorr a lot more this afternoon.
And that just means that Johnny Milhausen has to be made accountable for someone. He has to go back and play a body-on-body, one-on-one defensive type role where Balwyn are playing their best footy with all those defensive keys down there, and Milhouse is often running all by himself, and that's where he's able to get the better of the sides he's playing against. So this on paper, the Balwyn side has got a lot of important pieces from the jigsaw puzzle missing, which I think just levels it up, especially at home as well. Noble Park have similar holes, but not as big, who are probably playing worse footy, but it just means it evens it all out nicely for us.
Yeah, well, it does, and I think the thing is, it was noted last night, Paul Amy was speaking to the boys on the huddle last night, and from what he observed with Noble Park throughout the season, Esmond, and I think you may have seen Noble Park, is their inability at times to even get their hands on the ball. They seem to be struggling around the clearances and stoppages. That's going to be really important today.
Yes, absolutely. Particularly with Gilchrist not playing today, and he's one of the key playmakers and gets the ball out. Is such a clean with the ball. So if they can do that today, then they will definitely increase their chances. I haven't seen Noble Park for about 18 months.
Sorry.
But I heard the reports in line with exactly what you just said there. The ability to win that ball in those clean can just have been a bit of a problem for them.
The season 2015 was a funny old one, but they had a poor for 2014 and sort of bounced back in some ways with guys like Ziggy Orwin returning back to the club. And everything all just culminated in the right fashion for them to play some good footy in the final series, and they were probably bundled out in the fashion that we expected them to be against a better side late towards the end of the year. So it's funny to say that they're probably back to where they were in 2014. So it almost seems like last year was a waste of time.
Well, you're right, Paul, because at the start of the year, they started 3-0. Now, all of a sudden, they've lost 4 out of their last 5. Now, there's obviously got to be some reasons, which hopefully we can get Mick Fogarty on soon. We might be able to pose a couple of the questions to him. And, because a club, when you have a look at the Noble Park lineup,
yep.
Right, there isn't that much. It's a quality lineup. There's nothing wrong. They've brought, look, Monaghan and Robinson and Pever Wright have come back into the side this afternoon, which are huge gains for them. 3 experience, 2 of them experienced, and Pever Wright. He's a big body. He's a big body boy. He's going to take. He's a bit of a man mountain. So you're not going to move him easy. The only thing they'll probably work against him is they may have to play him down in a key position, Paul, maybe down at full forward, because he'd probably be lacking a bit of match fitness.
Oh, yeah, you'd think so. And one guy that's not in the side who played in their first 3 wins of the season, Noble Park, is a recruit that they got, I think, from the Southern Footy League or something like that.
Will Petropolis
that's exactly who I'm talking about. He was named in a forward pocket for the first 3 weeks, and kicked 3 goals one game, a couple another game, but obviously he brought something to the table that they haven't been able to quite match. So I'm interested to see what Fogger's views are on that. As we
I believe he's had a season-ending injury, Paul. So that's probably why he hasn't been in the line.
from playing. But more to the point, just interesting to hear from Foggers what he did bring to the table when he was out there, and exactly what they're missing now that he's not out there. So of course here on EFL Game Day in the A1 Airport Parking Warm, we will be chatting to both coaches as we reach the start of this game. Dan Donati, of course, from the Balwyn Footy Club, Vic Fogarty as well. And of course there's not as many other games as you got local for your footy this week, because Divisions 3 and 4 have a week off, but there's still plenty of crackers across Divisions 1 and 2. You mentioned Doncaster Vermont. That's probably... This is the traditional come out here Queen's Birthday Weekend radio game. This is why we're here this afternoon. But if you were going to be anywhere else, you would not mind being at the Eagles Nest, would you?
No, and the thing is, I think it's a really... Actually, I believe it's probably a really good... I think both these sides... if there was a side that was probably prepared to take Vermont on and inflict Vermont's first defeat of the season, Paul, you'd have to say that Doncaster are actually really primed to doing that because of the form that they've played. They've beaten Noble Park. They've run Balwyn to 4 points. They've beaten Norwood and Montrose convincingly, who are final sides from previous years. So they got the perfect form leading into this game this afternoon.
And they've had an absolute happy knack, Esmond, of just getting over the line.
Yes, absolutely. And I think the thing about Doncaster, we saw Doncaster a couple of weeks ago I think it was at Montrose.
Yeah, we did.
Just a blend of experience and youth. Heath Scotland brings a lot of experience and assists and a lot of coaching of the younger guys and a little bit of mentoring.
I believe he's out injured today, Desmond.
Oh, okay, all right.
Him and James Monks, I believe, are out for Doncaster today, having a quick look at the outs. He'll be a bit of a loss for them.
He'll be a bit of a loss,
absolutely.
But he's certainly helped in assisting developing some of the younger players. And so I think I agree that this is the team that's going to really see whether they can beat Vermont and might inflict their first loss for this year.
Gents, when you have a look at Doncaster's lineup before we continue on with this game, Doncaster's side, they're not a big side.
No.
But they run and they run to position, and they know. And the thing is, they've got a lot of their players have got the footy smarts, and they run in waves because of the fact that they're a young, enthusiastic group.
Correct.
That's one of the things that Vermont are going to have to overcome, and I don't. With Vermont, I don't think they can afford to take their foot off the pedal at any stage of the game today.
No. By all means, let's talk about as many games as we can.
Oh, okay.
We've got an hour to chew through before we get to the start of this game, and we're not going to be able to talk about Balwyn versus Noble Park for a whole. No, let's continue on this game. And one thing about Doncaster that actually I think has surprised a lot of people that makes what they're doing this season a little bit more exciting and a little bit more impressive is there's such an element of unknown about some of their players because they've come up from Division 2 with a really good side, a dominant team in the division. And their best 22 now probably has 8 or 9 different heads in it to the ones that played in that premiership last year. So they've been able to improve their list in some respects, but in its most basic form, the list has changed. And that's one thing as media people, especially in local footy, we don't get to see these guys on TV every single week, and we only get to see them every now and then.
Yep.
It's some of the names that bob up that we don't really know and we've never really heard of over the last couple of years. It's remarkable seeing what they're being able to do at division higher.
Yeah, have a look at... I've got a few facts here about Doncaster's opening 8 games this year, Paul. Over the season, they've won 19.5 out of 32 quarters, of which 12 out of 16 of those have been at home and 7.5 away on away venue. So that ranks them number 3 on away venue and number 2 at home. Overall, in the EFL is number 3. And, once again, you look at Vermont. Vermont, 24.5 quarters out of 32, and they top the rankings with 10.5 quarters out of 16, only ranked 6th at home, but on away form, they've won 14 out of 16 quarters, and hold that ranking as the best defensive side in Division 1. So, you have a look at the figures here and there, and and there doesn't look a hell of a lot between them.
No, exactly, and we'll see that on the scoreboard. And history has to show that if there is going to be a margin 10 points or less or a goal or less, then you probably want to be putting money on Doncaster. Because
well, the other thing is too, though, Paul. The other thing too in Division 1 this year. The average point spread over the game is a side needs to at least score 77 to 80 points a game to be competitive.
Yeah.
Right. If they can't kick that, if they can't manage that on a week-to-week basis, they're not going to win games of football. That's the cold, hard facts of it.
Exactly right. Well, we should see. Hopefully the weather doesn't affect too much of that this afternoon. And
Actually, the ground's in pretty good nick considering, Paul, the rain that we've had over the last 2 or 3 days.
Oh, yeah. Bucketed it down last night. Absolutely no doubt about that. Just about 1:15 here, so just under an hour to go until the first bounce here at SEN Park this afternoon. It is the big clash. Traditionally what is known as the Standard clash here on Queen's Birthday weekend, but plenty of other footy this afternoon in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne, and we're not too far away from Dandenongi and those sort of faces coming through. But let's talk about some of the other games across the Eastern Football League in depth, rather than the just blowing through them like we usually do.
What about Knox and Norwood today, Paul?
It's
both sides have had terrible seasons up until now.
Yep.
We did Knox last week, and look, they had their moments in the sun where they could have got back into the game, but it was really only a 15-minute patch in that third quarter that North Ringer gave them the slip, and from that moment on, they just were chasing butt really for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, Knox on the arse end of the Division 1 ladder, they're 1-7. They're the only team with just one win next to their name. So they've got 3 teams in Norwood, North Ringwood and South Croydon who are 4 points ahead of them. So in that respect, a win today to Norwood would just give them a little bit more breathing space away from that relegation battle. Lee Williams was back in the side last week. He kicked 3, so he's a welcome return. Unfortunately for Knox, you just don't see them putting up a fight, which against a team that's in and around them on the ladder like that is pretty disappointing. And what it does is it just goes to show the sort of position they're in, and maybe it is time for Knox to really start having one eye on 2017 and maybe an assault at the Division 2 final series. I
think, though, Paul, that, look, I wouldn't say that they don't give up without a fight, but I think, I think when you look at their side, and I mean, I'm not trying to make excuses for them, but they are still a very, very young side, and the fact that they don't have many match winners, and what's really going to hurt them in the second half of the season is when Luke Williams goes away, because I mean, how do you replace a bloke who's the heart and soul of your football club? That's and his achievement, and we really haven't had much of a chance to touch on this, but how good was his achievement last year to win the best and fairest in the competition in the side that he was in? That's really a mark of a top footballer. We all talk about the superstars, that play in the Vermonts and the Balwyns and that, but I tell you what, it takes a pretty special footballer, right, to win a competition best and fairest when you're playing in the bottom 2 sides of the division.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yep, spot on. We saw that what his worth was in the Interleague game as well, when I think he won the medal for best on ground there. And the guys from the other footy association, Geelong Footy Association, were all over him. And of course, don't forget that they welcomed a guy called Mitch Woolford into that team as well, who was talked up as being a possible mature age recruit to the AFL after a promising TSC Cup career with Oakley, and then 3 pretty good years at the Port Melbourne Footy Club. So you have 2 quality guys like that. And they're still not able to win games in Division 1. But then again, they did beat Doncaster by, I think, half a kick. So on any given day, if it goes right for them, they probably could just do enough. But Norwood, they need to win 2-3 games in a row now.
They do.
Because the club, I'm not sure what the culture's like around there. It doesn't that sort of stuff just doesn't drop away. They won a flag, and they're a good, positive, strong group together. But geez, there'd be a few short fingernails and things like that going around their footy club, because they just have a bunch of blokes there, and guys like Dennis Knight and Etherington, the people that run the club, they just don't like losing, and that's what they've been doing in season 2016. And they're not a bunch of losers down there, so it's not going to be sitting well with them. No,
and the fact is, look, I know Dyson goes on the fact about bad kicking is
bad football.
Bad football. Yeah. Well, I'll keep going. I'll keep on my mantra. You can't field your best side on a Saturday afternoon. You can't win games of football.
Oh, spot on.
And when you don't have a 4 or 5 goal kicker in Lee Williams playing in your side for 3 of the last 4 weeks, right? How do you can't replace a guy of his ability with 5, that averages 5 goals a game. Those blokes just do not grow on trees.
And you see that in any footy, not just local footy, not just Division 1. You're seeing it in the AFL now with the Collingwood Footy Club. If you have injuries and you don't get your best 22 on the park, well, it's going to affect the footy that you're playing for starters. And if you don't have your best team on the park, well, then you're not going to be playing to the standard that your best team is supposed to be playing. So you're going to have some Division 2, Division 3 footballers playing some Division 1 footy, and that's just the sad facts of the matter.
I think Dennis Knight also alluded to last Sunday on EFL Sunday that they were really struggling around the contests and they just couldn't get the ball out of the middle. Yep. And the thing is, when you don't have a player like a Williams that is your talisman down the forward line, they rely on Matty McCormick then to kick the majority of the goals. Now the problem is with McCormick, he's not a stay-at-home forward. No. He's a lead-up forward, and the thing is, what opposition tends to do when he becomes a focus is they try and drag him out of the forward line to try and make sure that they stretch his kicking distance where he's not going to be able to score a goal from set positions. So that takes your power. He's not a one-on-one football.
Don't forget with McCormick, he's a star. Right? He's played in a Division 1 Premiership side, but he's never really dominated Division 1 footy. He dominated Division 3 footy when he played at Brasher. He kicked 8 goals in a final against Templestowe one afternoon. He's a very good Division 3 footballer. He would have been a super Division 2 footballer. In Division 1, when he's the focal point, when Lee Williams isn't there and things like that, well, he's just another footballer.
Yep.
And he's maybe capable of taking 2 or 3 games by the horns every single season, and that's his ceiling as a Division 1 footballer. So I think we have to be realistic in that respect, and it probably goes to show that their 3 wins for the season so far is probably where that 22 that's been on the park is probably at, and the fact that that's all they've been able to muster is probably spot on.
But the thing is, they still have hope. They've still, look, maybe the top 2 is out of reach for them, but they still can, if they can not limp in, but if they can get into...
They could squeeze themselves in.
Yep.
Squeeze themselves in.
If they can make it to 4th or 5th, they're a chance.
They're a chance, And I think that Dennis Knight and the people down there would be looking out for another Rhett Jordan. He was a beauty. As a sad loss, he was a fantastic engine man in the centre of the ground.
Interesting enough, Rhett Jordan, who's now playing for the West Preston in the Northern Football League, is now also being picked to play in the Vic Metro squad. So that's a big lot. Losing him.
Yep, and there might be a couple of Norwood boys in there from the Eastern Footy League as well playing.
Yeah, Stewie Hill.
There you go, Stewie Hill. So get reacquainted with some of his old mates, and he was the player that you could chuck him on half back. He'd be in the guts a minute later, and then he'd be at half forward kicking a couple of goals in a quarter. So you're spot on about that. Let's go on about Norwood. Let's go on to the next game.
What do you reckon? We're on to Montrose and East Ringwood now. East Ringwood.
They've surprised me in season 2016. Hand up straight away.
They have.
I thought they wouldn't win a game.
Well, look, I spoke to Marcus at the start of the season, and he really didn't know what to expect with his side. He had a young side. They haven't really been able to recruit much, so they've really gone with what they've had. They've got Battaglini back to the club, who I reckon's a superstar, Paul. They haven't been able to get him on the park yet, and Wakeman has also been out injured, but we know what Wakeman did in that game. Oh, he's a
star. The game against the Falcons last year when we were out there at the LSO, that relegation battle, we pretty much got them over the line by themselves in the last quarter. He's a young little small fella, and he just dominated that game of footy, and they just seem to me as though that the kids that they've got, they're not just kids that can play footy, they're vibrant and they're exciting and they're youthful, and they just get the supporters up and about, and they play match-winning footy, not just competitive footy.
And the fact is, look, they stunned the Bulls a couple of weeks ago, and in the fact that there was a few scribes that actually watched that game said that they completely dominated Noble Park for possession in at least 2 of those 4 quarters. And I think the other thing is too, I reckon, I'm going to go out on a limb here, right? But I don't honestly believe that if Marcus Bozzaglo was coaching East Ringwood last year, they would not have survived. They wouldn't have survived in first division.
You're probably right. The way that it was, that Lilydale side and that East Ringwood side, were probably on a par.
Yep.
No one side was just as bad or worse than another. Whoa. There's an absolute hangers taken in the goal square there too. You can hear the crowd going nuts. That was a hang and a half from that Balwyn play right in the goal square. Let's see who that was. James Love. Give him a bit of love.
Yeah.
On the A1 Airport parking warm up this afternoon. That's a hanger, and he kicks a goal too.
I reckon if you put it this way, Paul, I reckon if at the end of the season East Ringwood end up maybe 7-11, between 7-11 and 9-9.
It's a huge
I reckon Marcus would take that, considering what he's had to work with. And I don't think there's any reason why they can't. They're right in. I reckon they're right in this game up against Montrose today.
Of course they are.
Montrose frustrate me. They really do frustrate me.
You know, hard side to pick, apart from that first season up here in Division 1 where they had probably the benefit of the way to draw, where they didn't have the toughest of runs, and they were able to secure the double chance. I think from memory they went out in straight sets anyway, which goes to show they were just behind the 8 ball when they're at their best. That was their absolute best Division 1 style football that they were playing at the time. And since then, well, they haven't been able to beat anyone above them on the ladder.
No.
We saw them get embarrassed by Doncaster a couple of weeks ago in a game where we all gave them a sneaky chance to at least be competitive, and they weren't competitive for the best part of 2.5 quarters in that game. And East Ringwood, I didn't give them a chance to beat Norwood the other week, and they just showed that they can beat those sides now, and the footy that they're playing is good enough, especially at home. I'd be a little bit more confident to be tipping East Ringwood.
Yep.
Montrose at Mount Dandenong, on
Look, they play that game pretty well.
They do play that ground well, and they're tough to beat at home. But they rolled over against the Sharks there the other week. So
and I think 2 big ins for Montrose today, which makes a hell of a difference to their structure. Big Oscar McInerney in the ruck and Billy Schilling.
Yep.
You know, we know what Billy Schilling's capable of. I think he should be. I know they've been trying him up the ground, but for me, value for money for him, he's got to play full forward. That's where he made his name. That's where he can be the most benefit to me for Montrose.
That means Rowan Hoare and guys like that have to be good enough up the ground, because what we saw against Doncaster in that game a few weeks ago is they lacked a centre half forward, and they had Hoare and Schilling both trying to play the same role with no one further down the ground. So they're just that one really big quality forward away from being a super competitive side as the 3/4 time siren in the twos. Blow's not 100% what the score is, as we're up on the balcony and can't quite see the scoreboard, but I think Noble Park just had a good enough lead. But yeah, that's the Montrose East Ringwood game sort of done. I'm still not sure who I'm picking. I think just Montrose, but only because it's at home.
I'm going to give. I'll give Montrose. I'll give Montrose a chance only on the fact that it's home. But I tell you what, East Ringwood are going to give them a huge fright. What do you reckon, Esmond?
Yeah, Montrose at home. That was that's the only reason why, because they've been up and down. So, but I think East Ringwood with their form, it should be a really good game. It won't surprise me if they win, but Montrose just at home.
Danger game in the next one, Paul. North Ringwood and Blackburn. Blackburn go up to Quamby, and Quamby's not a happy hunting ground for some sides, especially when the ground is like it is at this time of year.
It's in the best nick it's been in for ages. I saw a photo of it last week and I almost fell off my chair. It usually doesn't have a blade of grass on it at the halfway mark of the season, but she's lush and she's green and she's not as swamp-like as we're used to. But have a look at the footy that both sides are playing. North Ringwood just can't get going in Division 1. It just hasn't happened for them, and I don't think it'll happen today. Blackburn have been super.
Well, I think this is a danger game for Blackburn, considering North Ringwood will probably come off a loss. North Ringwood come off a win last week. I reckon I think the ground and the conditions today are tailor-made for their power force, or whatever they call themselves. Yep. Whelan was sensational last week. Halley was good.
He's got the captaincy now, Jackie Whelan. What a fantastic mark next to his character and next to his ability. 23 years of age. He's won a league medal in Division 3 as a teenager. Missed a whole season of footy going overseas on holiday. Came back into a Division 2 side, won another premiership, and now he's up in Division 1 captaining the Division 1 side. It's something that certainly rates a mention.
Well, it is, and I mean, and look, Anthony Sharp played well. Their experienced players came to the fore last week, and look, it was Tommy Hills, started to show signs that he's ready to have a big second half of the season. Blackburn are going to have to fight extremely hard, and knowing Peter Banfield, he'll definitely want to get one up on his old coaching side this afternoon. But look, Blackburn are still right in the hunt for a finals position. This is a sort of game that in the past, they're still capable of losing, but I just think today there's a little bit more in it for them than what it is North Ringwood. I'm going to go Blackburn. It won't be a huge margin, Paul, but I expect them to get the points.
The Saints have nothing to lose, do they?
No, they have nothing to lose. No, nothing to lose. But I think,
and that's often when your side's the most dangerous, when you've got nothing to lose,
and you just actually go out and play footy and take the game on and take a few risks, and sometimes it comes off really well.
Yep.
But I think I'm still going to stick with Blackburn today.
And they got themselves up last week, North Ringwood, as well, physically and emotionally. So maybe on the way down this week, we'll see how that one plays out. The score in the reserves I did get through to me was 3-2-20 Balwyn, Noble Park a 6-10. 46, so 26-point margin to the Bulls away from home in the twos here, with the last quarter of that game about to get underway as we just tick over to about 1:30 here. A couple more games to get through, and then we will have a short break and have a chat to the coaches as we lead into this magnificent game of football we have out here this afternoon. South Croydon take on Rowville at a Cheong Park. Now, 3 years ago, I was out at this game, South Croydon and Rowville at Cheong Park. It was a vastly different sort of look. Robinson had just come back to Rowville. Jason Eagle, remember him? The Hulk was up at full forward for South Croydon. It was a good game of footy between two sides who really were competing for that 5th, 4th spot. After South Croydon had played finals the year before. History goes to show that South Croydon, from about the halfway mark of that season, have just gone backwards. And Rowville have played in a couple of final series in a row in Division 1. And I think are serious flag contenders. I think they're the 3rd best side in Division 1, behind Balwyn and behind Vermont. I think Rowville come in number 3. And we'll see that this afternoon because South Croydon have only won 2 games for the year. No,
and the fact is with Rowville, they're slowly building. They had a bit of a hiccup last week, but there's not going to be too many sides, Paul. They're going to go up to Vermont and beat Vermont on their home ground this year. And, you know, look, they had a few injuries last week. Robinson was out through suspension. So, I mean, look, they weren't at full strength. I mean, I think the problem was they only kicked 4 goals last week. That was a bit of a concern. Because they are renowned for being a good scoring side. They always seem, as results have proven in their clashes against both Norwood and Balwyn, they seem to match very well up against them. And I think this afternoon, as much as I think South Croydon will be competitive. They'll serve it up to them for probably a half or so, but I just expect this experience and the run of the Rowville machine to get on top in the second half and run away with a comfortable victory.
That's what I expect. I saw Rowville.
Last quarter getting underway?
I saw Rowville last week, and they came up against Vermont for 3 quarters. They're tackling the pressure and all of that. That really showed what a good team that they are. And I think they really would have learned a fair bit from that, from Peter Basnak would have reinforced that. And I really expect this week Rowville to come up and beat them this week.
South Croydon will pose absolutely no problems for the Hawks this afternoon, even away from home with the dog pound in full voice down there at Cheong Park. We've spoken about Doncaster, Vermont, so time for a quick ad break here at SEN Park. And when we come back, we're just under half an hour away from the start, and we'll have a chat to both coaches and really go into this fixture this afternoon, and of course all the footy being played in Division 2 as well. So keep the dial locked right here on 98.1 FM Radio Eastern, the home of the Eastern Football League.
Hey, man.
Yeah, man.
Hope we win this weekend.
I hope we win too. Because I want to kick some weekend goals at Pancake Parlour after the game.
Because if your AFL team wins, you can go in and get a free sweet pancake with any savoury menu item purchase.
Oh, free pancake. First your team wins and then your belly wins.
It's win-win, man.
Claim your free sweet pancake with any savoury item purchase just by showing your winning team's colours.
Or your team membership.
At any Pancake Parlour this weekend.
Oh, and don't forget, check out Facebook for this week's offer.
Lovely.
Program sponsor.
A new time and a new team, driving you home in 2016. Join a brand new lineup for The Huddle as the gang take a light-hearted look at the Eastern Football League every Friday night. More importantly, the team will reveal the ins and outs for this week's round of matches. The Huddle, 4:30 to 6:30 every Friday evening as you love it local.
Real people, real stories.
Whether I'm driving the morning coach to service or whether I'm actually doing the transfer from the family home is very rewarding.
It's heavy lifting, it's emotional, it's uplifting, it's rewarding, and it's a vocation. It's not a job, and I love it.
Watch the A Day in the Life video series now at tobinbrothersfunerals.com.au for an insight into the specialised work they do. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating 80 years of service.
Program sponsor.
A new time and a new team, driving you home in 2016. Join a brand new lineup for The Huddle as the gang take a light-hearted look at the Eastern Football League every Friday night. More importantly, the team will reveal the ins and outs for this week's round of matches. The Huddle, 4:30 to 6:30 every Friday evening as you love it local.
Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct. It's the Aussie family company that's been manufacturing mattresses in Melbourne since 1991. They offer a huge range, and selected mattresses come with everyday deals like free delivery, old mattress removal, 30-day comfort guarantee, and up to 20 years warranty. Buy direct from the factory and never pay retail prices again. Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct. Locations all around Melbourne and country Victoria. Or shop online 24/7 for mattresses, bases, beds, pillows, and custom-sized mattresses at chiropedic.net.au.
Program sponsor.
Nothing better than a companion to keep you up to date with all the latest when you're at the footy. Better still, one that fits in your back pocket. The Eastern Footballer is a must-read. All the latest information, team lists, feature articles and much, much more. Pick up your copy this weekend as you love it local across the Eastern Football League.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D, get a lift from a mate and hope for the best when they fly home?
What about A, for A1 Airport Parking?
At A1 Airport Parking, get 2 days for $25, 3 days for $34, or get 7 days parking for just $69. And at just 5 minutes from the airport, they'll get you there in time for your flight and pick you up when you get home. Show your footy or sporting club membership anytime you park and get 10% off. A1airportparking.com.au.
Program sponsor.
Welcome back to SEN Park for the big Queen's Birthday clash between the Balwyn Footy Club and the Noble Park Footy Club, a traditional fixture in the Eastern Football League now for about the last 5 or 6 years. And they've, I don't know the exact stats on them, Brash, but they seem to be pretty even. I can remember more than one occasion Noble Park coming up here and getting a win away from home, and Balwyn doing the vice versa down at the Bullring. So I think we're in for a pretty good contest here.
Thanks, Paul. Yes, we are. And the thing is, you're right. The return fixture, it always seems to go to the away side, and Noble Park have had a really, have had one of the more successful away records at SEN Park over the years.
It's certainly not an easy place to come and win, and a man who's had plenty of wins here on a Saturday afternoon, not so much in season 2016, he's out for the rest of the season. Goal-kicking superstar, premiership superstar from the Balwyn Footy Club, Luke Barker. Luke, thanks for joining us pre-game. I'm sure you'd rather be in there than out here with us.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the showpiece game on the calendar for us.
Is it one that you circle at the start of the year as a group and say, regardless of where you are on the ladder, you hate playing against Noble Park and love getting him on this day?
Yeah, we've had a big rivalry with Noble probably since in 2011.
Yep.
We've always played Noble on Queen's Birthday, but since Daniel came on board, being an ex-Noble player, the rivalry and both teams being up there, it's really grown over the years. So it doesn't really matter what position either of us are on the ladder. Both teams really get up for the day.
And you found the last couple of seasons, Balwyn have been fantastic. 2014 from Noble Park wasn't fantastic, and they were back on the map again last season, and they've been a little bit slow in season 2016. Does that change anything from your perspective, the sort of footy that they've been playing?
In terms of Noble?
Yeah.
Not really. I think they really lift when they play us. They've still got their core group of players top shelf. Obviously, a few of them would have played an interleague game this year if they weren't unavailable.
Yep.
So I'm sure they'll be up for today. They always seem to lift for us. But yeah, I think they've got a few new players on board this year, so they might be taking a little while to gel together.
Yep.
But they'll be definitely dangerous today.
Talk us through why you're not out there. The Achilles tendon, I believe, snapped in half not too long ago. I think you were sitting on a bag of 10 against Knox at the time.
Yeah, I just started the last quarter. Against Knox, just went to take off on the lead and it turned around, as they say, like someone kicked you in the back of the ankle.
Yep.
And as I was laying on the ground, my opponent looked at me and I said, "Did you kick me?" And he's like, "No, mate." And I'm like, "No." So I kind of knew straight away what had happened. So yeah, had the surgery. That was on the Saturday. Had the surgery on the Tuesday. And yeah, just still in the moon boot. Get that off in 2 weeks, and then pretty much learn to walk again and slowly get back into it.
Luke, I was just listening to Dan in his pre-match warm-up. In his mind, there's always a lot of significance in this game. He must really enjoy a win as a coach when he beats Noble Park. Is his manner any different when this game comes around?
I think he probably learnt from the first time we played Noble. So the very first game that he was coach of Balwyn was round 1 against Noble Park. So some quite astute fixturing from the EFL.
Yeah,
there.
it was, wasn't it?
And in the game, in the rooms before the game, he got quite emotional, and I think we went out there and ended up 10 goals to nothing in the first quarter, down. And so I think he's learned to keep his emotions in check when we play Noble now pre-match.
Now, the club at the moment has an injury list, and you're on it with Blake Broadhurst. But, with player demise, there is opportunity for others. And I understand this afternoon we're going to see some new Balwyn Tigers take the field. Who should we be looking out for this afternoon, and who do you think is going to make an impression?
Yeah, absolutely. I think our injury list at the moment is about 6 or 7 senior players out. So obviously a great opportunity for some of the young guys who've been around the edges for the last few years. I think playing his first game today is Matty North, a young 19-year-old came down from the country last year. Started off as a forward and now has become quite a solid backman, as some forwards end up becoming like that. So you won't miss him. He's got red hair, coming off the halfback flank, and then another young kid whose birthday today as well, Shawnee McDonald.
How old's he?
I think Shawnee's 19 or 20 as well. So we've got quite a lot of under-19s that have played the last couple of years in our under-19 side, have moved into the seniors now and they're getting opportunity. With
the Vic Metro Championships coming up, with Balwyn once again very well represented in this team, is there going to be a bit of a challenge for the coach and match committee now to manage the workloads of certain players leading up to that game, especially with the fact that you have the injuries and with the finals campaign just on the horizon?
Yeah, I think we've got 4 guys selected.
Yeah, 4 or 5 guys. Yeah.
I think that'll depend really on personal circumstance. If they feel they're a bit sore and could do with the week off rather than playing, they'll probably take that option. But obviously, if you're feeling good, and I was lucky enough to get the experience a couple of years ago, if you're feeling good and want to play and you get selected, absolutely go for it, because it's an opportunity that doesn't come around too often.
Well, it's probably going to be hard for those guys because the game's actually on a Sunday when there's a game on Saturday. So you're going to be at least those 4 players out if they're actually selected.
Yeah.
Does that mean that you'd be hoping that some of the injury, that the players like yourself and some of these other guys step up to the plate just to even cover you for that one day, or and if they can still at least put some pressure on the players coming back?
Yeah, I don't know how much help I'll be.
I was going to say that. You're not going to be doing anything too soon.
I'll be at the canteen the rest of the year.
Obviously for yourself, you're obviously hoping to play again this year. So no, you won't be able to play?
I won't even be able to start running until October.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
one eye on the cricket season then. With the side the way it looks today, I was going to mention guys like Rod Crow's out today because both Van Wicks aren't in there as well. So there's a couple of big bodies out of the side. Does that mean guys like Johnny Milhausen have to work hard to try and make sure that his role is the same as it usually is? Johnny's a fantastic player when he's not that accountable and he's able to do what he wants and
able to zone off.
And burn the other team with his foot skills and stuff like that. Does it become harder for him to play that role as an experienced defender, where you need to use his one-on-one sort of now and get him back there doing old-fashioned basic stuff that he used to do when he was sort of inexperienced in the side?
Yeah, to an extent. I think our back six has been really settled over the last 4 or 5 years. And Crowe's obviously played a huge part of that as our key centre-half back. So having him out obviously opened up the opportunity for Matty North to come in. So he'll play an important role for us. But it's guys like Johnny Milhausen, Jared Wright, Jacko Weatherald down back as a small defender. Those guys are going to have to, and Critter Pendlebury obviously, work together and make sure that there is no outlets and also zone off and help each other. So, I'm hoping it's not going to have too much of an impact. Because those guys have got great communication and have been playing together for a long time. So.
Alana, would you like to ask Luke a question?
I didn't really have anything particular in mind. I was just actually going to ask a little bit more about your injury. So when are you looking to return? Are you looking to round 1 next year? Or
Yeah, absolutely. So the years ago, kind of the diagnosis with an Achilles is 12 months. So it's kind of like an ACL. Now it's down to about 9. So I had the same surgeon, fortunately enough, as Joe Ruffhead. So I spoke to him probably 4 weeks ago now and just asked him about some of the things that he was able to do that worked well and what he'd do again. And so he just said basically around strengthening. So that's all the other stuff like hammies, quads, calves, and making sure they don't go. So I should be able to run come October and then probably have a pretty easy pre-Christmas and then be back to full training from January.
Yeah, I was going to say there's lots of research to suggest that the calf strengthening is a really, really important factor in that kind of rehab. So
absolutely. Now I'm getting a bit older. I don't really want to start pinging the old man calf. So.
No, you don't want the old man injury, do you? So I've had that myself, and it's more annoying than what it is anything else. Did you have any previous symptoms or any Achilles pain leading up to that kind of maybe triggered it? Or
look, again, I asked the questions of surgeons. Why did it happen? And literally, it's still an unknown injury. I had no symptoms in that leg at all. I was feeling good that day, so it just out of nowhere. It wasn't even. I wasn't jumping or anything. I literally just went to take off on a lead and just bang.
Oh, it's such an unfortunate injury and takes such a long time to recover.
I know.
There's been heaps of athletes that have made full recoveries and got back to playing at the exact same level. So I don't think you have to be too worried about it.
No, that's right. Like Rod Crowe did his 2 years ago, and I think he did his in about end of July, and he was back round 1. So. Just got another long pre-season to look forward to.
Yeah, that's all right. You'll be super fit by next season. So.
As a forward, I really love pre-seasons.
Oh yeah, it's the best part of the year. The modern football is a strange beast, mate. It's pretty cold out there, and it's getting colder. And you're one of the rare few that don the long sleeves on a regular occasion. Is it just hiding some lack of guns, or your teammates just like getting theirs out bronzed, and especially for the cameras out here this afternoon, because there's not a soul wearing them in the twos.
A combination of being a little bit soft. And not hardening up a bit. And by the time usually winter rolls around, I've lost all my summer glow. So I put the black long sleeves on.
Probably fair enough too, mate. Thanks for joining us pre-game. I know you it must be tough for you. Probably sick of it already. But go turn some snags, make yourself useful, and enjoy the footy this afternoon.
Will do. Thanks, guys. Good luck.
Lukey Parker, injured star full forward from the Balwyn Footy Club, who unfortunately for him and his team is going to miss the remainder of the season. But seems to be in pretty good spirits, Brash. And there's always roles for players like that to do on a Saturday when they're not actually out there playing footy.
Yeah, it's like I said, Paul. It's always a player's misfortune can be another one's benefit. And whilst Luke won't play any further part in the season, it gives another Balwyn player a chance to put his name up in front of Dan and the selectors and say, listen, here I am, and I'm ready to take Luke's spot for the rest of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just, must be frustrating from a Balwyn and a Dandenonde point of view, because the guys that you'd expect just to roll into that spot, guys like Jeff Goebbels, who could be a 100-goal-a-year full forward on his best day, guys like Blake Broadhurst, who could do the same thing, sitting out of the goal square for this team. Well, he's not in the team.
No, he's out injured as well.
And that means that Jeffy Goebbels is playing all these other roles. So it just proves that this side that they've been able to put together, when they're all fit and when they're all firing, when they're all available, there's no bloody wonder they won 3 out of the last 4 flags in Division 1, is it?
Well, actually, believe it or not, so I've heard people turn around and say, Balwyn aren't going that well. Well, hang on a sec.
No, they're flying. Make no mistake. If they get up and win today...
They've won 8, they've played 8 games, right? They've won 6, had a draw, lost by a point. They've probably got 6 of the 7 best players out in the competition, and people are saying they're just going. Hang on a sec.
Well,
I think they're flying.
But I think that's also, there's that air of expectation. And when you've previously done things before, then people expect you to continue on that way. So the fact that they have dropped a game, even be it by a point, and the fact that they're not absolutely obliterating the competition week in and week out, for the expectation from the outsiders, maybe not knowing about the injuries and maybe not caring about the injuries as an excuse, because that's what they expect. They expect them to be out here every week. They expect them to be dominating, and it hasn't happened to the air of expectation. Not that they're not playing well, not that they're not playing some great football and they've got some great players. We're not saying that.
No.
But you just have to think about what people expect, and it's probably not just living up to that expectation at the moment. But come finals time, when those players come back in and they're up and about and they've got a few games under their belt, you just know that team that played in the grand final last year, it's going to be around about the side that they're going to put out in the final series this season. So, watch this space, I think.
Make no mistake, Brash, we're talking about local footy here. People check the score in the paper on a Sunday. People, check the score online very quickly. They don't know who's injured. They don't care about that.
Exactly.
I know they don't. You're right. Yeah. I'm just saying. I'm not saying. I'm just saying that some people think, have.
I know what you're saying, because
when they don't look at it like we do and understand the machinations, they think, Balwyn aren't going that well. They've lost the game, and Vermont are going well. How come they're going well this year?
Exactly. No, exactly. You're 100% right. The fact there is that perception that they're not doing so well, but reality.
They're flying. They're absolutely flying. And what they've been able to do so far in season 2016 is as impressive as all hell. And with debutants out there today and guys in that side who, we see them on the emergency sheet every week and they've been holding up the twos for the best part of 2 years. If they come out against Noble Park today, a Noble Park side that's going to be looking to rebound and hasn't been able to get their 2016 going and will earmark this game to turn it all around and get an emotionally charged win. If they come out here today and they win quite comfortably, well, we know we're onto a good thing with the Balwyn Footy Club.
Exactly.
There's no doubt about that. We've got plenty of time here pre-game this afternoon. Hopefully Dyson Baker's out working feverishly to try and tee up a Mick Fogarty type to come up and have a chat to us from Noble Park.
But by that time, Paul, we've got a chance to go through Division 2.
Absolutely, we do. You've read my mind, Wayne Brasher, and you take the new nut, mate. You lead us off here. Let's go Division 2, Wayne Brasher style.
Well, Division 2 this afternoon, and the first game we're going to kick off is probably one of the harder road trips in Division 2 this year. It's Lilydale at home to Bayswater. And look, at the moment, Bayswater are taking all before them. They've had a great start to the season. Their back line is performing well. The forwards are kicking goals. Lilydale, on the other hand, they lost their coach, early in the season. They've probably had to restructure themselves.
Just intercept you there, Brash. We'll get stuck back into Division 2 very, very shortly because Dyson Baker's actually delivered for once. It's a very rare occurrence that it happens here on a Saturday. He's down Boundary side, chiropedic betting style with Mick Fogarty. Dice, good work by you down there. Take us away.
Thanks, mate. Much appreciated. It's good to be down on the boundary once again. I managed to find Mick Fogarty. The boys are behind us on the small ground, just going through their warm up. Is there a bit of pressure coming into this game? Have you sort of felt it over the course of the week?
It's pressure every week, I think. It's just another game that we hopefully can get a good result. Our last couple of weeks obviously have been disappointing, but look, we embrace coming down and playing against one of the best teams in the competition, so pressure's every week.
Is there one thing that you can put the form over the last fortnight down to? Obviously a couple of tough losses, both away from home. Is there anything that sort of springs to mind?
Oh, not really. We just haven't probably been playing our best footy, which is an obvious answer, but a couple of our guys have been a bit out of form. Had a few blokes that had just come back into the side, so they're finding their feet, playing a couple of young kids and giving them opportunities and giving them opportunities to play, senior footy, which I think is great for the footy club. So it's a combination of things.
Liam Tobin into the side today, potentially. He is into the side, yep. Just wanted to make sure. Obviously a fair bit of VFL experience there. Must be excited to have him back. I think he's going to be back for the rest of the year as well.
Yeah, that's right. We're really happy to have Liam back. I mean, he's a Noble Park boy, so embarked on a VFL career and has had a terrific career at Box Hill and just thought that, his chances there of playing consistent senior footy weren't great, so we were able to get him back, and we've been chasing Liam for a couple of years now, and it's great to have him back.
And another recruit that you picked up at the start of the year that's sort of came with no muss, no fuss, but he's certainly turned it on, is Benji Obi. He's been absolutely fantastic, and I mean, even in the interleague game, just held down that back line beautifully. He's brought everything to the table this year.
Yeah, we're very lucky to have Ben, and look, Ben's a terrific inside player. He's a bull, he's hard to tackle, wins contested footy. Just love the way he goes about it for such a young kid too. To come in and impact at this level like he has, and as you said, no fanfare, no real noise about him, but he's certainly got the competition having a look at him now.
And one more before I let you go. No Ziggy Alwyn this afternoon, but you bring back Pever Wright. It's a bit of a like for like, a handy replacement in Pever Wright, but it must be tough to lose Zig.
Yeah, look, it is. Zig's obviously one of our best players and just such a terrific clubman. But bringing Pever back in, he plays his first game for the year after his first pracky game where he hurt his knee, and Pever's dropped 25 kilos. He's probably in the shape he was when he first got drafted to Richmond. So hopefully you can have a good result for us, mate.
Oh, well, wish you all the best of luck for today. Back to you, boys.
Thank you very much. Dyson Baker, the media manager of the Eastern Football League down there in position A with Mick Fogarty, the coach of the Noble Park Footy Club. Good. Let's push up. In the next 9 minutes, we're going to have a crack at Division 2.
I must just spend the afternoon down here.
Yeah, no room for you up here, so fine by me. And then we'll have a crack till about 2 o'clock, and we'll have an ad break, and then hopefully we'll have some time to go through the remainder of the games we don't get to.
Yeah, we kicked off with Lilydale and Bayswater, Paul. A big trip for any side to go up to the LSO.
Division 2, it's third versus third last. Only 2 games separate the two sides. And Bayswater, who I did tip to win the premiership at the start of the season, have fallen away just a touch. But this Lilydale side, who have traditionally been a competitive Division 2 side, have shown that even with the same side they had in Division 1 in season 2015, they're going to be able to get the job done at home against good sides. And I think they can do that. I think that's exactly what can happen today. They lost their coach. It's a new sort of feel around the place, so there's a bit more excitement, there's a bit more pizzazz about the way the boys are playing their footy down there. And I think they can get them. I think Bayswater are ripe for the picking at the LSO this afternoon. There's the final siren in the twos. Looks like the Bulls have got up.
Got any thoughts, Alana, on this one, you reckon?
I'm trying to remember what I said last night. I'm pretty sure I picked Bayswater last night.
Well,
and
there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I thought Lilydale have just been a bit too inconsistent, and the changing of the coach hasn't really done any wonders for Lilydale as of yet. And until they beat somebody, I'm not going to pick them. But if they were to knock off Bayswater today, then that would be someone I would seriously consider picking in weeks moving forward.
No, the Mustangs, Paul.
The Mustangs are from Mooroolbark, so
yeah, they.
I'm not sure why they're rating a mention.
No, well, that's the next game.
Hang on, we've got to spend some time on this Lilydale game. We've got plenty of time.
Oh,
mate.
have we?
We've got no Division 3 or 4.
Oh, that's right, but we've only got 7 minutes.
That's true. You run the show. I don't mind, Brasher. You can be the boss this afternoon.
Let's have a look at the Mustangs taking on East Burwood.
What for?
Oh, well, Mooroolbark have taken all before them this year. They've had a fantastic. This
could get ugly. This could get ugly. It's
look.
There's no two ways about it.
Unfortunately for East Burwood, Paul, as you and I have always alluded to, if you can't kick a winning score, you're not going to win a game of football. And unfortunately, I'm not seeing enough from East Burwood this year to suggest to me at this stage that they're going to kick anything over 5 or 6 goals in this game. And I expect the Mustangs to get the points well and truly over by about 10 goals, I reckon, in this one.
Yeah, well, the slow demise of the East Burwood Footy Club continues, not just this week, but it continues for the remainder of 2016. That drop that we all sort of anticipated would happen, it's probably taken a year longer than we thought. They probably could have gone down when Scoresby went down at the end of last year, but then again, Scoresby were probably in the right frame to go down as well. They deserve it as much as just about anybody. So both of these sides, East Burwood and Scoresby, from that point of view, will they find themselves in Division 3 at the same time? And East Burwood, from their point of view, it's probably disappointing that it's taken this long, because they've just got another year of
pain.
Yeah, exactly right, of unhappiness.
Yeah.
Another year of winning 1 or 2 games for the season, and that'll just about do them.
There was a really good feel-good factor for them, because they got a couple of players from Forest Hills, Alana. I believe Wensley went there. Jack Wensley went there.
They got a couple. The Division 2 side got a couple of players from a Division 4 team. That doesn't really tell you much, Brasher.
No. But I mean, they had blokes like Henshaw come back to the club. Rob Kerr and those sort of experienced type guys, in the hope that it would help generate, more. Look, Wayne Cripps is very much a Marcus Bozzaglo type coach. He lives and breathes East Burwood. He'd be doing everything that he possibly could to get that side up every week. But the old adage, if you just don't have the cattle, you're just not going to get the job done. And I think, like I said, this is where the reality is for East Burwood at this stage.
Yeah, I agree. There would be very little doubt in my mind about them getting relegated, and based on their performances, they deserve to do so.
That's the thing with reality, Brash. It's harsh. It always has been.
I mean, it's not something that you like to sit here and talk about.
Absolutely not.
But if we're being real, we're being real, and they're going to get probably thumped today, and they're going to have plenty more thumpings throughout the rest of the year. And then next year, when they get relegated, they might be more competitive and hopefully can pick up some more players again.
Hasn't Mother Nature just turned one on here just in the last 5 or 10 minutes?
You might even want to get my hair wet.
Yeah. Our left, probably pushing towards the western side of this lovely city that we do live in, and there's some blue sky, there's a bit of sun, there's a bit of warmth. It's going to be a fantastic day for football out here, and a fantastic day for football out at Mulgrave as well. The Lions take on Mitcham at Mulgrave Reserve. Mitcham have had some bad days this year, haven't they? They've been beaten quite convincingly against by some better sides, but they've beaten some poorer sides quite convincingly themselves. Who have they got today? Mulgrave. Are they a poorer side or a better side? I think they're a poorer side.
Such as the vagaries of a Division 3 side coming up in Division 2. Mitcham epitomised that so far this season. And I'm going to tip the upset in this one. I actually Brave might get the job done today. They play... That ground up there is a bit of a boutique ground for Mulgrave. They play it well. Mitcham, on the other hand, if they've been flirting with their form, and Mulgrave, if they can take this scalp today, basically can just about... say they're going to be sitting safe in Division 2 for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I know. I looked at it last night, and I looked at Mitcham, and they were loss, win, loss, win, loss, win. Like, there's been up and down, up and down, up and down. So if you're going on their win, loss, then today should be a win for them. But it just really depends on which Mitcham come out to play. So I suppose
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, they have talent. They've got the Hogels, they've got Steve and Pim, they've got the Petrakas. You know, when they're all firing and on song, they're just about an unbeatable combination. But, you know, sometimes weather and ground conditions can bring a big side like Mitcham down to earth a little bit. And when you've got runners that can run a little bit and use the ball, which Mulgrave have, they become a bit of a danger.
It's going to be a tight contest, definitely. Mitcham play with a lot of flair.
Yep.
So when it's on, it's on. But when they're playing against someone that's maybe a little bit better than them, they really fall off their structures and don't hold together so well, and they get beaten
I think what happens
comprehensively.
is against the better sides, that bash and crash game style that they've got, that pedal to the metal, that everything or nothing style footy that they play. Against the better sides, they just get burnt the other way. Against the poor sides, they're able to get away with it. They make the same mistakes. They just don't have to pay for them.
Yes.
Are Mulgrave going to make them pay for it? I don't think so. I don't think Mulgrave are a good enough side to make a Mitcham pay for any sort of mistakes this afternoon. So I think Mitcham away from home won't have too much trouble. I think they might enjoy the road trip.
One side that's frustrated probably their supporters this year, Paul, is the up and down form of One Turner South. I know Matty Clark would be pretty frustrated. They've been in a lot of games this year where they've been in it and they take on a momentary lapse of reason this season too. They just don't seem to be getting their act together as well. So, you know, this could be a pretty close encounter down at Walker Reserve this afternoon.
Ronnie South have played good footy against Croydon the last couple of years, man. Croydon have been one of the better sides in Division 2. And you're spot on about their inconsistency. And the thing with an inconsistent side is they're hard to tip and they're hard to tip against. But you're going to have to do one of the two this afternoon. For what it's worth, I think they'll win a close one. I think Badome will have a big day. The smile on Matty.
I've tipped Wani South at home this afternoon.
Going on a quick ad break here now. Sorry to cut in there. And stay here on 98.1 FM Radio East. And when we come back, all the action from SEN Park.
Hey man, I've got some weekend goals. First, wake up around lunchtime. Oh yeah. Second, go into Pancake Parlour and get one of their traditional breakfasts because it's served till 5 p.m. every day.
You gotta go to Pancake Parlour for your weekend goals. Yeah, what else?
And then when I'm all full,
like in your belly,
just sit on the couch and watch me team kick some winning goals.
Bang, goal!
Pancake Parlour's weekend goals.
Up and about and lovely.
Program sponsor.
मेरे मुस्तकबिल के कुछ मंसूबे हैं.
Mam zaplanowano przyszłość.
I've also planned for the future. With the Tobin Brothers Funerals fixed price funeral plan, you can be sure your family won't be burdened with the cost of your funeral. Your life will be celebrated the way you want it and the price is fixed forever.
Je l'ai prévu pour l'avenir.
Plan for the future today so you can relax and enjoy the journey with those who matter most. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating diversity as they celebrate lives.
Program sponsor.
EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to EFL.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best. Bigger and better in season 2016, Netball EFL is back. The fastest growing competition in the eastern suburbs continues to expand. Don't miss the fast-paced action every Friday night across multiple venues. For more information or to get involved, head to efl.org.au.
Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct for mattresses, bases, beds, electric beds, trundle beds, quality pillows, as well as custom-sized mattresses made to measure. Factory locations around country Victoria. To keep up to date on the latest sales, fun facts and news, go to Facebook, search and like Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct, and you'll join over 17,000 Facebook fans. Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct. Buy direct from the factory and never pay retail prices again. Or shop online at chiropedic.net.au.
Program sponsor.
Bigger and better in season 2016, Netball EFL is back. The fastest growing competition in the eastern suburbs continues to expand. Don't miss the fast-paced action every Friday night across multiple venues. For more information or to get involved, head to efl.org.au.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D, get a lift from a mate and hope for the best when they fly home?
What about A for A1 Airport Parking?
At A1 Airport Parking, get 2 days for $25, 3 days for $34, or get 7 days parking for just $69. And at just 5 minutes from the airport, they'll get you there in time for your flight and pick you up when you get home. Show your footy or sporting club membership anytime you park and get 10% off. a1airportparking.com.au.
Program sponsor.
Welcome back to SEN Park. We're not too far away from the first bounce here, just under 10 minutes to go. The Balwyn Footy Club hosting the Bulls from Noble Park here on this Queen's Birthday weekend. Brasher, you mentioned before we went to a break, then we do have to talk about the Donning East Waverley Blues game. We must appease BWS, the Prince of Paddington, who isn't here this afternoon, so I'll let you have a quick 30-second spiel on this game, and I'll give you my tip as well.
Okay, Waverley Blues have been disappointing this year, especially at home. Doncaster East, after a horrid 2 weeks, have really got their act together. I expect them to go down to down there this afternoon and get the chocolates in an 8-point game. I feel Donny East for mine, and convincingly.
I picked the Waverley Blues purely and simply despite BWS. No other reason at all. Grant Soupy Campbell, thanks to Choose Tap, you're the best stats man in the Eastern Football League. You're back settling up for another Saturday afternoon. Excited for this clash?
To some extent. I think it's a very important game. I think
to get a Carlton supporter up and about.
Yeah, if Noble Park don't perform well today, I think we can just about put a line through them if it is a thrashing. Yep. But we came down here, I think it was a couple of years ago, Noble Park didn't play finals that year, but they won the Queen's Birthday game.
They did, yes.
And certainly for player stats, I'm going to be focusing in on Kyle Martin, of course, of Noble Park. How many do you reckon he'll get today?
I reckon you'll run out of ink.
25.
25? So you're thinking he's going to have a quiet one?
Well, I don't think... Well, put it this way, he's going to be up against probably a class midfield. I think if he can get 25 possessions, I think he's going to be... I think that's going to be more than adequate.
Yeah, hopefully, Cole Martin, we know how he works. If they're in and they're hard and they're in close and congested, he does use the footy quite well. So
well, if he's on song, he's going to be... He's a 40-plus possession player.
Absolutely he is, and 4 or 5 goals as well. Dyson Baker, you're next to me in the caller's chair this afternoon. A nice day in the end it's going to turn out to be, weather-wise.
When I was driving here and I was driving through torrential rain and all the rest of it, I thought I may as well just drive home. Yep. But I tell you what, she's turned it on right at the perfect time, and as we tick towards 2:10 p.m, it's looking picturesque out here at SEN Park.
I almost pulled the tarp off the old paddle boat and paddled my way down Whitehorse Road to get here. But it's torrential last night here it was in fair old Melbourne town, but not too bad now. The Noble Park boys are out there on the ground warming up. Dan Donati just giving the mother of all rev-ups downstairs, which we caught most of. So hopefully the boys come out from Balwyn with a bit of fire in their belly and up and about and ready to do a fantastic job here this afternoon. Let's cross down Boundary side. Thanks to Chiropedic betting, Esmond Aponso and Alana Coleman are there in position A this afternoon. Esmond, the sun's come out. It's a nice day eventually.
It is a nice day, and the ground's actually in really good condition, so we should be expecting a very good contest this afternoon. Very important one for Noble Park to win this afternoon, but I think Balwyn might be a little bit... Well, actually, I'm going to go for Noble Park.
Balwyn's
got a few outs.
What a 360 turnaround that was.
That was, yes, I know. So,
and just interestingly enough, having the headwear down there, you've gone for the more traditional cat burglar style navy blue number, and Alana's got the big white old pom-pom on top. So I'm sure you two look like the absolutely perfect combination down there. You're going to have fun, I'm sure, on the boundary today.
Hopefully there's no cameras around here, that's all.
They're right on you right now, Esmond.
I selected the beanie just for the game today.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Balwyn Noble Park for you, Alana. How do you think this one's going to finish up?
Look, I think that Balwyn are just going to be a little bit too strong for Noble Park, given the results so far this season, and just given, I suppose, the quality of the Balwyn team. Yeah, definitely.
And if you're out about in the eastern suburbs today watching any sort of footy in Division 1 and or Division 2, you're in your car, even if you're watching at home when you're seeing some scores, get them in on Twitter because we want to know what's going on around the grounds because there's some big games as you go local for your footy.
A stat that you'll like, Seymour.
I do like stats.
This is the first time in a long, long time that we've come out...
That's real official, that one.
That we've come out to a Rennie-less Balwyn.
Yeah, or a Roderick-less as well. No Renwicks, no Rodricks.
No Rogers? No.
No Roderick Crow.
Give me a Roderick.
I only say that because Rennie's actually Gilchrist of the Gilchrist variety is actually warming up with the side at the moment. Sort
That's
of
his penance
helping
for
him
getting
go through
rubbed
their
out.
preparation. But interesting.
Is he allowed to step on the ground? Is that?
Yeah, you just can't line up, I think.
Actually, Dyson, the
So
question.
Jeff Goble's the acting captain.
Actually, Dyson, I was going to ask you, since Rennie's been rubbed out, does that make him ineligible for the medal?
Yes.
Well, there you go. That's starts a little bit of a spanner in the works, but we don't have to worry about Chan the
That was
medal
a
night.
dampener on the conversation, wasn't it?
We don't have to worry about Chan the medal night just yet. There's the coin toss goes up in the middle of the ground. Jeff Goebbels has won, and the Balwyn side will be kicking to the White Horse Road end of SEN Park this afternoon. I love coming out here. It's very picturesque. Nestled in amongst a couple of tennis clubs, a few high-end fashion stores and some churches as well. It really is the leafy green
is a
suburbs out
boutique
here.
suburb, isn't it, Paul?
You can't turn a corner without almost hitting a Mercedes.
No.
That's pretty much the way it is.
Or a soccer mum who's
Yeah.
generally in the Mercedes.
We're only 2 minutes down the road from every girls' grammar school in the eastern suburbs. There's about 4 that run down Balwyn Road.
Yeah, exactly right. It's a lovely part of the world, and the ground.
It's certainly not Noble Park.
No, absolutely not.
It's like chalk and cheese, isn't it?
The ground itself, in comparison to some of the spacious work we get further east, it's quite tiny. It's quite congested. It really is nestled in here. It takes a certain style of footy to do well on this ground.
I actually found it quite funny. Jeff Goebbels was on SEN a couple of weeks ago, and they were talking about his past, and obviously Goeb's coming from the Waffle, playing on grounds that are 4 times the size of this, and then he came down to SEN Park and he said, all right, this is the training ground, where's our main ground?
Yeah.
Quickly realised that 40 out is 40 out, and it's not very far from goal.
Exactly
but,
right.
Look, it's a strange ground, and I think it calls for a bit of finesse and skill, and that's exactly what Balwyn have got, and I think that's going to make the difference this afternoon.
It's almost like when teams go to Mitcham and they fall into the trap of expecting 20, 25 goals is going to be just enough to win your game of footy. I've seen some real dour, low-scoring affairs out here, and because it is so small and then so thin at the same time, it actually isn't that difficult to kick goals from the boundary. It's not that hard to kick goals as you get the wider you go, which is quite difficult on some of the larger grounds. So both sides just have to make sure they make the most of their opportunities going forward. And we should see a pretty good game of footy. Chris Pennery goes to full back. Johnny Milhausen's there as well. Taylor Gilchrist across that half-back line. The debutant, Matty Peter North, I believe his nickname is. He's going to line up at half-back for the Balwyn Footy Club as well this afternoon. And the birthday boy, Sean McDonald, 21 is his number, 19 years of age today, according to Lukey Barker. He's out there on the half-back flank as well. So a nice mixture of experience and a blend of youth in there as well, Dyson.
If Foggers is telling the truth, and Peter Wright has dropped 25 kegs over the offseason, he was a big boy last year.
He must have weighed 400 kilos.
he storms down and he'll go to Chris Pendlebury, and I reckon Chris Pendlebury's probably still giving away 15 to 20 kilos.
Yeah, have a look at the pigeon-chested Chris Pendlebury.
He looks a lot more lean than last year, a lot more defined. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
There's the umpire holds the ball aloft. Big bad Johnny Meeson in the ruck for the Balwyn Footy Club. And finally, there's the siren. And here's this game underway. Plenty of quality footballers in this boundary throw. This ball up in the middle of the ground. First disposal comes out to Mitchell. He gets the handball out wide. Kick out to half forward. Good mark taken back by Johnny Milhausen, the evergreen. Short one over the top on the lead. Strong hands. Good mark there by Liam Fraser. At half back. They're going to use the footy well. They're not going to waste it. Shane Tregear in the back pocket for the Tigers. Goes short again. This one again finds the hands of Fraser, who gave him the footy. So waxing off each other nicely here, these Tigers players. It's got Milhausen in the middle of the ground. Goes longer and stronger down the line. As that just out on the full. No, boundary umpire calls just touched over the line. And no mark taken by Danny Hughes, the former South Croydon Bulldog, who at full stretch helps that one over the boundary line. So be bundled back into play. Bang smack in the middle of SEN Park. Johnny Meeson almost took that one out of the ruck. Weatherall's on hands and knees at ground level. Hughes is in there as well. I think the free kick's going to go the way of Lockie Bain. He was first to the footy and got a push in the back. Handball's out wide to Weatherall, who was on his left side, but decided to handball to Meeson instead, who handballed to the feet of Bain, who's rough and tumble toe poke off the ground, rolls out of bounds in the forward pocket for a boundary throw in, this time inside 50 for the Balwyn Footy Club.
one of the things Dan Donati doesn't want his side to do today is waste possession. He wants to make sure that Noble Park earn every single one that they get today.
Ball thrown back in once again. This time Noble Park a chance to clear through. It looks like Kemperman, fake. Out to Anderson, hard up against the boundary line, centre wing. Right one, if it's not going to rain, it certainly went to bring rain. And Gilchrist is wrapped up as a tackle.
Sit underneath that, said Craig Anderson, just kicked it straight up in the air. And it was Taylor Gilchrist who did the hard work.
You know you love your teammates when you get that one dished up to you. Cross takes it out of the ruck. Can't quite get his kick away. Good work off the back, Giobi. Tried to get it away, and now Noble Park a chance to go forward through Robinson. Up towards half forward. Numbers all in black jumpers here. Plenty of space if they can be clean with disposal. Right at half back. Goes to Tregear, who now kicks wide.
Good
Gordon out on a long lead. On the outer side of Balwyn Park. Assesses his options, now decides to go long down the wing. Plenty of space out there, just got to make the most of it. And only Noble Park jumpers there and a chance for them to take
There's a poor kick, it's set up. Now the ball's across half back in the hands of Kyle Martin. His first stat goes up to centre half forward, a 2-on-1. Brett Dorr was his target. Millhausen comes across with the fist, brings the ball to ground. Plenty of players in there helping out. That's North. Gets his first touch in senior footy. There's a handball that was muffed. And some Noble Park players come in and lay a couple of tackles. We'll have a ball up. No one in the ruck. Fake goes up unopposed, just takes the footy and gets the corkscrew punt inside 50. Bounces in front of Wright and Pendlebury. The ball just sits the way of McDonald, who's bundled out of the contest by Anderson. Wright picks up, handballs to Harper. Harper had an arm pin, the perfect tackle, not rewarded by the umpire. Probably should have been in the end. No pride, but the tackle from Shane Tregear was absolutely technically as what you'd want to see. Trying to barge his way through there. I think it was Giobi. He couldn't quite do it. Fake gets a kick around the corner up to the goal square. Shane Ellis pushed in the back, held onto by Chris Pendlebury, and Wright takes the advantage, runs into an open goal. Almost kills a goal umpire in the process, but slams through the first goal of the afternoon. The Bulls are on the board. 1 straight 6. 3 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
First game back for Peter Wright in season 2016, and he's managed to start it off with a goal, and it just shows you what happens when a bit of space opens up. So obviously opens up. Shows you what can happen when you just first to the ball and win the free kick. Ball back in the middle once again. Good tap from Mason. Got crossed in a lot of space. Got plenty of room to move. Now kicks long inside forward 50. Over the back. This one's going to bounce right to the goal line. Goebbels leads in front position. Ahead there are Robinson, who just wraps him up. Says you're going absolutely nowhere.
A couple of good matchups here. Young Matty North got Brett Dorr at the centre half back post.
So Noble Park win the tap in, but Cross's tackle was good enough. Umpire said it was good enough and too long. So a free kick goes the way of the Bulls. Right at full back. That'll be Mitchell. Take the free kick. Kick comes out wide, hard up against the boundary line. Good tap from Mason.
Out on the full.
Oh, it must have just gone right to the line.
Just drifted over.
Number 10 for Noble's actually Mitch Jan.
Yeah.
I thought so.
Former Casey player who was vice captain there last year.
So taking the free kick for Balwyn right in front of the Noble Park bench is Milhoisen. Short chip kick finds its target in O'Regan.
A welcome addition back into this side. I think he missed that draw against Vermont that we called out of the VRR not too long ago.
I don't even think he was 100% to play this year. He was sort of umming and ahhing about what he wanted to do, and obviously playing footy for the Balwyn Football Club is certainly the right thing to do, and he's got a chance to put their first on the board this afternoon. Man on the mark stood at 40. He's going to go most of the distance, but just drifts right to the left-hand side, and it threw for one behind.
Aaron Kirkby-Roddy, who's just collected that footy behind the goals.
It is.
It is unavailable for media team duties this afternoon, but there he is making an absolute nuisance of himself at the White Horse Road end of the ground. Here's the long left foot kick in from full back from the Bulls. It's going to come straight back inside, though. That's a strong grab taken by Jamie Gottliebson, the former North Ringwood Saint. He's been a mainstay in this Balwyn side for the last 4 or 5 years now. Short chipping ball, handball's in board. Here comes the kick inside 50 from Bain, just over the top. I think it was Liam Fraser, in fact it was. Goebbels couldn't quite take the mark.
Balwyn are just all of a sudden just starting to get the ball to move their way, and they've maintained possession, and especially in their forward 50.
It's the boundary throw in. Score is one behind. Plays one straight goal, the Bulls. The contested footy not really going the way of either side in an obvious fashion just yet. Jason Kennelly's on the bottom of that pack for the Tigers. Umpire lets this one go. Not for too much longer, though. Good strong tackle there by Danny Hughes. Geordie Buckingham, sporting some lumberjack-style facial hair. Vergam fake.
Very
Tap
well
out wide to Gordon, who's dropped the footy and is, I believe, is penalised accordingly.
Incorrect disposal.
Yeah,
or was he given a free kick for being dumped?
No, it was one of those throws.
Sling tackle style
throws,
Yep, and he's going to take the free kick here. Is Nathan Gordon, hard up against the boundary line.
You know, he's played 8 games, Gordon. He's kicked 18 goals for the season. The leading goal kicker for Noble Parks. For Balwyn.
He's on the correct side for a right footer. Looks like he's going to open himself up and go around the body job from the standing start.
And he's
Nathan Gordon, never in doubt. 2 straight now. 1-1-7 rather, the Tigers. They take the lead by a point. Noble Park, one straight kick, 6 points. We're on 7 minutes here in the first term, and that's a fantastic finish from Nathan Gordon. Let's cross down boundary side, thanks to Chiropedic betting. Esmond Aponso.
The wind's just picked up a little bit here, and it's fairing the White Horse Road, just the road that Nathan Gordon just kicked that goal.
You could see straight away he was always going to do that round the body job, and he just absolutely nailed it.
Hope Aaron Kirkby Radio watches the replay, because his running style is atrocious.
Can't kick either.
Ball back in the middle once again. So an intriguing start to this one. We've gone about 7.5 minutes. Meeson, big punch forward, didn't quite get its target. O'Regan at the bottom of the pack was well held. And we'll have a secondary ball up.
I think Fake needs to get more involved in the ruck. You can't afford to let Meeson get easy hit-outs like that.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. Their midfield's too good. And they managed to win it on this occasion. They go inside forward 50. The target there was right. Came off the bird of Pendlebury. Gave him about 25 metres going out wide. Kemperman was first to meet it. Pushing his body through there was Harper. And he sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds. About 60 metres round. There'll be a free kick going the way of Balwyn for a little bit of off-the-ball stuff. I think it'd be Liam Fraser to take the free kick. Pretty much true centre wing out of side here at Balwyn Park. Kicks straight into the man on the mark.
Ouch.
So it's a comedy of errors now, and we continue to try and find the way for the ball to escape. This time through Roach, who kicks up and finds Goebbels at half forward.
Grab.
Got plenty of numbers round, still a long way from home.
There's no space behind the centre-half forward line.
He decides to kick wide and finds a target. He's done very well there. Gordon, the opposite pocket to where he kicked the last goal. And hard up against the boundary line right at those tennis courts.
I reckon Lockie Bain dodged a bullet there, because I reckon Dan Nanani would have sent the runner out to him about that inexplicable kick into the man on the mark.
So Gordon to make it 2 on the trot for the Tigers, 2 on the trot for himself. Unsteady approach, as we've come to know, and just sprays it to the right-hand side. Second behind on the board for the Balwyn Football Club. They're 1-2-8. They lead this one by 2 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Noble Park 1 straight 6.
2 points of margin. It's gone 10 minutes here. 2 points on the Wayne Brasher scoreboard we're using out here today. Of course, we can't actually see the official scoreboard from where we are. So Brash doing some of his sharpest work with Microsoft Excel.
It's a great scoreboard. We're just sitting right next to it.
It's the kick in from fullback once more. The long-rangey left foot kick. It's a big bomb too. Big pack of players on the wing. No mark taken. Cross from Balwyn. He gets the kick back inside forward 50. He's got Goebbels in a genuine one-on-one. And Tim Kelly is strong enough to make sure that Goebbels doesn't take the mark, and the ball hits the deck and rolls out of bounds next to the left behind post.
Well, I've lost between these two sides. Just looking at a bit of off-the-ball stuff.
They hate each other.
Little choice words being thrown around early in this game.
Sean Cross was awesome against Vermont in that draw a few weeks ago, so expecting another tough game from him. He loves it in close. Goebbels, handball muffed. Now the ball's through Martin. Martin's handball is chopped off as well, but Cross, centre-half forward, kicks into the space in front of his leading forwards. No one able to take the mark. Good work there by Mitchum, who roves that ball. Pendlebury and Wright up at centre-half forward. Wright has the front position. Pendlebury's good enough to bring the ball to the deck. And now on the cricket pitch, there's just a pack of players from either side working hard. Mitchum just grabs the ball and runs away with it. Kick up to centre-half forward. Sitting underneath it there is Dorr. Couldn't take the mark. Shane Allen's at ground level. Just leaves it. Here's the handball out wide from Gottlieb's and straight to the Noble Park player. Shane Allen to Anderson.
Milhausen's down.
Bouncing board to centre half forward. This is Beach, who stops and props and kicks in board. Allen almost takes a one-handed grab. Here comes Cole Martin, full steam ahead. Turnover City out there. Pendlebury's late in the tackle. And now we'll have a ball up 30 metres out, straight in front from the Noble Park goal. Nobody wants to kick a goal. No one actually wants to hold on to the footy out here.
It's an average skill level in the last 30 seconds. Ball thrown up once again. Tregear, this time in a bit of space, gets it up towards Goebel. He's got 3 to beat, gets his handball away, manages to find North. Short left, chip kick, finds Hughes.
On your way, Ricky Ponting at the gully.
Slips catch from Hughes, finds Cross. How does he get in that much space? He's got one further afield. I think it's Bain all by himself. He can kick from 40 here, loads up and shanks it. And only just gets in for a behind. So it's a solid passage of play. That shows you exactly what
Pancake
the
Parlour
Balwyn...
Play of the Day award contender up until that last kick.
Exactly right. Shows you what the Balwyn Football Club can do when they're on their mark. 139, Balwyn Noble Park 1-6. Bendigo makes scoreboard.
I know it was only a behind, but Jeff Goebel's effort here down on that half-forward line to take on the 3-on-1 and create an opportunity for his midfield to take full advantage of it.
Even just the fact that he's up there.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing.
That's 70 metres from home.
Kelly has got the kick in duty. Harper it is rather, has got the kick in duties. Door casting the role of a rover. There they're off and running here, the Bulls. Handball from Harper. Right foot kick inside forward 50. Right, Allen at ground level couldn't pick the ball up. Right goes back again. He's nimble, the big fella. Handball back over the top to Mitchell, and the kick is out of bounds on the full. But good transportation of the footy from full back to full forward in the blink of an eye from the Noble Park Footy Club.
This game's gone at a rate of knots so far.
How nimble is Peever, right?
Yeah.
A couple of times there.
Used to move like a freight train. So Gottliebsen gives away to Taylor Gilchrist, and then they move forward, looking Gordon all by himself. Once again, deep in the pocket, looking for an option inside forward 50. Goebbels is just that. He decides to go further afield, but it hits the post. Would you believe it? That would have been almost a genuine contender for the goal of the day, all thanks to, of course, to Chiropedic betting.
Gee, their foot skills are exceptional, the Balwyn Footy Club. The way they've moved the footy is spot on. Cole Martin takes the mark at half back. Short ball over the top, it's an absolute shocker, and it gives Tommy Roach an absolute good look at it. And the recovery comes in and lends them some support. He'll have a boundary throw in right where the interchange gates are.
The way this game's been played so far reminds you of how small the ground is.
Yeah,
it's a genuine 2 kicks and you're inside.
One of the only grounds where the commentators will walk away being probably more tired than the players will at the end of this game. That's some sharp work from Tempone out of the ruck. Handball's off, and the kick inside 50 is a one-on-one up there.
Holding.
A lot of holding going on. The free kick's going to go the way of Goebbels. And that's what happens when you get the ball in quick and long to a dangerous player in Jeff Goebbels in a genuine one-on-one. The defender has all the work to do in that situation, and he wasn't up to the task on that occasion. And Goebbels is going to go back from 25 metres out, as good as directly in front, to put the second goal for the Tigers on the board and to open up a 10-point lead early in this game.
Ball just looks so much more menacing and dangerous when they move the ball around the ground on the shift through that forward line. Sorry.
Here's Goebbels. It shouldn't miss from there as a quality player, and he does not. So his first, Balwyn second. 2-4-16 plays 1-6 on the Wayne Brasher scoreboard. We've gone 14 minutes in the first term.
Inside 50s 10-5 in favour of Balwyn, and they're dominating the uncontested possessions 28-16 thanks to Choose Tap.
When Noble are able to actually get the ball and do the same thing, they look just as good. They look just as dangerous going inside 50. Yeah. We've seen Balwyn good enough to get themselves into scoring opportunities a couple of times, and the only difference being is that the Balwyn are doing it 3 times Balwyn are doing it, Noble Park are getting their one chance. So if it's going to play out like that for the rest of the day, you'd think the Balwyn would be just good enough. But the Bulls, positive signs for them, of course.
That's better.
Fake wins it out of the ruck, but roving it at the bottom of the pack there was Regan, and managing to take the mark there. Great work from Tempone or Tempone?
I'm going to go with Tempone, but I could be wrong.
Former East Burwood Ram.
Strong grab. Good mark on the lead. Yep. Real sticky mitts.
So, just when you thought Noble Park was starting to get on top early in this one, this could start to extend the lead even further. Already 10 points. Comes in. Kick from about 30 or 25, and on the left boot he's straight across to the right-hand side, through for one behind. The fifth such on the board for the Balwyn Football Club, 2-5-17, Noble Park 1-6. All the scoring opportunities this so far going the way of the Balwyn Footy Club.
7 scoring shots to 1.
Boundary.
It's across down boundary side, thanks to Chiropedic betting. Esmond Aponso.
The leading goal kicker is just coming into this game. Gobers 27 and Nathan Gordon 18 for Balwyn and 20 for Shane Allen for Noble Park.
It's Cole Martin on the wing. It's got 3-on-1 in favour of the Bulls. Picked up there by Keane. He tries to release the teammate into some space, but the handball only goes as far as Fraser. He chops it off and kick up to half forward. And strong mark going back, taken by Trent Robertson. Handball's wide. That's Kemperman. A solid Noble Park name, Kemperman. Kelly switches inboard. That's Tobin. Handball's back to Kemperman. His long handball is an absolute shocker, but Monaghan, he makes something out of nothing. Wins the footy. Handball's the door. Back to Kemperman. Now they're out wide here, the Bulls. They've just got to settle down a little bit. They were lucky and unlucky in some respects on that occasion, but they just seem to be a little bit too frenetic at the moment.
Yeah.
All their players just seem to be one step ahead of where they should be.
Trying to go at 150% consistently.
Exactly, and it's not going to hold up. Fake, who's been pretty good in the ruck so far, is probably getting most of the hit-outs and winning a lot of the ball himself. Sharp work here by the Bulls as they go inside 50, but Pendlebury in front of right, and you think that's where he'll get him today.
He's going to have to be dropped on his head.
Exactly right. You'll get him on the lead, or more often than not. He'll be much quicker. His handball's back to Taylor Gilchrist, who's tackled straight away. Shane Allen goes in a little bit clumsily, and he's lucky not to give away the free kick. Sean McDonald, the birthday boy on the bottom of that pack. There's the ball up. The Balwyn players go up unopposed. Tap down to Roach. It kicks into the space, run into by, I think that's Lockie Bain, it is. So Lockie Bain, short kick out to centre wing.
That kick needed to be good from Roach then.
And it did, and it was. Goebbels up in the direction of Hughes. Mark dropped there, I think, by Harper. And there's Kelly in there too. They're moving the footy well here now, the Bulls. Release a teammate through a chain of handballs up to centre-half forward. Bergen fake just sticks up the Duke. Out to right at centre-half forward. The kick's a shocker. It just sat on top of his head. And Pendlebury is always going to win in that situation. He's just far too smart when the ball's in the air. Back to Wetherill. His left foot kicking is exceptional across the half-back line. And that's to no exception there. Matty Lee, the former Upper Ferntree Gully King, takes the mark and plays on. Kicks to Milhausen. Plays on by accident. Handball's back to Tommy Roach. Short kick in the middle of the ground is good. So they're using the footy quite well. Fraser, he's got Roach running past, ignores that. Goes to centre-half forward, 2-on-1 in favour of the Bulls, but the kick's a cracker. And Danny Hughes just carves his way through that pack of players and takes a strong grab about 50 metres out, as good as directly in front.
They just don't panic under pressure when they're delivering the ball into their forward line ball, and their inaccuracy just does opposition sides' heads in.
It's going to have to be a good kick from here. Let's see how he goes with the distance. Always out to the right-hand side, and helped over the line, right on the goal line there. So another minus score, but gee, that methodical use of the footy in the build-up there. Milhausen first, and then Fraser. They didn't bomb, they didn't panic. And Matty Lee as well, they had no problem hitting up the short targets as the rain starts falling.
Bit of a sun shower and didn't help the Noble Park defence at all. They've just managed to get it out. Good work from the man on the mark, but still numbers around favour the Tigers here as Mason gets it to Gilchrist. He was wrapped up, eventually got his kick away. Had plenty of time to get rid of it. Anderson picks up the scraps at the bottom of the pack. Harper now gives away to Martin inside forward 50. This is the play you want to see if you're a Bulls fan. Heaver right leads in the chase of the ball. Got plenty of options if you just get it away. Finally gets it away. Now Shane Allen puts it in his boot and they eventually get the goal through Mitch Gent.
Right, very lucky there.
That was an atrocious passage of play. A few free kicks that probably could have gone either way, but in the end, Mitch Gent just right place, right time, chips it off the ground in the goal square and gets his side second on the board. They're 2 straight 12. Balwyn 2-6-18 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Pendlebury well within his rights to have a brief discussion with umpire Geordie Buckingham there.
100%.
Right, picked up the footy, as you'd expect from your players making the play. The tackle from Pendlebury was perfect, and Wright got rid of the footy. God knows how. He certainly didn't handball it or kick it, but it wasn't a free kick. So well done by the Bulls for being able to capitalise on that situation. The ball squirts its way out of the centre square, just to the side of the Noble Park forward 50. Milhausen on the bottom of that pack. It's good finish by that Mitch Gent to be in the right place at the right time there. Tapped down by Fake in the hands of Tyson Mitchum. He's got 3 Balwyn players hanging off him. Can't quite get his arms free, and we'll have another ball up in the same spot.
It's a real physical battle early on.
Absolutely, it is. Handball out of the pack there from Kennedy. Couldn't find a teammate. There's Martin. Bouncing ball inside 50. Don't get in the way of Peter Wright. He'll run through you. Picks up the ball. Handballs to Brett Dorr. Tries to release Kempman into some space. Got Leveson, comes across. Handball's a good one to O'Regan, who releases Tregear into some space. Plenty of space up forward for the Tigers. They've just got to use the footy well. Kennedy, Hughes taps out towards the boundary line in a somewhat deliberate fashion, but he'll get away with it. We'll have a ball up. A boundary throw in, rather.
Noble Park just seemed to have steadied and worked themselves into the game in the last 2 or 3 minutes.
Balwyn just falling down a little bit there. They're able to get the footy and run away with it, but there was no one up ahead where there's been those 2 or 3 kicks down the line. They've already been in position already so far this afternoon. Not on that occasion.
Getting the kick away out of the contest there was Kennedy, flying over the back. Couldn't take the mark. It was Tapone. Now a chance to try and clear here for Noble Park, but it's wrapped up right at the bottom of the pack. That one's going nowhere. 60 metres out from the Balwyn goal.
Tackling pressure has been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, both sides have really brought it to the table. So
cross boundary side, thanks to chiropedic batting, Esmond Aponso.
Ground level, you can just see that the Balwyn side is a lot more faster with the ball, but just Noble Park's just got to use the ball more smartly right now.
And let's hope they can do so. They've got the ball at half back. I think that's Ryan.
Kelly was.
Now they've just got a chance to be a little bit smart. They've slowed things down a little bit. Martin's taking the mark on half back. Decides to quickly play on. Chips to Vergam Fake on the outer side. Fake quickly plays on. So now they're starting to ramp things up. Anderson's got a lot of work to do. Eventually gets his handball away. Went through Milhuisen's legs. Mitchum grabs it. Short chip kick over the top. Finds Cody. And man on the mark stands about 40 metres out. Looks pretty confident here, Luke Cody.
Yeah, you think he'd go back and have a crack. Gee, the kick from Fake put Anderson into a lot of trouble there, and the ball just sat up on the run-up where the cricket pitch is.
Don't give Ruckman the footy. Simple as that.
And Tyson Mitchum for Noble Park's had a really good start to the game in the midfield. He's been very influential.
So Cody, this one to put them in, tie things up, I should say.
It's remarkable to think that the scores could be level.
Sends it on its way, won't make the distance, go to the top of the goal square, looking for someone to fly, won't happen. Cross takes it away, and now Balwyn a chance to clear.
Cross at ground level, kicks up to Goebbels, who's only Balwyn player out there on the wing. The kick from Cross was a cracker, but Goebbels couldn't quite bring the mark to ground. Let's take this opportunity, thanks to Two-Step, to check in with Greg Campbell for the stats that matter.
Kyle Martin now up to 11 disposals, inside 50 count, 13-10 in favour of Balwyn.
Of course, it is an inside 40 count, but we won't harp on about that all afternoon. Every time we mention somebody going inside 50, Fake taps the ball down to the front of the pack, and the boundary line beats all comers once more. 23 minutes gone here in the first term. 2-6 plays 2 straight on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Inside 50 on that ground. Does that mean you're in your own half?
Yeah, exactly right. On EFL Game Day, of course, brought to you by Pancake Parlour. Cross, who's been superb for the Balwyn Footy Club, going back towards 50. Temponi takes a Marcus and half forward, swings around on the left boot. And it's a poor option, and it's a poor kick as well. Turnover in the middle of the ground. Cole Martin. Handballs to Giobi, I think it was, who handballs again once more. Then they're going inside 50. Allen's in a one-on-one with Wright. Wright was in the right spot. Peaver Wright, that is, for Bulls now. Drops it down to Keane. Kick around the corner from the Noble Park boys. Just to the left-hand side. I think it was Bull, it was. Lukey Bull on the right boot, just to the wrong side of the goalpost there.
Loved it off the boot too.
Boundary.
Their first minus score. Let's cross down boundary side. Thanks to chiropedic betting, Alana Coleman.
Yeah, I heard you mention before that Cole Martin had 11 disposals. I think it's taken him till about disposal number 10 to start getting some effective disposals, which is nice to see because he's butchered the ball early. So let's hope he can be a little bit more accurate moving forward.
He's a very good point on Kyle Martin. Gets a lot of the ball, but doesn't necessarily use it all that well. As Peaver Wright just bursts through a pat. Shane Allen, I should say, from 40. I was going to say 45. It's 35.
A lot of confusion going on.
Just misses across the left-hand side. Through for one behind. 2-2-14. Noble Park Balwyn 2-6-18. We've gone 24 and a half minutes first term here on EFL Game Day.
Well, Alana's right, because Cole Martin's been playing that sweeper role across the back line there in the first quarter, and he shouldn't be.
Pendlebury, his kick out from fullback goes straight to Dorr. He kicked inside 450 to right, made him bend down at his bootlaces. Got there on the full, but couldn't take the mark. Cross gets the handball from Bain. And the kick from Cross was looked for the direction of Joel Brown, but Dorr came across and took a strong mark for the Bulls, and then goes inside 50, right on the lead. Couldn't get it on the second grab. Allen was sniffing around. Big bad Johnny Mason can't pick the footy up. Gets it to Cross eventually, who's bundled down as he kicked. Harper's in a bit of space. He's got 3 to beat. Pendlebury comes in with the fist. Probably should have taken the mark. Keen spear tackle to the deck. It's all happening out there.
And they wonder, and people wonder why people call it aerial ping pong.
Exactly.
It's just kick to kick.
Yeah.
Absolutely dumped down. Meeson and Fake. Fake gets a tap down to Cross. Keen's wrapped up by Gottliebson in a tackle. I can think it was Haynes it was. Allen comes away with the ball. Releases his teammate into a bit of space. And there's a shot on goal. Mark up into the goal square. Not taken there by Beach it was for Noble Park. And there the Balwyn players were relieved.
Finishing skills have been atrocious from both sides.
Yep.
Pendlebury gets it away to a centre wing. Now numbers all with the Bulls. Plenty of space around for Martin. Kicks wide. That's a smart kick. Finds Kemperman all by himself, who goes further afield and finds Keane, who on the second grab eventually marks it. Man on the mark at about 35.
Believe it or not, this is where I reckon they're falling down at the moment on their half-forward line. Gents, they just don't. This kick here, they're not making good use of it.
The last 5 minutes, Dawes been good at half forward,
Yeah.
taking some marks from kicks from his own players, but intercepting a lot of ball and footy as well. This is the point they made pre-game, Brasher. It opens up nicely here on this ground.
Yep.
Not a hard kick, this one.
So Keane, wrong side for a right footer, and that's the way the kick goes through for another behind. So 3 straight behinds in the last couple of minutes to Noble Park, with all the run of play in the last probably 3 or 4. 2-3-15 Noble Park, 2-6-18 Balwyn.
Last kick in from Pendlebury came straight back. A little bit more careful with this one. Finds Jacko Weatherald in the back pocket. He's a very good user of the football. And Gigi, give a guy a rap. Look at Dorr. Puts the head down, tries to barge his way through. Giobi handballs over the top, looking for Mitchum. And Allen was going to kick a goal. But the siren went. Wowee. Fantastic scenes out here at Balwyn Park this afternoon. What a great first quarter of Division 1 footy here on the Queen's birthday weekend. Balwyn 2-6-18. Absolutely dominated the first half of that quarter. The second half belonged to the Bulls. They've wrestled back a bit of momentum. They sit 2-3-15. 3 points the margin here at quarter time. Keep your dial locked right here on 98.1 FM Radio Eastern, the home in the Eastern Football League.
Hey, man.
Yeah, man.
Hope we win this weekend.
Oh, I hope we win too. Because I want to kick some weekend goals at Pancake Parlour after the game.
Because if your AFL team wins, you can go in and get a free sweet pancake with any savoury menu item purchase.
Oh, free pancake. First your team wins and then your belly wins.
It's win-win, man.
Claim your free sweet pancake with any savoury item purchase just by showing your winning team's colours.
Or your team membership.
At any Pancake Parlour this weekend.
Oh, and don't forget, check out Facebook for this week's offer.
Lovely.
Program sponsor.
Bigger and better in season 2016, Netball EFL is back. The fastest growing competition in the eastern suburbs continues to expand. Don't miss the fast-paced action every Friday night across multiple venues. For more information or to get involved, head to efl.org.au.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think a barbie in the backyard would be nice.
I would go to the beach.
Possibly a costume party.
It sounds silly, but I'd like people to bring their pets.
I'd have a karaoke machine. What's coming to my head is an ice sculpture.
Lots of cakes.
Cheesecake.
Lemon meringue pie.
And probably every flavour of ice cream ever.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
For the best EFL rap on radio, don't miss EFL Sunday. From 10 till 12 every Sunday morning, the EFL media team bring you all the final scores, goal kickers, best players and ladders, following a big round of EFL footy. The gang talk to the biggest names from across the league each and every week. EFL Sunday, from 10 every Sunday morning on 98.1 Radio Eastern.
Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct. It's the Aussie family company that's been manufacturing mattresses in Melbourne since 1991. They offer a huge range, and selected mattresses come with everyday deals like free delivery, old mattress removal, 30-day comfort guarantee, and up to 20 years warranty. Buy direct from the factory and never pay retail prices again. Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct. Locations all around Melbourne and country Victoria. Or shop online 24/7 for mattresses, bases, beds, pillows, and custom-sized mattresses at chiropedic.net.au.
Program sponsor.
The EFL is all you love about football. Standing in the outer with your mates, kick to kick on the ground with the kids, always a family-friendly atmosphere. Don't miss a moment every weekend across the eastern suburbs. The Eastern Football League is local footy at its best. For more information, jump onto efl.org.au or search Footy EFL on Facebook or Twitter.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D, get a lift from a mate and hope for the best when they fly home?
What about A for A1 Airport Parking?
At A1 Airport Parking, get 2 days for $25, 3 days for $34, or get 7 days parking for just $69. And at just 5 minutes from the airport, they'll get you there in time for your flight and pick you up when you get home. Show your footy or sporting club membership anytime you park and get 10% off. A1airportparking.com.au.
Program sponsor.
Welcome back to EFL Game Day, of course, brought to you by Pancake Parlour, of course, open 24 hours. Doncaster and Melbourne East, how lovely is that? And how lovely is this game of footy out here so far this afternoon at SEN Park? The dominance of Balwyn early on was stark, and Noble Park fought themselves back. 3 points is the margin at quarter time. Let's go to Grant Campbell. Thanks to Tuestat for the stats that mattered in that first term.
The stats indicate that the scoreboard is accurate because it's been very close. The clearances 12-10 the way of Balwyn. Contested possessions 38 apiece. Uncontested possessions, Balwyn dominated early on but only finished at 51-49, so just the 2 extra. Inside 50 camp, Balwyn were leading that pretty convincingly early on, but ended up 17-14 the way of Noble Park. Kyle Martin for the quarter, 10 kicks, 3 handballs, 4 marks, but as we mentioned, probably not using the ball as the way we would have hoped. I reckon Mitch Gent had a very good quarter. I had him down for 7 disposals, and I think he had at least 4 tackles in that opening quarter.
Mitch Gent or Gent Mitchell?
Gent or Gent. Certainly not Mitchell.
Yeah, exactly right. Brasher, what are your thoughts? The way that Balwyn used the footy early on was they'd go from one side of the ground to the other in a 40-metre kick, and they were nailing passes lace out. What broke down for them towards the end of the quarter, or what did Noble Park do better?
I just thought that Noble Park just gained a little bit more composure and were basically sweating on a little bit of Balwyn's lack of application going into the forward line. When they got their opportunities, Noble Park, they were able to run and spread the ball, but they sort of settled towards the end of the quarter, whereas early in the quarter I think they panicked a little bit because their players just didn't know where the positions to run to.
Yeah, I think once one side starts working a little bit harder, and then all of a sudden Balwyn realised there was a bit of work to do out there. Let's cross down boundary side, thanks to Chiropedic betting, Esmond Aponso.
Oh, Daniel, you got the first 15 minutes, you got plenty of the ball, used the ball, and it went down really quick. But in the second time, they got a lot more numbers back there, so it just sort of limited the opportunities in the 50 area, wasn't it?
Yeah, we certainly had the running of the play for the first 15 or 20 minutes of the quarter, and yeah, they're flooding numbers back. Makes it hard to score, but we had opportunities to kick probably 5 goals, and we thought we kicked 2. But they were really good on the rebound as well, and obviously if you don't man up in midfielders from the ground, they're going to hurt you. They got certainly one very, very lucky goal from the throw, but other than that, they certainly got on top the last 10 minutes.
Thanks a lot for that, Daniel.
Thanks very much to Esmond Aponso down boundary side with Dennis Arnott. While players are getting back in position, Noble Park still yet to break from their huddle. Will DeJong with all the latest from around the grounds.
Yeah, thanks, Dice. I think a few of the media boys are taking the extra long weekend off because not all have come through. But we have here North Ringwood are up by 21 points over Blackburn in Div 1. Wow. And the game of the round, so to speak, Vermont-Doncaster, Doncaster by 1 kick at quarter time. Going into Div 2, Bayswater lead by 26 points. They played 27-1 over Lilydale, and East Burwood up by 1 kick over Moolbach. And lastly, Mulgrave 16 points up over Mitcham at quarter time.
A few interesting games going on around the eastern suburbs. Tell you what, who would have picked East Burwood leading Moolbach at quarter time?
Yeah, it's an aberration. It won't.
Oh yeah, I mean it's only quarter time.
That's right.
Let's be frank.
Dyson, you actually asked during the quarter about Sean Cross and the way he just seems to be everywhere. But yeah, he is everywhere because as soon as he's...
I don't know how he finds so much space. It's unreal.
It is. But the reason, one of the reasons is because as soon as he kicks the ball, he's already running to the next contest. And the only time he really gets burnt is when Balwyn turn the ball over. And but he's always at that contest. If he's not kicking the ball, then he's he's either front and square at the next competition, ready to to pick up the crumbs.
I mean, you go back to the Balwyn-Vermont game, and you were calling that with me, and the same thing happened, Paul, where Cam Howard went to him, and then all of a sudden they went their separate ways, and all of a sudden Cross picks up 10 kicks, and his effectiveness when he gets the ball.
He's a hard-working footballer, and he does use it well, so you notice him.
Benny Giobbi on him.
So funny the way games of footy work themselves out. At Balwyn opened up a 4-goal-2 lead instead of a 2-goal-6 lead. This game would probably over. Noble Park probably could have just rolled over, and Balwyn could have kept going on. So, a bit of bad kicking in front of goal opened the door for the Bulls in the middle of that quarter, and they're able to fight their way back into this game. So it bodes well for the rest of the afternoon. The Tigers get the first clear possession of the second quarter. That was through Fraser, who's had a pretty good start to this game out here this afternoon at Balwyn Park. At the centre half forward, Hughes taps the ball forward to Gordon, who's looking for the free kick but too high, didn't get it. Hughes on hands and knees gives away a free kick for a throw. It was there.
Most definitely was there.
Going to come back the way of not Tim Kelly, it's Morrison Ryan it is. Goes back across goal, finds Tim Kelly. Short kick there to Tobin, former Box Hill Hawk. He's going to come into the middle of the ground on the lead. Strong grab at its highest point. Timothy Harper. He's a tough nut. He's been a tough nut for a couple of years in this Noble Park team. He's looking for Wright out on the far side in front of the cricket nets. And the ball just bounces in front of him and goes out of bounds for a boundary throw in at half forward. So, not a great kick there by Harper, but a good mark before that. We'll have a boundary throw in. It's fake up against Meeson. Ball comes to ground. Wright. Handball's back to Meeson, who has one arm pinned in the Joby tackle. It was an absolute cracker. There's Taylor Gilchrist. Handball's to Milhausen. The bouncing ball to the middle of the ground. It's going to work out well for the Tigers. They move the ball well through hands. Up at centre half forward. Centre half back for them now. Gilchrist. Handball's chopped off there, though, by Brett Dorr, who gets around one. Long left foot kick to the teeth of goal. And he had the Vergen fake all by himself about 30 metres out. And that would have been a great start to the second term. It's a minor score, 2 points the margin now. Let's cross down boundary side. Thanks to Chiropedic betting, Alana Coleman.
Yeah, I was down at the Noble Park huddle at quarter time, and they were really impressed with how they were going. They realised that Balwyn probably coughed up a few chances and have let them stay in the game. But they were really happy with the forward line, how they competed, their pressure, and their real focus for this quarter was to put the pressure on Balwyn because they know that they'll turn the ball over. So that's, I suppose, the main message that we got from the quarter time huddle for Noble Park.
Certainly going to be an intriguing next 3 quarters. Thanks very much, Alana. As numbers all with Noble Park as they go inside forward 50 once again. Peter Wright was in front position, couldn't make the most of it, but Tim Harper could.
Post.
And unfortunately, the kick wasn't all that flash. It's just nicked the post on the way through.
But those are the sort of opportunities.
That was a gimme goal, Brash. That was as good as running into an open goal.
Yeah, and you've got to take them because if you don't take them against the quality side, they're going to come back and hurt you.
And Noble Park 2-5-17 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, trail by 1 point, Balwyn 2-6-18.
3 minutes into the second term. Short kick-outs from fullback seem to be the way now. Roach gets the handball from Wright. Right back in the back pocket. It's a risky kick. It finds Pennery, though. Takes the mark in front of Luke Cody. He's got Cross down the line, who's into some space again. Eventually he kicks it to Gordon, who's got 3 Bulls to beat. Gives away the free kick, or is he going to get a free kick for...
No.
Gave away the free kick.
He knew exactly what he was doing. Well, he just wanted to interrupt the contest.
He was outnumbered 3-1, so do that.
Smart free kick.
Yeah, try and get away with it, which he couldn't, but on another day he might have done. The kick from Dorr is long and strong to the goal line. Penderbury not able to take the mark, and
you're
Wright
joking.
off the ground. On his hands and knees, made something out of absolutely nothing. There's your Chiropedic betting goal of the day so far.
I thought he was going to signal a point there.
And Wright signalled, is celebrating. I think that's a goal.
So basically, for those who are listening, he's dropped it, fallen to the ground, and then as it's bounced on the ground, he's kicked it off the ground in the goal square.
It's clearly a goal.
I think it's clearly a goal.
I can't see why it wouldn't be.
And the goal umpire, the Brains Trust have it all sorted on the board. Wright's got his second. The Bulls have number 3. The margin's out to 5 points. It's 3-5-23 plays 2-6-18 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
I back Jim, Paul.
Thank you very much.
I've always thought that the Cotham Road end has always been the scoring end of the ground.
Cotham Road end.
Yeah,
it doesn't turn into Cotham Road until you get up to the Burke Street intersection.
I thought it did at Balwyn Road.
Well, let's not argue about geography.
I always thought that's been the scoring end of the ground. Yeah. And if Noble Park can pinch it, 2 or 3 quick goals here, that's going to put the pressure on.
It's the downhill end, Brash.
Yeah, that
seems to always be the...
Go with the White Horse, right? Or the tram tracks into the ground.
Yeah.
Tram tracks.
So kick comes inside the Balwyn forward 50. Hughes ducked his head, tried to get away. Gordon will be in front position here, gives his handball away. Tregear went no hands and just tried to boot it inside forward 50. Takes a right turn, is trying to pick it up. There was Paul, and he's wrapped up about 30 metres out from his defensive goal.
Dan Zanardi will not like that piece of play from Tregear. That was very
lazy.
That was lazy and very slack.
So Fake and Mason to go in the ruck once again. Second option for a ruckman for both these sides today.
Temponi's been running through there for the Tigers.
Good point. Kemperman tries to get it away now, trying to get to the ball with Kelly. Eventually Noble Park clear to centre wing. Trying to get around here with Milhoisen.
Great tackle.
He's wrapped up going absolutely nowhere. Good tackle there from Tim Harper.
Yeah, he was all over him like a cheap blanket there, and he just couldn't get rid of the ball.
And right in the middle of SEN Park. A great game of footy for your Queen's birthday weekend. Traditionally a standalone fixture, this one, but sharing the Saturday with a few other games around the Eastern Football League this afternoon. We've seen a cracker so far. That's some sharp work there by Ryan. He gets rid of his opponent, then gives it straight back. Here's Tamponi on the lead, just over his outstretched hands, and the Bulls will have the chance to get rid of that footy. Goebbels, bit up in the lucky fashion, ends up with the footy, and Trent Robertson ends up wrapping up Goebbels and brings him to ground.
There's a little bit of a genuine panic from Noble Park.
There is a bit in there.
There's a couple of players who are just getting the ball and fretting a little bit.
There's a bit of fumbling and things going on. There's Mason, who taps the ball into some space. Tobin just picks it up and handballs it in front of Anderson. It's the numbers here with the Bulls. If Allen can get rid of Cross, which he does, Anderson goes in and picks it up, and Cross was still on holding his hammer. Anderson just over the head of Dorr. It's a smart kick in the end. It should trickle out and over the boundary line and half forward. And that's a very good win for the Noble Park Footy Club.
That's the Rugby League 40-20.
It is.
Touched beautifully.
It was a 3-on-1, and Cross got shepherded out by Allen and was still able to affect some pressure on Anderson as he got the kick away. So Fake and Mason. Mason gets the tap down. Roach, handballs out wide. Short kick over the top of Tobin versus Fraser. And, not a great kick to Fraser, but...
Fraser got a jumper promotion this year. He was 37 last year, was he not?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was. There you go.
Moving up the ranks.
Absolutely. Just unable to settle either side here. And Noble Park probably, this is in their favour. The game stays frenetic like this. Cross throws the footy out. Kemperman handballs to the feet of a teammate. And they're doing well here, the Bulls. Now they're going to go inside 50. It's Cole Martin on the left foot from 40 metres. Put down your glasses. I don't think they've kicked the last 3, the Noble Park boys. They have, certainly. 4-5-29 plays 2-6-18. That's a great finish from Cole Martin on the left boot after Alana and Soupy ripped shreds off him for not using the footy well. Nothing wrong with his foot skills there, the former Magpie. He's nailed that one post height.
Boundary.
It's crossed down boundary side. Thanks to life
you know
care,
you're in
Alana
trouble
Coleman.
now.
Oh, I never said that. I said it took him 10 disposals to get his efficiency up, and now he's very efficient. Thank you very much.
Certainly is, and of course that's thanks to Chiropedic, not to life care.
Ball back in the middle once again. Giobi gets his kick away. Wasn't all that flash. Monahan tried to get his away. Fergus Fake was held. Keane got his handball away. Managed to release a bit of space here for Kelly. Inside forward 50. Allen was the target. Goes beyond him over the boundary line and out of bounds. We've just been told that number 56 is Matt Tempone. So I should have trusted you in the first place.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Noble Park have taken control of the...
names.
I think you would have learnt by now, just to trust me.
Noble Park have taken control of the midfield here early in the second quarter. Balwyn are really struggling to get the ball into their forward line.
Well, it's not as open as it was. The more open this game gets, the more it suits Balwyn.
Yep.
And Noble Park have been very good, have been getting it on their terms.
Fake tries to get it around. Snapshot on goal. Great work there for the big ruckman. Forget what I said in the first end, because Bergen Fake has just kicked an absolute beauty from 35, and 4 straight now unanswered goals to Noble Park. They move on to 5-5-35. Balwyn left in arrears 2-6-18. We've got 8 minutes second term here on Pancake Parlour EFL Game Day.
He's been very good today, Fake, at getting first hands out of the stoppage himself, despite being in the ruck contest. He's got 4 or 5 clearances of his own. He's followed up his own tap work magnificently, and what a finish. What a finish that was from 40.
Correct.
5-5-35, plays 2-6-18. Happy talking to myself. I'm certainly used to doing that. Handball that wide to McDonald. That's chopped off. Coming in is Mitchum. Handballs out to Robinson. It's Trent Robertson for Noble Park. just in a bit of the hastiness, just kicks it up to half forward. No real method to that. Kennedy is tackled by Dorr. We'll have a ball up.
I think where Fake is really having it over Meeson at the moment is he's around the ground. He seems a lot more mobile.
Yeah, I've seen Johnny Meeson here, especially at this ground, dominate games of footy around the ground and just be fantastic. He's been quiet today. I haven't called his name too much.
3 wins from 3 so far in Junior Interleague. Our girls got up early this morning for their first win ever in Junior Interleague. 15-13, 103 over Yarrow Junior, 117. The boys in the under-15 twos, that's Aaron Bailey's side, 20-13, 135, defeated the Western Region 4-6-30. And the under-14 Bs have got up 6-14-50, defeating the Western Region 2-4-16.
Gee, I reckon we might get a clean sweep today against that lot, mate.
Yeah. Some great work by our young Eastern Football League stars.
Yep.
Free kick going the way of Fake on centre wing. Looked to handball to Martin, but decided against it. There's a bit of movement up forward, which is what you want to see.
Bang.
It's Wright and Allen there for the Bulls. Pendlebury's up there for the Tigers, and Gottliebsen's there for Balwyn as well. He thumps it through.
It's a fair old roast.
Absolutely, it is. It is a rush behind. So 5-6-36, Noble Park. Balwyn 2-6-18. 3 straight kicks, 18 points to margin. 10.5 minutes gone here in the second term.
Gottliebsen gets back to Weatherald, and now they move it to a centre wing. Hughes was almost tunnelled, trying to get it away there, and held up right on the boundary line. There was Gordon.
I reckon what Noble Park are doing is they are playing SEN Park exactly the way that you should be playing it. Long and straight down the middle and putting the back line of Balwyn's right under pressure.
So ball thrown in, centre wing, outer side. Plenty of numbers around for the Bulls. Now it's held up once again. So trying to work it out. This time Martin finds a bit of space, gets it inside forward 50. Allen the target, bouncing ball, does it well, manages to just tap it onto Cody. Cody on the left boot sends one in from 35.
The Bulls are on fire.
And they are unstoppable at the moment, Noble Park. And he becomes the 5th goal carrier on the board. 6-6-42 Noble Park, 2-6-18 Balwyn. We've gone 11 minutes, and it's been 11 minutes of hell for Balwyn because it's all been Noble Park in this second term. Grant Subi Campbell, thanks to Choose Tap.
Inside 57-3, this score in favour of Noble Park. Clearances are 6 apiece, but Noble Park have won the last 5, and they're winning the contested ball 19-12.
Yeah, that's where I reckon there's been a big difference in that quarter. That stat there, contested ball, Soupy.
They haven't even looked like scoring in this second term, the Tigers. Much to the chagrin of the home fans out here, have gone a little quiet. Martin, handballs out wide, kicks from Monahan is smothered. He goes back in and wins his own footy. Tyson Mitchum's just been bullocking his way through everything so far this afternoon, and he's on the bottom of that pack there.
This is where the Bulls are at their best, getting down and dirty.
Absolutely right. Haynes has now moved into the ruck for Noble Park. Kyle Martin, handballs out wide. That's Bain for the Tigers, who chops it off. Gilchrist now puts the afterburners on. Handballs back to Bain. He's got a few tackles to get around. One of Tim Kelly is the one that eventually bundles him out over the boundary line. So on the far side here, bang. Smack centre of the ground here at SEN Park. Tempone takes it out of the ruck. Should have been penalised. Umpire says play on though. Now the Tigers should be able to take advantage of this going inside 50. Gottliebsen to Hughes. A kick from Gottliebsen's a shocker. The ball comes to ground level. Trent Robinson just has to pick the footy up and the Bulls are away. Mitchum, Tobin through his legs. Gottliebsen again. He's wrapped up in the tackle. The rain starts falling again, which when you've got a 4-goal lead, very, very handy.
Look at them all roll into the Bowls Club.
There's Haynes. Tap down to Anderson. Kick goes straight up and straight down. Gottliebsen tries to take the mark. It wouldn't have been paid regardless. Keane leads into the race for this one. Allen gets a hand in. Handball from McDonald, the birthday boy this afternoon. Martin hacks it off the ground. Who's going to run onto this one first? It's all Balwyn. Weatherald. Back to Milhausen. Milhausen over the top. Great mark going back at the flight of the ball by Tregear, who spins out of a bit of trouble as well. That looked lovely. Handball through back to Gilchrist, who does some spinning of his own. Back to Tregear. Inside 50 now, low ball. Danny Hughes, good mark on the lead out in front. Handballs to Tregear. This would be a great play from Shane Tregear. Oh, Gordon and Goebbels, no chat. They both spent it before they had it. Either of them could have taken that mark. They've just cost themselves a shot on goal there, the Tigers, just through lack of talk. We'll have a ball up right at the top of the square. Tempone and Haynes up in the ruck for either side. Tempone's going to get a free kick.
Just
he
sloppy.
copped an errant juke to the nose. A little bit unlucky Certainly accidental, but a free kick nonetheless. And Tempone, from as good as directly in front, 5 metres out, is going to go back to try and put the third goal on the board and stop a run of 5 consecutive goals from Noble Park.
Yeah, can't afford to be giving the Tigers easy goals here.
Has to go through, and the left foot kicks a shocker. He misses it, and it cops a little rub of the head too on the way past. That's inexcusable from there. 2-7 Balwyn now, 19. Noble Park 6-6-42. And I thought early they might have been kicking themselves out of it. Now they can't even kick them to get themselves back in it.
Gee, even I've missed them there from kick to kick, Paul.
No, well, you're not playing Division 1 EFL footy, Brash.
And it's not only the missed goal, it's the momentum shift that would have come with it.
Absolutely. If they go down the other end now and put one through, that's a backbreaker.
It's a fair old roost. That's gone right to the middle of the ground there from Morrison. Noble Park will regain possession here through Tobin. Kick out wide. The only man out there, Tregear. He'll lead in the chase. I think the boundary line might beat all comers. And eventually it rolls over in front of McDonald.
One of the recent criticisms about Noble Park is they've been not been able to get near the ball, contested and in the stoppages. Going back to a man-on-man situation, they're starting to back themselves and they're starting to find that form again.
So Tempone wins a tap down, cross in front position, tried to get it away, eventually got his handball over to Gordon. Now they find a bit of space. Tregear gets it away to Weatherald, working in a phone box, and now they find a bit of space. Roach kicks up towards half forward. It's a 2-on-1, and the 2 almost wins out. Umpire said that one did win out.
By Hughes.
Been held.
Hughes at centre half forward. Short chip kick over the top to Cross was dangerous, but he's going to play on and kicked into an empty goal square. The skipper's there as well,
good goal.
But in the end it's a goal the way of Sean Cross, and that's the one that they desperately needed, the Balwyn Football Club. And it's their third on the board. 3-7-25. Noble Park 6-6-42. 16 minutes gone, second term here on EFL Game Day.
Just about to mention they had to find a way to get Cross back into the game, because for the 16 minutes in this second term, he hadn't done much. He did some good work on the halfback flank a moment ago. Before that, it took a great mark from the kick from Hughes, and the finish was just as good. So he's a super player, Sean Cross, and when the ball is in his hands more often than not, Balwyn are going to be competitive. So good from him, and hopefully that kick starts the rest of this second term, who the Balwyn Footy Club really need to fight back. And Roach,
what's going on?
He's got to burst away from this stoppage, and sure, umpire's has paid a free kick to Balwyn. So it begs the question: when is an advantage? The
advantage of the free 20 metres in front of him wasn't enough.
Exactly. And so Weatherall takes a free kick and swings around on the left, inside 50. There's Matty Lee at the drop of the ball. Smart kick. Gordon's in this as well. Goebels in his rather.
Goals.
He's got plenty of time, plenty of space, and plenty of talent. Jeffy Goebels from the boundary. There's your Chiropedic betting goal of the day so far. That's a river from Jeffy Goebels. His second. They got 2 quick ones. Marches back to 11. Can you believe it?
It just shows you, right, that if you make a simple mistake, very simple, basic mistakes, Balwyn can make you into the contest here.
It's one of those games that no side wants to win at the moment.
No, that's right.
Gain some ascendancy and then all of a sudden let the other side back in. As Cross tries to get his kick away, Martin ends up giving a handball out to Fake, who just roosts one inside 40. Looking for a marking option, finds it. Door. Man on the mark about 45 from home.
Should be 25. He's taking that mark right, I reckon, right where the paint of 40 was.
So, man on the mark's pretty... He'll have to kick from 55. And looks pretty confident with it as well. Comes in now to stem the flow of 2 straight goals. The Balwyn likes it off the boot, might not have the distance, and in the end it's touched right on the line. And it through for 1 behind. So 6-7-43 Noble Park. Balwyn 4-7-31. 2 straight kicks in it. The Bulls lead this one on EFL Game Day.
Criddle Penderbury from fullback. Of course, the older brother of Collingwood Premiership superstar Scott. Norm Smith medalist, 3-time Anzac Day medalist. Not a bad footballer, Scott. Chris just as good too. There's a long kick from him out to the centre wing position. He was looking for Fraser. Just hits his hands and goes out of bounds for a boundary show. And right out in front of our Chiropedic betting boundary riders, which is where we'll go right now.
There's a couple of quick goals from Cross and Galbez. It's just given really a lot of enthusiasm for the Balwyn team, and the local crowd is just finding a lot of voice now.
There's almost a 5-goal margin before, and all of a sudden it's just back to 2 kicks. The Campbell from Meason looking for Roach, but it's stopped right outside of the kick. Bounces up towards half forward. Tregear goes back in and lends some support for the Tigers. Kick up to Goebels on centre wing in front of Robertson. Takes the mark. Handballs to Weatherald. It goes to Hughes. Strong grab. And umpire might pay 25 here. Geordie bucking him. He doesn't. Handballs back to Goebels. Short to Gilchrist. Right out in the middle of the ground. He's got Bain out wide and Kennedy as well. They can raffle it. Work on the mark there. Short ball. Kick over the top to Bain. Strong mark on the lead. Kemperman makes him earn every bit of it. Strong grab.
That's Balwyn football.
Kemperman wearing him like a glove.
I think he's rolled straight over his ankle too. He's a bit ginger.
Absolutely earned that mark. Hard up against the boundary line he is. It's going to take a good kick. Not the hardest spot on this ground here at SEN Park. Just hangs it out to the left-hand side. Drifting in and almost taking a great mark was Gilchrist. It's a great tackling on the line. We'll have a ball up about a metre out from goal.
He is extremely lucky not to be having a free kick against him. He tried to take
Trying
him
to
all
score
off.
the try.
Yeah.
Dorr, that's pretty dumb footy from Brett Dorr. That's a free kick.
Deliberate.
It's gone through on the full from the ruck contest. And it has to be a free kick to the Balwyn Footy Club. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Learn the rules, Dory!
Free kick every day of the week. Bit of advice from up here on the balcony too. I don't mind hearing that. And Danny Hughes, the former South Corden Bulldog,
footy, Dory!
will take the free kick a metre out from goal. No, Hughes is giving it up. Jeffy Goebbels is going to take it. Oh no, made an absolute mess of it. Absolute mess of it. And it'll be a free kick to the Bulls in the opposite forward pocket.
The Tiger supporters went quiet pretty quick.
And the free kick's going to go the way of Ben Joby.
Benny Joby right at fullback. In enemy territory at the moment. And kicks up towards centre wing commentary side. Massive pack fly, no one could take the mark. Fake eventually got his kick away. Managed to find Martin, tackled as he kicked it by Fraser. Anderson also in there as well. It's a hot football and Roach sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds. Just says, how do you do to Craig Anderson? Pretty sure Ando's got the points in that battle.
So far, yes.
In terms of career.
Yes.
Particularly in the Eastern Footy League. A legend of EFL footy as Tobin takes it away. Kick up towards half forward. Allen just couldn't pick it up. So I think it might be Harper. And eventually gives it away. Got Leibson. He was tackled, wrapped up very quickly by Anderson. And now they can try and get it away. Harper eventually gets it inside forward 50. Wright just shuffled Pendlebury out of the battle, but couldn't make the most of it. And Weatherall will take it away off half back for Balwyn.
Does not waste the footy, this boy, Jacko Weatherall. No exception there. Short ball through Tregear, who's owned that far wing in the last 10 minutes. And Fake, drifting across, takes a strong mark at centre half back. Handballs to Kemperman, who sent it back to where it was before, but there's plenty of balls and there's plenty of space. It's Keane and Monaghan. They're going to rappel it together. It sits up for Keane, who kicks it in the direction of Wright, over the top of his head. Then he back towards the goal square, off the ground! Oh, Cody it was, just to the wrong side of the stick. And behind there, good footy from the Bulls. They moved it quick. And good work there from Mitch Kent and Keane as well at half forward. Roach in the middle of the ground, wastes no time. Fast moving of the footy. Finds Johnny Meeson, the former Melbourne big man, who takes the mark. Handballs, I think it's a Fraser it was, who's got crossed. Tregear, who's on fire at the moment. Tregear looks to go to Weatherall, who was on his wrong side, so he doesn't handball it there. The left foot kick from Tregear in the direction of Goebbels. Gets rid of Robertson. He's got time, he's got space. He's got his third goal. Oh, Jeffy Goebbels. He's turned the game on its head from that forward pocket in this term. Another great goal from the same spot, his third. The margin back to just 7 points here. Noble Park 6-8-44, Balwyn 5-7-37. The stand-in skipper has 3, and he's got another contender for the Chiropedic pinning goal of the day.
And that's why he was the EFL captain, because it's moments of inspiration that get your side back into a contest, and he's done that in this quarter so far, Dyson.
That was exactly what Brett Moyle said when he awarded him the captaincy. He said he kicks big goals in big games, and that's exactly what he's done with 2 in this second term, 1 in the first so far. But Noble Park try and go forward once again. Harper was tackled, eventually got it away to Dorr. Held without it, there was Anderson. Now Balwyn regained possession, although not very well. Got Leibson, eventually gets it away to Cross. Now they go out to half back, but Fake is all there by himself. There's a shepherding, I think it was against Giobi. So Weatherall gets the free kick, finds Roach, handballs over the top to Gilchrist, who can run to 40 and send this one home. Decides to go short, looking for Goebbels. Probably could have gone home.
I reckon that was really poor judgment there by Taylor Gilchrist. He had an open goal. He should have just gone straight for it.
Two Goebbels conscious there. What you can fall into, that trap when the guy is hot.
24 minutes second term. All deep in the pocket here for Balwyn.
Just went to him that one time too many.
So, trying to get around one here. Fraser O'Regan tried to throw it on the boot. Now gaining possession there was Kelly. And kicks out wide, finds a bit of touch. That one's going to go very deep. And eventually it's over the boundary line by Roche. About 50 metres out from the Balwyn goal.
I know Balwyn have got back into the contest, but I reckon that I think Dan Donati still will not be happy, and I think we'll be hearing his vocal tones at half-time.
Gone 25 minutes here in the second term. We've seen some Noble Park dominance, and Balwyn have fought back nicely. And ball out there from Ghent. Was looking for Robertson. O'Regan comes in and picks it up, and Robertson deals with him.
It's that genuine half of two quarters.
It
and,
is.
You know, that
It is. Quarter of two halves,
however you want to put it.
Fake and Meeson again.
Shut your mouth
Gets the
sometimes.
tap down to Joby, who gives away the free kick for a high fend-off. It's there every day of the week. It's a bit stiff, but it's there. To the other way of Cross. They've got plenty of numbers back here, the Bulls, so it's going to have to be smart here, Cross.
Already 25 gone.
It's got Gordon in a one-on-one, and there's a bloke you want to kick it to in a one-on-one. Gordon, Tregear down there, and Gordon! Oh, as if on cue, he read the script. You could see that happening from a mile away. Takes the mark over Corrigan. And this to cut the margin back to a point.
We've talked about a bloke like Benji Obi being, taking the EFL by storm, but this guy really is, he's come to play since he started in the EFL. Tell you what, he's a nice build, takes a nice mark, moves like a sleek Jaguar, this boy.
See how he goes here. 15 metres out. Barely an angle to speak of. We saw Tempone miss one from the same spot. Gordon won't make the same mistake. That's gone straight through the middle. He's got two. The margin back to a point. 6-8-44 plays 6-7-43. A cracking game of footy for Queen's birthday weekend.
Yeah, these are the contests that we love, Paul. Close, with no give and take in this one.
26 and a half minutes gone, second term. Not too much longer to half-time, I would suspect.
No.
We wait for the ball to be returned.
Boundary.
Across boundary side. Thanks to Chiropedic betting, Esmond Aponso.
Even though the Noble Park rotten fake is doing really well, but just the ball, the sharking and just the movement of the ball from Balwyn is fantastic and giving them opportunities now.
Certainly is. This ball's back in the middle once again, and now Noble Park will try and clear away through the legs there of Monaghan. Couldn't make the most of it. Now it comes out to the centre wing. Fraser was held without an umpire's call, play on. Bull picked it up and ran with it. Now goes in towards the forward 50. Dor hasn't he been super today?
Has been.
Turned it on early in this term.
What's going on here?
I think Jordan Buckingham's going to bring him back on his mark. I think the kick initially wasn't all that flash, so he'd be more than happy for it to come back. 27 and a half minutes gone. So Dor with it, 60 from his goal at the White Horse Road end of the ground here at SEM Park. Elects to go long. Now to the hot spot, 25 metres out directly in front, can't find a fly. Plenty of numbers round at the bottom of the pack, it just smothered and now Balwyn a chance to get it away. Wright was held by Keane, going nowhere. And we'll have another ball up.
Just starting to slow down the last couple of minutes, which is probably fair enough, seeing as the first 20 minutes of that quarter was played at such a frenetic pace. Haynes is on ground level, went on hands and knees. It's when they've been able to get on top when Fake's been out of the ruck and Haynes has gone in. He'll go up here against Tempone. He'll get the tap down too. He's looking for Wright. Goes through his hands. It's Pendlebury in the face. Drops to ground level. Anderson's there on hands and knees. Wright's quick snap out of the pack just onto the hands. It goes back to Martin. His left foot kick up towards the goal square. Tries to go through, but eventually doesn't. Just waiting for that one to be bundled over for a rush behind, but eventually we'll see a ball up next to the behind post. Throw in, same thing. It'll be Haynes. This time will be Wright and Tempone. Wright just gets rid of Tempone. Far too strong, far too big. And the Tigers good enough to relieve a little bit of the pressure, at least for the time being. Millhausen sit underneath that, take a good grab. Uncontested in the end. Centre half back, Johnny Millhausen.
Numbers everywhere, he just can't make up his mind.
Exactly, plenty of options, and you think he'll just play the percentages, and that's exactly what he does. Hughes, good mark over the back there by Morrison Ryan. He's got to use should use his left foot. Might swing out back across here, find a teammate in the middle of the ground. It's exactly what he does. There's a lot of air on it, though. Gives everybody a chance to come and have a crack at it. No one able to take the mark. Gordon that time. Lands like a cat with the footy in hand. Keen. Opportunistic. Inside forward 50. Right at the back. Over the top of Gottlieb's and hands to it. Couldn't take the mark. He's done that a few times today. Sharon in dispute now. Right too big and too strong. Just lets the footy come out. McDonald handballs out wide to Weatherald. And his first mistake by foot. It had to happen at some stage, and it's out of bounds on the full. Out in front of the nets. Wright's got hands to a lot of ball this afternoon. Just hasn't been able to clunk the big mark. Beach has the free kick. Be a tough ask from there. Hard up against the boundary line. Wrong side for a right footer. About 40 metres out. Gone 30 minutes here, so can't be too long left. Let's see how that looks off the boot. Oh, he loves every bit of it. That's a great kick. That's a big-time goal right on the half-time siren. 7-8-50 the Bulls. Balwyn 6-7-43. Just to show uncontested shots on goal. Well, you make of them what you will. And Beach made the absolute most out of that. His first, 7 points, 30.5 minutes gone here in the second corner.
Just a little important momentum shift just back to Noble Park, just on the stroke of half-time.
About a minute to go.
Benefits of being right next to the timekeepers.
Yep.
I'll keep you updated all through the afternoon, because this one looks like it's going to go right down to the wire. Timpone tries to get it around. He's swung around 3 times. Umpire let him go. Tobin takes the mark for Noble Park at half-back, kicks wide, finds his target there in Monaghan, who goes further afield looking for Keane. Marked unopposed, about 50 from home. Hard up against the boundary line. Moving on, can't be too much longer left. Looks like he's going to back himself in. Top of the square. Now he eventually goes for the short chip kick and finds it. And plucking it out of the air there was Kyle Martin. A great mark contested, and this would be handy. This will make it 13 points right on the stroke of half-time, Brash.
You would expect Kyle Martin, a player of his class, to slot this right through the middle on the eve of half-time.
Already has one for the quarter. Just to make it 2 and make it a 2-goal lead for the Bulls. Comes in now and stays it right, but manages to sneak it through. And his second on the board, and a 13-point lead to the Noble Park Football Club. 8-8-56 Noble Park, Balwyn 6-7-43. Just when you think one side's gaining a bit of momentum, the other side just plucks them back.
With a minute and a half to go in this quarter, the margin was a point.
Yep.
And all of a sudden it's out to 13. That's a real back-breaking work in terms of what Dan Donati would be thinking. To give away 2 goals in absolute red time in the second half.
Doesn't get any red. It was almost.
But unusually, we've gone 32 minutes too. So I mean, it's been a long quarter.
Yeah, but these are the important parts of games. That's a great tackle for Kyle Martin back in the middle of the ground. The sun's shining here at SEN Park too. We've seen some rain. Now we're seeing some sun. So we're not too far away. 13-point lead after that. They opened up. There it is. So that's the end of the second quarter. That was a bloody good quarter of footy, that Brasher.
10 goals.
The Bulls opened up a 4-goal lead at one stage. The Tigers cut it back to a point, and now it's 13 points at the main interval. We're in for a cracking second half of footy.
Well, we are, and the fact is that once again, Noble Park, look, they just love coming down to SEN Park. This game to them means a hell of a lot, and they've come to play in the first half. The question is, can they go on with it in the second half?
The multiple goal scorers for Balwyn. Goebbels has 3 and Nathan Gordon has a couple. And for the Bulls, 2 to Wright and 2 to Martin. We'll have a short ad break here. When we come back, we'll have the halftime show. Plenty to talk about there. So make sure you stay right here on 98.1 FM Radio Eastern, the home of the Eastern Football League.
Hey, man. I've got some weekend goals. First, wake up around lunchtime. Oh, yeah. Second, go into Pancake Parlour and get one of their traditional breakfasts because it's served till 5 p.m. every day.
You gotta go to Pancake Parlour for your weekend goals. Yeah, what else?
And then when I'm all full,
like in your belly,
just sit on the couch and watch me team kick some winning goals.
Bang, goal!
Pancake Parlour's weekend goals.
Up and about and lovely.
Program sponsor.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I could put together a really cool playlist.
Frank Sinatra.
Elton John.
Beethoven.
John Lennon.
Boy bands.
A lot of 90s.
I'd certainly not be opposed to people dancing.
Finger food.
Party pies.
Homemade pickles.
I'd like some cakes. There will be fairy bread.
Twinks.
I have a thing for pink lemonade.
And lots of coffee.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
Bigger and better in season 2016, Netball EFL is back. The fastest growing competition in the eastern suburbs continues to expand. Don't miss the fast-paced action every Friday night across multiple venues. For more information or to get involved, head to efl.org.au. EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos, and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to efl.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best.
Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct for mattresses, bases, beds, electric beds, trundle beds, quality pillows, as well as custom-sized mattresses made to measure. Factory Direct locations around Melbourne and country Victoria. To keep up to date on the latest sales, fun facts and news, go to Facebook, search and like Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct, and you'll join over 17,000 Facebook fans. Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct. Buy direct from the factory and never pay retail prices again. Or shop online at chiropedic.net.au.
Program sponsor.
EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos, and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to efl.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D, get a lift from a mate and hope for the best when they fly home?
What about A for A1 Airport Parking?
At A1 Airport Parking, get 2 days for $25, 3 days for $34, or get 7 days parking for just $69. And at just 5 minutes from the airport, they'll get you there in time for your flight and pick you up when you get home. Show your footy or sporting club membership anytime you park and get 10% off. A1airportparking.com.au.
Program sponsor.
Live and local every Saturday for Pancake Parlour EFL Game Day.
Can he bring the house down, Robbie? They go charging into Division 2.
Stutter step. Now sends it on its way. This one's going to go long. And straight through, Jeff. Pass. Gee, that was poetry in motion, to use the cliche. Braden Cross! Come at the moment, come at the man!
EFL Game Day, 1 through to 6 Saturdays on 98.1 Radio Eastern. All thanks to the Pancake Parlour. Lovely.
Welcome back to SEN Park, and it's the big Queen's Birthday clash between Balwyn and Noble Park. And at half-time, it's a 13-point lead to Noble Park. Noble Park 8-8-56, leading Balwyn 6-7-43. And it's been a really, really good clash this afternoon. And CB, give us some stats for Choose Tap.
In that second quarter, Balwyn pretty good in most category stats-wise, but yet Noble Park definitely had the better quarter. Probably the one standout stat that indicates Noble Park's superiority. Inside 50s, 19-10, and that was despite Balwyn having 48 uncontested possessions, Noble Park only 27. Noble Park winning the contested ball by 1, 43-42. Clearances 17-15 the way of Balwyn. Tregear had 8 disposals that quarter, was very good, particularly as the quarter progressed. And Kyle Martin, 9 disposals for the quarter, obviously the 2 goals as well, key, and 2 tackles, so he's up to 22 disposals and 5 marks at halftime.
Yeah, well, you know, you look at it. I said he'd only get 25, and we're just about done. We've done half the game.
You meant 25 in a half, didn't you?
No, yeah.
I tell you what, if he has 25 for the game, I'm pretty sure Balwyn will win.
I just think, though, I mean, look, it's been a game of halves in both quarters. Balwyn dominated the first 15 minutes and probably the last 12 minutes of the second quarter. and Noble Park controlled the last 10-15 of the first quarter, the first 10-15 of the second, and the last 2 minutes to get that 2-goal lead. And as Dyson joins us back after for the halftime break, Dyson, it's a game of fluctuating fortunes for both sides.
Like I said during the quarter, we're sort of in this holding pattern where no side really has taken any sort of ascendancy. I mean, Noble Park could have gone into halftime with a 25-point lead, and all of a sudden they were potentially going in with a 1-point lead.
Yep.
And then they kicked 2 to make it. It's a really odd game. I've actually liked it at the moment. I think it's both sides are playing it probably 150%, which is going to tire eventually. The game will open up, space will open up, which it's not something we say on this ground too often, but I just think at the moment it's playing right into Noble Park's hands, and if they continue to dominate the contest the way that they have, they will win this game by nigh on 4 goals.
So, but in saying that though, if the game does open up, Noble Park will still have to play that type of full intensity type game to keep with Balwyn. If Balwyn get off the leash, can they sort of blow the game apart and put it beyond Noble Park's room?
I genuinely don't think that'll happen.
Okay, no, that's fair enough.
I just, there's this weird, I don't know what it is, but there's just been a couple of moments where there's been un-Balwyn-like disposals.
Yeah, well, that one of Tregear, that was lazy and very sloppy.
Just, it's almost like they're over-cautious in disposal, particularly in the back line. With the back line that they've got, they shouldn't be worried about the disposal efficiency. They know that they've got the skill and finesse of guys like Pendlebury and Weatherall that are going to get it out cleanly. But there just seems to be a fair bit of panic. A lot of the younger guys seem to be feeling the pressure in this game. I don't know what it is, but, Godliebsen's had a couple of touches that have sprayed. Weatherall has been clean, but he's still struggling to find a bit of open space. But the guys that usually have the impact of the guys that are struggling at the moment, and unless they can pick it up, I think Noble Park's going to pretty. But on the flip side, the younger guys, Noble Park players, Keane and those sort of guys, are the guys that are actually standing up.
Yep. Alana, what have you thought? What are your thoughts on the grain of the game being on the boundary? Where do you see the game heading yourself?
Well, I think if it opens up, then that would probably suit Balwyn, to be honest, because even though they have been a little bit inefficient with their disposals, some of their use by foot has been absolutely outstanding, and I don't think that Noble Park can match them with that. In saying that, though, Noble Park are real competitive beasts at the contest. They're really tough. They're really strong in and under. And I think if the game stays in that kind of vein, then Noble Park will probably hold on and be able to maybe even break away a little bit more. It is interesting, though. We were looking, and you've spoken a little bit about both of the full forwards. Jeff Goebbels is just an outstanding player. And I know you said he kicks goals in the big moments, but it's not just that. He was up at half back, taking really strong marks, pushing up, helping out. He's really balanced. He can turn them inside out. He can take a mark on a lead. He's just a super player. And for me, down the other end, the full forward right, he just hasn't seemed to go into the game at all. He hasn't taken a mark. He hasn't asserted any dominance. He hasn't really... he's kicked a couple of goals, but he just really hasn't demanded the football and hasn't taken a strong grab and hasn't led up, and he hasn't even used his body, and he's got a lot of body, and he has not used it against his opponent on any occasion to rip in that ball, and that's been disappointing for me.
Would it be fair to say, though, Alana, it's just a case of a player that just hasn't played enough football in his case, so that he just can't get to the contest, or do you think he's not working as hard enough as... He's not working hard enough?
Oh, look, I think if you're playing First Division football, you should be able to play football at a very high standard, whether you've played football a lot, whether you haven't played football for a while. I don't think there's any excuse. If you're in there and you're lined up at full forward, you should be one of the best full forwards in the competition. And from what I've seen so far, I'm not seeing that. I could be completely wrong. The second half, he could come out, he could take 5 really strong grabs and kick 5 goals, and I'm going to look like a goose. More than happy to wear that. But at the moment, 2 really different full forwards at either end, and I know which one that I will pay to watch any day of the week at the moment.
I really like that second term of Brett Dorr. For a guy who the last couple of times we've seen Noble Park hasn't done a great deal, but always seems to have an impact in games. his ability at centre-half forward to create an option, particularly in a side that doesn't have a genuine key forward at the moment. I mean, Shane Allen's good, but he hasn't been great so far. I just think he's been excellent so far this afternoon. We might take a short break from reviewing this game through its eyes. We might head around the globe and around Australia to see what's making news. Clint Stanaway, the 9 Newsroom. Very good afternoon to you, mate. Is it? We might see if we can get Clint.
It's fine.
Going back to the game itself, just while we get Clint back on the line, we might get a couple of your stats quickly, Grant.
Just the one I wanted to point out. He's ball on plus 23 in the first half for uncontested possessions, but they're behind in the inside 50s by 12. That indicates to me they've been overusing the ball, particularly using the outer wing that whole quarter, maintaining the same game plan. I think that's too predictable. Maybe on a bigger ground you can open up the spaces and move the ball quicker, but I think Noble Park have been pushing them towards the wings, and Balwyn are playing right into Noble Park's hands.
I think one of the things quickly, Dyson, about Brett Dorr over the last couple of seasons is I think he's been injured. He's had to carry injury in a side that's been really struggling over the last couple of seasons, and I reckon he's toiled pretty manfully. When he's on song, like he's shown in this game, he can be a very dangerous power forward.
Yeah, definitely. He's really big. Like he's got a really big, strong body. He's actually quite quick for his size as well. And he's managing even when he is behind to get in front in those contests.
Alana, I'd almost think they could possibly take a risk with him and go with him one out at full forward against young Matthew North and try and stretch him out, maybe stretch him out in the second half. It's something that they could think about if Pever runs out of legs, which he possibly could.
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely shown that he can take a contested grab, so why not if they need to roll the dice? At the moment, they don't need to roll the dice. They're the team that are 13 points ahead. Yeah. It's really the Balwyn Tigers that need to roll the dice and try something different, because what they're doing at the moment is being matched at every single stop.
Yep. And he's still having an impact where he is. He in that first sort of 7 to 8 minutes where they really dominated, he was the key up forward, and he actually created all the options that they managed to kick goals from, and I think that's probably the biggest thing that we've seen so far. I might try and get some of those around the ground scores.
Yeah, we have.
So a 32-point lead to Norwood over Knox, 7-3-45. Norwood Knox 2-1-13. North Ringwood by 37 points, 7-5-47, lead Blackburn 1-4-10. South Croydon over Roval by 2 points. South Croydon 5-1-31, Roval 4-5-29. Vermont have opened up a commanding lead at halftime, 8-6-54. They lead by 33 points over Doncaster, 3-3-21. Bayswater by 15 points over Lilydale. Murrelbach have regained the ascendancy in their game over East Burwood by 12 points. Mulgrave by 33 points over Mitcham. No score from Montana South and Croydon. And Doncaster East, 7-1-43, lead the Waverley Blues 4-11-35 by 8 points.
Yeah, and, it's, like I said, it's a great contest out here. Looks like we're going to be rain-free for the rest of the afternoon. I think it's going to be conducive for a really good second half for Alana.
Yeah, most definitely. Just one thing I wanted to touch on with you, Brash. Balwyn, he's been in and out of the game. When he's been on, I think Balwyn looked far superior. I think the key maybe for them having the win is to actually get him to play the next half and be commanding across the field for that next half. And if they can do that, I think it'll go a long way into them winning. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, Sean Cross, we were talking about this upstairs before. He just seems to be... at times he probably needs to be interchanged off because of the fact he has such an impact. Because he's not only... at one contest he's getting the ball, but the next he's always at the next contest doing the front and square things that you want from a small thing. But he's one play, he can't do it all, and I think at times that as good as an athlete as what Sean Cross is, he just can't be everywhere on the ground. But I do agree with you, he's a really key playmaker, and he's going to have to really lift a bit more in the second half.
Certainly going to be an interesting affair, that's for sure, as both sides are out on SEN Park. We are getting ready for a start in this second half. And
hello.
We might cross to the Channel 9 newsroom now. Have we got you, Clint?
Oh, got me loud and clear.
Beautiful.
Not sure what happened there, but look, we'll take a quick
art of
spin of the
technology.
headlines right here, right now. It's been a really tragic start to the long weekend with 2 men dead, another airlifted to hospital after a single vehicle crash near Bairnsdale. Also tonight at 6, detectives are investigating a fatal stabbing in Campbell. We'll have the latest. Thousands line the streets to pay their respects to the great Muhammad Ali as a farewell procession weaves through his hometown. In the US, this really extraordinary vision has emerged of a cowboy stopping a thief in his tracks with a lasso. Emily Rice has stopped in to catch up with Collingwood tragic Nuffy, you might say, Joffa, after memorabilia was stolen from his home. Speaking of the Pies, Travis Cloak is in action at Casey, of all places, this afternoon. He's booted a goal so far. This, of course, after his accident. Ed Woolley has spoken to Cloak about his future. That's one not to miss. And it's a tight match in progress at the Adelaide Oval between the Port and the Dogs. Corey Norris has all the highlights, plus the latest from the NBA Finals, where Golden State is within touching distance of back-to-back championships. That is all coming up at 6 o'clock.
Sharp from you, as always, Clint Stanaway. We'll see your face at 6 p.m. tonight on Channel 9 News. Thanks very much to Clint Stanaway.
Thanks
for holding the line for us, particularly when we couldn't quite get him to air, but we eventually got there, and we do appreciate him holding on for us as we're just about to get underway in the second term. Second half, we might take a short break. We'll be back right after this on EFL Game Day.
Hey, man.
Yeah, man.
Hope we win this weekend.
Oh, I hope we win too. Because I want to kick some weekend goals at Pancake Parlour after the game.
Because if your AFL team wins, you can go in and get a free sweet pancake with any savoury menu item purchase.
Oh, free pancake. First your team wins and then your belly wins.
It's win-win, man.
Claim your free sweet pancake with any savoury item purchase just by showing your winning team's colours.
Or your team membership.
At any Pancake Parlour this weekend.
Oh, and don't forget, check out Facebook for this week's offer.
Lovely.
Program sponsor.
EFL.org.au is the place to be online for all the latest on the Eastern Football League. Keep up to date by checking out the latest news and feature articles. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos, and best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. Head to EFL.org.au. The Eastern Football League. Local footy at its best.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D...
Welcome back to SEN Park, start of the second half, and great work from Balwyn. They get the first touch out of the middle, they go forward through Roach. Ball's supposed to ground, plenty of numbers around, including Bull for Noble Park, but he gives it away. Trickier goes deep into the pocket and finds Gordon, who just can't take the mark. Ball swirls over the boundary line and out of bounds. So if you've just joined us, you missed a cracker first half, and we hope for a cracker second half. 8-8-56 were Noble Park. Balwyn 6-8-44 now with that first point. We've played just over 30 seconds in this second half. Kick from Noble Park out of defence, went wide, very wide in fact, almost to the boundary line, but they managed just to sneak it in. Interesting to note that Taylor Gilchrist has only just come out of the rooms. And he's got a jacket on, so potentially may not see too much action in this third term. We'll get our chiropedic betting boundary riders to keep an eye on him. Ball wide, hard up against the boundary line, commentary side wing. And the kick from Anderson to go forward went straight out of bounds on the full. And it'll be a free kick going the way of the Tigers.
You reckon the first 10 minutes of this quarter, mate, is going to be important for both sides in this contest?
So Wright gets the free kick, true centre wing, commentary side. Wasn't all that flash, got Leibson under a lot of pressure. Roach is now going to do a bit of clean-up work, eventually gets his handball away. That wasn't flash. It's doing it all the hard way at the moment, the Balwyn Footy Club. And now they turn it over. Peever Wright kicks straight into the face of Tom Roach. And now a chance for Balwyn to clear away, bouncing ball. Milhuisen gets it away. Tempone dropped it. And it'll be a free kick going the way of the Bulls. Vergam fake to give it away. You've turned the wrong mark on Paul Semertzidis.
Handballs to Giobi.
Mitch Gent.
Get it on the wing. Sorry, I wasn't sure if my mic was on or not. I was confused.
We got there eventually.
So there's Gent, the former Casey vice-captain, who thumps it down to half-forward. Tregear, who was awesome in that second term at ground level. Anderson, what a great pickup that was. Handballs to Martin, he's already kicked one goal on the left. There's the bounce! Oh, straight through! He's kicked the last two of this game. You got one just before the break, and now one just after. 9-8-62, the Bulls. Ball went 6-8-44. The margin back out to 3 straight goals. And talk about making something out of nothing.
That was just vintage. Craig Anderson there, front and square, created the opportunity and the shepherd. Great to see Ando playing still quality football for the Noble Park Football Club. He's just an absolute superstar, this man.
It's the one-touch pickup.
Yep.
It was just fantastic.
Oh, Martin, right place, right time, and Anderson, right place, right time as he gets a tap down from Bergham fake. Shane Allen tries to get there. Good work there from North to put a pressure on, and now they can try and clear away. Milhuisen's handball wasn't all that flash. Roach with a lot of work to do. He's got to beat 3. Should have been kicking in danger. Cody runs into a bit of traffic, but eventually gets his handball away, and now they can just steady the ship through Beach. And centre half forward.
That was the goal he kicked before half time.
Yeah. At 60 out, decides to go long, deep in the pocket. Allen will fly. Can he bring it down? Can't. Cody's going to swoop on it. So too Harper. Bouncing. Hits the woodwork and through for one behind. That would have been goal of the century.
Right out in front of the Noble Park faithful as well. You can hear the crowd lifting a notch.
9-9-63 Noble Park ball and 6-8-44.
There's Penderbury, plays to himself and goes long to centre half back. Gordon tries to take it on the chest. And it just bounces off and goes out of bounds right out in front of the Balwyn bench. I don't know about you, but I reckon the time Dan Donati, you've got Tommy Roach the half forward. He's absolute waste of time across that half back line.
One of the things that's surprising me is...
Cleaning up the issues at the moment.
There's Cross, tries to kick the ball off the ground at ground level. Can't quite do that. Handballs it out but into a bit of space, but only Noble Park players there. Cole Martin was one, Wright's in the front spot. Again, he's not able to take the mark. He's dropped a lot of marks today, Big Peever Wright. Handballs of the John variety of the Balwyn version to Tregear. He kicks it to Roach at centre half back. He's got Matt North out in front of us here.
He's fallen into his own trap.
It's the short left foot kicked across. Goes out wide. Weatherall's all by himself on the wing. Short ball again to Meeson.
That's play of the day.
Does the old 1-2 with Jacko Weatherall. Up to centre half forward, looking for Bain. Bounces over his head. Gordon gets around a few tackles. Tries to handball to a teammate with too many Noble Park numbers around the ball, and they've got the run of the play. It's all working for them at the moment. There's North to Tempone, to O'Regan. Just drops the footy. Giobi gets a free kick for too high, and they earned that, the Bulls. The ball into side just crumbling under a bit of pressure there. Giobi.
Out wide.
Boundary.
Finds Ryan. Ryan to centre wing. Martin kicks further afield. Kemperman, work rate's lifted, but can't quite get to this one. We'll cross boundary side thanks to Chiropedic betting.
Taylor Grick has just taken off the jacket. He's ready to come on. He's just on the interchange there.
That's what I like to hear. So Chiropedic betting boundary riders doing it all at the moment. Giobi, third man up. He's one of the shortest men on the ground and just punched it forward. Tregear managed to claim it. Now kicks towards half forward. 2-on-2. And everyone falls over trying to swoop on it now. There was Hughes. Couldn't quite pick it up. And now they turn it over. Cole Martin swoops and kicks towards centre wing. Beach over his head. Through North's legs. Comedy of errors. But Beach has managed to end up with it and finds Allen. He couldn't take the mark at full forward. And Wright a chance to clear away for the Tigers.
Wright swings across the ground. Fake almost got the juke in there. O'Regan takes it, turns around and plays on straight away. He's got Fraser out wide, but Weatherall on the wrong side for a left footer. So he has to use Roach, who's running past in support. He's got a teammate over the top. That's Bain. The Campbell from Roach was an absolute shocker.
It's like calling circle work at the moment.
At the feet of Bain, and that skill to skill level, he's not going to win you too many games of footy in Division 1.
For the first time in many a long while, Balwyn's decision-making, especially in this game, has to be questioned.
Their execution, their basic skills is not very Balwyn-like. There's Fraser, whose kick around the corner sends the Tigers inside 50. The Bulls are able to repel, but it's going to come straight back through Cross, who takes a mark at centre half forward. On the lead.
Yep.
Going to get the free kick, but Weatherall's got to play on. He takes the advantage, and he kicks the goal. No, Geordie Buckingham, for crying out loud, that's twice the Balwyn Footy Club. First in the second quarter and once again there. What's the advantage rule in play if you're not going to give it in a situation like that? The game's not about you, Geordie Buckingham.
So this one's going to come back to Hughes.
The free kick
on the... Free kick should come back to Hughes, I think.
Unless we paid the mark, which I'm sure he didn't because he held up for about half a second.
Yeah,
it should have been an advantage,
and it
should have been a Balwyn goal. It was all very continuous. Danny Hughes from straight in front. Hopefully this kicker goal means it all means nothing, and that's exactly what happens. So we can forget about it now and move on with our lives. Danny Hughes, it's one next to his name. His first.
You can just take a breath and calm
His
down.
first born 7-8-50, Noble Park 9-9-63 on the Wayne Brasher scoreboard.
I'm Paul Semertzidis. That's my take.
Under the circumstances of the contest, that was a really badly needed goal by Balwyn because their composure has been really questionable at the start of this third quarter.
Yeah, look, not the Balwyn we've come to know over the last 4 seasons, that's for sure, but they're still well and truly in this game. A 13-point lead in favour of the Bulls. The 2 key ruckman back in the middle. This time Meeson wins out. Tap went over the head of Weatherald to his opposite number in Beach, who just handballs out in front of him. Now they've got a bit of space to work in. He'll pick up his own handball. He's held there by Gilchrist, but then in the end Martin tries to kick it over the boundary line and out of bounds. And Alana Coleman's almost given Cole Martin a hip and shoulder. So Kennedy called back on his mark from the free kick.
I think she's done enough damage to Cole Martin this afternoon. Already ripped shreds off his foot skills.
His ego's shot. Now he's got a sore shoulder.
I think he's going to retire after this.
So Kennedy.
Out of the way, Esmond.
Short chip kick. Doesn't quite find its target. It finds a host of Bulls, though, and plenty of space for Robinson to give to Giobi. Now a chance to work through with Mitchum. And Kemperman goes inside forward 50. Empty forward 50. Pendlebury will be the first to meet it. Allen will put on a lot of pressure. Just a dangerous possession, but in the end got leaps and gets it away. And now Balwyn a chance to clear through Gilchrist.
High pressure situation for the Tigers. They're up to the task here. Gilchrist takes the mark on full shot. He's got Pendlebury right back at full back. He's got calling for the ball to go in that direction. They got North out. That's a big sweeping handball to North. He's going to sit underneath it. He's got Wright coming past, Jared Wright. Short ball again in a sandwich of players. Meeson not able to take the mark. It's probably held on to. Does a full 360. Stands up in the tackle. Good work by the Bulls. Shane Allen got leaps and cuts across though. Gets a fist in. The ball just stays in. It's worked out well. He's got Cross on the other side of the ground and Roach. They can raffle it. Roach takes the ball. Handballs across to Gilchrist. They've got plenty of time and plenty of space here, the Tigers, to make something out of this. The kick from Gilchrist is very risky, I suppose. He was expecting far too much of his own skill level and far too much of Jeff Goville's, and it all amounts into a boundary thrown right out in front of the cricket nets on the far side of SEN Park.
Have you calmed down after advantage gate?
I'm very calmed down. I had to turn my microphone off for a second and just compose myself, but it's all well and good now. Gordon. Boundary line wins out once more. So more forward pocket-ish than forward flank-ish.
It's almost hard up against the point post.
Out in front of the swim mart there. It's getting a good free plug from our EFL cameras. Get in there for your swimming pool needs. It's Giobi tries to burst his way away from that pack. Hughes to Cross.
That's a throw.
It's a throw.
Throw
Cross was good enough to get the finish and put the goal through at post top, but Hughes has been pinged for not quite getting... He got done for that earlier on in the game. I think that might be a habit of his, just to try and get away with that extra second. More often than not, he will get away with it, but the umpire was bang on the money there.
Kick came out wide, big fly off the back. Great mark taken there by Giobi. And that's a genuine contender for the mark of the day, all thanks to A1 Airport Parking. He's certainly half a chance to go away with a $50 voucher. Next time he flies interstate or overseas.
Flies home to Noble Park.
It's a long way from Balwyn, that's for sure. Both geographically and just society-wise.
Yes, forget it. Demographically.
Yeah, that's the one I was looking for. And Peter Wright's kick, first game back, kicked the first and hasn't had all that much of an impact.
I think he's been okay. He just hasn't had the finish.
I like him up around the contest a little bit more. If you need a bull, he's certainly the one. Trying to get the kick out away there was O'Regan. Speaking of that man, Wright gets his kick inside 50, but a great mark taken there by Gottliebson, and he releases Pendlebury out wide.
Pendlebury to Fraser, to Roach, back to Fraser. Liam Fraser has had a pretty good game. That's Lockie Bainton is rather for the Balwyn Footy Club out there. Here's Nathan Gordon. He's going to tumble one inside the 450. It's a smart kick too. Just bouncing off the chest of a teammate there in Joel Brown, who, had he picked that up, he could have had the space to turn around and sort of do whatever he wanted.
Got excited during the week when I saw Jay Brown listed to play.
Yeah, it did. I was a bit worried about that, Dyson.
That would have been a fantastic coup for the Balwyn Footy Club. Of course, the big fella, big bad John O'Brien, still coming down here during the week and having a run around at training. The Bulls have all the running in this game so far. They lead by 13 points. They They've had a pretty good start to this second half, this premiership quarter. There's Anderson, who's played in a few premierships. He's captained some premierships in Noble Park. Here he is, releasing Keenan into some space. He drops the mark, and then the ball sits back up front. How lucky was that? Oh, and they kicked it just to the left-hand side of the stick. That would have been a great goal.
And he's Jackson Keynes let us know right in the effects mark that he's not happy with that kick.
Yeah, well, he should have put that one through. That's another opportunity.
He was gifted it the second time.
Yep,
and just
didn't
couldn't make the
hay.
most of it. So Pendlebury to do the kicking duties. His side trail by 14 points. 9-10 plays 7-8. Still in favour of the away side, the Bulls. To continue tradition, Goebbels went up unopposed. Could have been about 4 free kicks paid off the ball. None of them got paid. Gilchrist, right in the centre of Balwyn Park.
Should have gone to Roach. He's got Fraser right out wide there, all by himself. He'll go there.
Goes, manages to find Tregear, who goes further wide, hard up into the pocket, into the flank there, and in front of Hughes, right at the cricket nets here at Balwyn Park.
So they wasted that there. Sorry to sort of cut you off.
That was really
Fraser
poor.
was all by himself for 40 metres in the clear, and they just never got it to him. Let's cross down Boundary side, thanks to Chiropedic betting, Esmond Aponso.
Yeah, Balwyn just seems to be using that flank too much, and it's just sort of wasting a lot of opportunity and time. They should go to a little bit more right down the middle here.
It's almost like
it's the only dead pocket on the ground, and they continue to kick into
It's
it.
like a set play that they've got, almost NFL style, where they're waiting for their players to run their routes and waiting for the play to develop, and they're not just quite getting there. And they've done it a few times, and you get the feeling that if it works, Jesus, it'll look good and it'll amount to some shots on goal. But at the moment, it's just not working, and they're wasting a lot of footy that they've got going forward. It's Tempone and Haynes up in the ruck. Haynes brings the ball to Grant. Anderson, like a dog with a bone, just does not give that contest up. Eventually gets the handball out to Mitchum, who's tackled Tempone. There's Jared Wright, inside forward, 50 for the Tigers. Noble Park numbers at the top of the ball, Tobin.
Actually, he's done all right, Tobin.
He's looking for Gent.
Gilchrist heard footsteps.
Yeah, could have marked it, but just punched it out.
And he's
of
called
hand.
deliberate too. Which, I mean, is probably fair. What else was he doing if he wasn't punching it over the line?
I think
The fact that he was uncontested probably didn't help his case, though.
Yeah, exactly.
I think he just didn't realise he was uncontested. He was expecting some contact.
So Giobi takes the mark, true centre wing right in front of the interchange bench. Now kicks further afield, right up the line, looking for Dorr. Godleibson sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds.
The Balwyn backline's taken every opportunity to make sure that Matty North's covered when Brett Dorr goes near the ball, always having 2 up.
So ball thrown back in, Beach went without it. Joby went without it. Keane eventually picked it up, tried to get it away to Dorr. In the end, held it 35 metres out from goal. We'll have another ball up. Bit of panic on the Balwyn coach's bench at the moment. I reckon they expected this fight. Gilchrist went up for that tap, gave it away to Roach, got Leibson, got dumped it as he kicked it, and now they've got space on the outer side. Right to centre wing, he's got Hughes, he's got one to beat. Can't quite do so, and Kemperman sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds. Centre wing, outer side. Listening to EFL Game Day, Noble Park, 9-10-64. Traditional rivals this afternoon. Balwyn 7-8-50, a 14-point lead in favour of the underdogs the away side this afternoon.
Absolutely right. Aren't the underdogs just bringing all the pedal to the metal at the moment? Anderson handballs to Mitchum. Gives the ball back in, ball to a teammate. He tries to do the old 1-2 with him, and they're bouncing footy. It's going to suit the Tigers. Mason across the back of that half-back position to Gottliebsen. North on the bounce. Got Brown running past. Now O'Regan is going to pump it inside 50. Kicks a shock off the right-hand side of the boot, though. Gordon's in a one-on-one. Has a front position. Kemperman comes in to lead some support. Corrigan, left foot kick around the corner, high up and under. Kennedy will sit underneath it.
Oh,
we get the free kick right on the full, but...
it's a little bit dangerous.
He's not a vampire. The wooden stake probably would have been the end of him. Oh, here's a kick from Kennedy.
I understand that's better than a gap in the fence, but that could have taken his chin.
Teammate on the lead. There's Ryan. Good tap work there from the Tigers. And there's Fraser, who caps off a good afternoon with a brilliant goal here in the third term. From a standing start, puts it through a post height. There's the 8th on the board for the Tigers. 8-8-56 they move to. Noble Park 9-10-64. So they've kicked 2 in a row now, the Tigers, and slowly starting to edge their way back. Grant Campbell thanks to Choose Tap match stats.
Noble Park on top in the clearances, 10-4. Balwyn winning inside 50s though, 10-8. Most of the major ball winners doing well for Noble Park. Kyle Martin with 6 this quarter, as well as Anderson. Tregear's had the 5 kicks this quarter.
2-1 to 1-2 in favour of Balwyn. Although scoring end usually at that the bottom end, which Noble Park will kick to in the last term, but they still lead by 8 points. High free kick paid.
I reckon that was a bit lucky.
Yeah, it was there. It slipped, but Tregear won the free kick. Kicks wide, finds Meeson. And handballs back to Kennedy. Wormburner goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. Like that one, Bruce. So about 60 round from the Balwyn goal. We'll have another boundary throw in. They still keep getting stuck in that pocket. So thrown in, fake, gets the tap down. Cross will be the first to move it. Boundary line beats all comers.
Gee, I don't know what the attraction is over there, Dyson. It's
like I said before, it's the only dead pocket on the ground. So you can kick a goal from any other pocket.
Yep.
And they still can continue to go that wide. In the end, they try and get it away here. Tregear was held, eventually got his handball away and held at the bottom of the pack. I think that's Mitchum. Wrapped up by big Johnny Meeson. By waste no time, restarting play. Right with the third man up, tries to punch it forward. In there trying to get it away, Kennedy. It's just hit a bit of a lull this game. We'll have another contest.
I think at the pace that it was being played in the first half, Dyson, I think we were going to be having a little bit like the game like this in the second half.
19 minutes gone, third term here in EFL Game Day. 1964 Noble Park at 8:56. Balwyn, all thanks to Pancake Parlour. Lovely.
Hope you're enjoying the broadcast, and make sure via social media, if you're out and about, keep those around the ground scores coming, because there must be some games across the east getting very interesting now. Just like this one out here. Brett Dawes been awesome and centre half forward for the Bulls today.
Give a guy a wrap.
He helps that one over the line with Matt North hot on his hammer.
It's almost like a war of wills at the moment. Both sides are really trying to crack each other, but they just can't land that sucker punch.
Absolutely right, and it's the Bulls who have just had the fancy footwork in a boxing term for the most part of this game, and the Tigers have been able to land a few jabs. Either side really able to get on top. There's Harper, bundles that ball out while being tackled. Gent.
Actually, Tim Harper this afternoon is normally very clean with his possession, but he's fumbled on some crucial possessions when Noble Park were in advantage.
He's a hard nut, is Harper. There's Tregear, third man up, only as far as O'Regan. His handball's chopped off. Keane, he's got Beach who lends him support, but have a look at Weatherald, who wins a genuine 2-on-1. Now the Tigers are off and running right, handball to cross. They've got to work hard to find themselves in a bit of space here, but they've got the numbers, and they use the overlap to perfection. There's a long left foot kick down the centre half forward. Great work by Trent Robertson in front of Jeff Goebbels.
Been an interesting contest between those two.
Robertson to bounce back and win one-on-ones in situations like that shows testament to how good a footballer he is. There's Mitchum. He wasn't able to take the mark, but it's the recipient of a handball. Harper across the centre half forward line. Both just slips over at the wrong time. Someone sits in his back, but umpire doesn't pay the free kick. Kyle Martin. He's got Penderbury and Peaver right in a one-on-one in the goal square. Right. Handballs it to his own advantage. Picked up by Dorr. Kyle Martin in the goal square. Just get boot to it.
It's a goal.
It's a goal on the Bulls. It's a goal on the Bulls. Kyle Martin. Oh, you star. What a piece of work that is. He's kicked 4. Don't worry about the Braves Trust getting together. That's clearly a goal.
The goal umpire's 1 metre away. If he can't call it and see it there,
got to
be a goal.
That was a goal. Definitely a goal.
Yeah, so it's come off his shin, which is still a kick.
If it's below the knee, it's a kick.
Yeah.
It's an obvious decision.
They're just checking.
There we go.
And he's got a single a goal. Cole Martin's got 4. How about the work from all of those Noble Park players there? The work from right to bundle Penderbury out of the contest and then to pick the ball up and handball forward towards the goal square. It's a super finish from Cole Martin and a great goal by the Bulls.
Kyle Martin's up to 30 disposals and 4 goals, so fair to say he's having a pretty quiet afternoon.
Yeah, just a quiet one.
Great work there from Tim Harper, who created the contest that actually, otherwise he had 3 on him. He just needed to hold the ball up at some point. And in the end, they've, although it hasn't wasted too long, because Goebbels has managed to get it into the forward 50, unable to get the goal there as Kelly clears out the outer side. Kemperman flies from the back, takes the mark at half back.
Actually, he's had a terrific game, Tim Kelly. He hasn't put a foot wrong in that back line this afternoon.
Tell you what, didn't the Noble Park faithful love that goal?
Oh, yeah.
I think they're all still coming down from the adrenaline kick, and that'll certainly help because Shane Allen's kicked it out of bounds on the full.
Yeah, he's not having one of his better days, Shane Allen. He's been completely nullified by Jared Wright.
Got Leapson, takes the free kick, finds Gordon at half-back, goes further wide. He's got Pennebury all by himself. Short chip kick. Finds Fraser right in the middle of SEN Park. Decides to load up. Top of the goal square. Needs someone to fly. Won't happen. And the ball goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. Brett Dorr. Over the goal line, I should say. Brett Dorr lucky not to give away a free kick as he just flattened Fraser after he kicked it.
The value of a long kick, Dyson, into a forward line can create opportunity.
So another behind on the board. 8-9-57, Balwyn, Noble Park, 10-10-70, 23 minutes gone. Third term, premiership quarter here on EFL Game Day.
Familiar left foot kicking from full-back from Morrison Ryan. Or Ryan Morrison, I believe his name probably is, but the team straight back to front for us here this afternoon. There's Danny Hughes, who's tackled by Anderson, probably dropping the ball, but no real prior opportunity there, so the umpire calls play on, and Hughes gets up a little bit gingerly.
He's had some sort of quarter, Craig Anderson. By God, as he got in and under and got his team up and running again.
He's been a super player for him and getting a lot of the clearance work, which is why the Bulls currently hold a 13-point lead here in this game. Robertson, who's had the measure of Goebbels in this term after Goebbels kicked a couple of important goals in that second term. Millhausen now at half forward. Over the top to cross. The bounce has to sit up for him. It does. But his handball out towards the space is no good. And the Noble Park boys come in and listen support. Giobi. Kemperman now at centre-half back, kicks up the sort towards centre-half forward. Harper on the lead. It's got Allen over the top. The kick has to be perfect, and it was, but Gottliebson, that's some super defending.
Had a sensational third term, Gottliebson.
Close checking, hot on the hammer of Shane Allen, who's an absolute star, and stops him from taking the mark, and we'll have a boundary throw in.
Rush tucks into the lollies. So ball thrown in, 40 out from the Noble Park goal. They currently lead this one. As they go off and deliver it off Jackson Witherill, but I think he almost stood on it. So not paid. 8-9-57, Balwyn, Noble Park, 10-10-70. Game's going to go right down to the wire. Make sure you keep tuned right here to 98.1 Air Radio Eastern. Fraser grabbed it out of the ruck, dropped it, got lucky not to give away the free kick. Wright gave his handball away, and that's another goal on the board to the Noble Park Football Club. Great work there from Sam Monahan, and there may be another goal coming here.
Bergen Fakes are going to get yellow carded, I think.
Oh no, it's going to go against Fake. Oh no, it's Fraser. So Monahan's kicked the goal, makes it 19 points the margin. Let's just see what happens from here, because it was after the goal was kicked that the yellow card was given away. So I think it's 20. Is it a free kick from the middle of the ground?
Should be. That's disappointing because Fraser's been one of the best players on the ground for the Tigers this afternoon.
And he's reported Ben Giobi, I think, as well. Or was it on Ben Giobi? Oh, no, there we go. So that evens things up a little bit.
Both been sent off, so they'll sit out the majority of the last term.
So Ben Giobi and Liam Fraser both going to spend 15 minutes on the pint, which will mean that it should just be a ball up in the middle of the ground now.
Yeah, they can both cool their jets.
The old evener-upper up.
Yep.
Cancel each other out, you'd assume.
So after that, 11-10-76 Noble Park. Ball in 8-9-57. And ball back in the middle once again.
37-point lead to Vermont at three-quarter time. So flexing their muscles against the Sharks at the VRR this afternoon.
It goes inside the ball and forward 50. Numbers once again, as it has been all day there for Noble Park. But the kick wasn't all that flash, and it's found Lockie Bain. 40 from home.
They need to kick a goal here.
He's
got to back himself here because they really do need a goal ball, and they've been under the pump in this third quarter.
He's basically been forced into the shot. 26 minutes gone, third term. Desperately need this one. Once again from the dead pocket.
Yep.
So Bain, kick from 45. Sends it on its way on the right boot, top of the goal square, needs a mark, won't find it. Bergen Fake punched that about 40 metres. That's almost gone back to Bain.
Gee, that might be a play of the day.
It's a big fist up. A big fist in that one. Golden fist almost. Some serious meterage on it.
Yeah.
So we'll have a boundary throw in. The forward 50. The Balwyn Footy Club, who currently trail this game by 19 points. And Noble Park have just been good enough in the important moments to get that goal just when they've needed to. Anderson, who's just been phenomenal in this term, gets it to Allen, who looks for Harper, who's tackled almost as soon as he gets the footy, just about. Such was the hospital nature of the ball. Roach now at centre-half forward. Goes wide again. So the use of the footy going inside 50 is poor, and Monaghan looking for the boundary line there, and the umpire says throw it in, but could have been well within his rights to call that one deliberate.
In the AFL, it would have been.
Certainly would have been. 27.5 minutes gone here in the third term. 19 points to the Bulls, who've just been good enough to hold firm. Cross.
That's good spotting from the non-officiating umpire.
Yeah, there was.
And it's not a case of the Noble Park giving the free kick away. It's a case of Cross putting his head down and earning that one. Goes wide to Weatherald, this is going to suit his left foot, this one, but he was pushed just as he kicked it. The pressure was good. Off the ground, Kennedy, just to the left-hand side. Or Bain it was, sorry. Getting those two confused, they look very similar.
President Richard Wilson looking on.
We'll have 11-10-76 Noble Park to Balwyn 8-10-58, so an even 3-goal margin here.
Ball out wide, Gent. Has a lot of work to do, but he's managed to do it very, very well. It was 2-on-1. Waited for the cavalry to arrive.
Oh, Kelly.
The kick from Cody wasn't all that flash to Kelly, and now he put him under a lot of pressure. It's held up about 35 from goal for the Tigers.
Noble Park could be very happy for the siren to go here, just to settle. They wouldn't want to give away a goal and to cut that margin back to two goals.
Only 5 goals kicked in this third term. We've already gone 28.5 minutes, almost 29. Held up once again. Just joined us, Noble Park, 11-10-76 lead this one. Balwyn 8-10-58 on AFL game day. Working with the stat that the last 5 times these two sides have played on Queen's birthday, it's been the away side that's got the chocolates. Noble Park looking to make it number 6, and they're going the right way about it at the moment. Ball deep in the Balwyn forward line. We'll have another boundary throw in. Comes in now. Work there from Mason, had front position, tried to get it away. Hughes will be first to meet at boundary line, beats all comers over boundary line and out of bounds. So they're all the stats that matter. Grant Campbell, thanks to Choose Tap.
Inside 50s this quarter, 17-10 in favour of Balwyn. Clearances 16-12 in favour of Noble Park.
And still yet to really make the most of it, Balwyn. Plenty of numbers around there, but their Noble Park back 6 has been phenomenal, particularly in their second half so far. That plays out as we head into the final term. Keane gets it away. Martin had no one to go to, just decided to kick it long. Pendlebury's got an absolute paddock to work with. It's set up for him beautifully. Handballed wide. Found a teammate there in McDonald. Under a bit of pressure, kicks into the middle of the ground. Wasn't all that flash. And he's turned it over the man. So man of the moment today. He's cramping up because he's played an absolute sensational game as Brett Dorr.
Yep. You're right there, Dyson. He's been everywhere today.
And now he's doing the work at centre-half back. He's the one when the Bulls aren't playing great footy, he's the scapegoat almost. He tends to be the one that we mentioned on the media team is heading to do a bit more, but his work today certainly deserves all the credit in the world. Kick it centre-half forward. Allen is a sandwich of Tigers players, had to take the mark and didn't, so now the Tigers will rebound. It got Leibson, handballs the big bat, Johnny Meeson, who gets it across the cross. Goes up to the centre wing. Dorr's going to drift back and get the spoil in.
Well done, Brett Dorr.
And then at ground levels gets the footy.
Even that 2-on-1, the next Noble Park player was still another 10-15 metres away. Just decided to take it over the boundary line.
He's been super. 30 minutes gone now. The last quarter went for 32. So we'll see how we go. We can't be too far away from the siren here. Bouncing ball towards the boundary line. Helped over by Mitchell. No, Gent, sorry. Half a minute to go.
Probably still time for Balwyn if they can get clearance quickly
Noble
here.
Park kicked 2 goals from when there was about 30 seconds to go in
true.
the second quarter, so I think they'll take a 3-goal lead. It'll be a free kick to the Bulls.
Yep.
We'll go the way of Kent.
And the umpires have been pretty consistent with that ruling all afternoon.
They'll be pretty happy just to hold on to this footy.
Lock it down.
Yeah, no, don't have to get smart here.
On the 3-quarter time siren, Bake will take the mark, but it won't mean much. Maybe a mark
a couple
here.
of seconds.
Yeah. There you go. So maybe there might have just been enough time, but Pendlebury now across half-back will do the mopping up. Out wide, looking for Weatherall, but straight into the arms of Monaghan. It doesn't have much time. They're about to blow the siren. And there it is. And Mark's Park's taken by Keane 40 metres out, but that'll do us for the third term. We go into the last break. An 18-point lead to Noble Park. We're set for a grandstand finish here. Stay tuned for some more Queen's birthday footy right after this.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D, get a lift from a mate and hope for the best when they fly home?
What about A for A1 Airport Parking?
At A1 Airport Parking, get 2 days for $25, 3 days for $34, or get 7 days parking for just $69. And at just 5 minutes from the airport, they'll get you there in time for your flight and pick you up when you get home. Show your footy or sporting club membership anytime you park and get 10% off. A1airportparking.com.au.
Program sponsor.
For the best EFL rap on radio, don't miss EFL Sunday. From 10 till 12 every Sunday morning, the EFL media team bring you all the final scores, goal kickers, best players and ladders, following a big round of EFL footy. The gang talk to the biggest names from across the league each and every week. EFL Sunday, from 10 every Sunday morning on 98.1 Radio Eastern.
We want the best for our loved ones. Offer them the best advice, give them the best care. Throw the best parties to celebrate milestones and achievements. And when the time comes, you want to give them the best celebration of their life. So you wouldn't leave it to just anyone to organise. Tobin Brothers Funerals believe funerals can be a celebration of life and always strive to be innovative and contemporary. So celebrate your life the way you want. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
Hey man.
Yeah, man.
I've got some weekend goals.
Like what?
First, wake up around lunchtime.
Oh, yeah.
Second, go into Pancake Parlour and get one of their traditional breakfasts because it's served till 5 p.m. every day.
Oh, you got to go to Pancake Parlour for your weekend goals. Yeah, what else?
And then when I'm all full,
Yeah, like in your belly.
just sit on the couch and watch me team kick some winning goals.
Bang,
Goal! Oh, Pancake Parlour's weekend goals.
Up and about and lovely.
Program sponsor.
A new time and a new team, driving you home in 2016. Join a brand new lineup for The Huddle as the gang take a light-hearted look at the Eastern Football League every Friday night. More importantly, the team will reveal the ins and outs for this week's round of matches. The Huddle, 4:30 to 6:30 every Friday evening as you love it local. Bigger and better in season 2016, Netball EFL is back. The fastest growing competition in the eastern suburbs continues to expand. Don't miss the fast-paced action every Friday night across multiple venues. For more information or to get involved, head to efl.org.au.
Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct for mattresses, bases, beds, electric beds, trundle beds, quality pillows, as well as custom-sized mattresses made to measure. Factory Direct locations around Melbourne and country Victoria. To keep up to date on the latest sales, fun facts and news, go to Facebook, search and like Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct, and you'll join over 17,000 Facebook fans. Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct. Buy direct from the factory and never pay retail prices again. Or shop online at chiropedic.net.au.
Program sponsor.
Welcome back to EFL Game Day. Three-quarter time here, all thanks to the Pancake Parlour. Noble Park leading this one. 11-10-76. Balwyn 8-10-58. The underdogs for the afternoon are getting it done by 3 goals at the final change. How's it been run and won so far, Grant Campbell, all thanks to Choose Tap?
In that third quarter, Balwyn dominated the hit-outs, winning at 23-12, but Noble Park won the clearances 18-12. Noble Park continued to be the better side in the contested ball, winning at 48-41. Balwyn winning the uncontested possessions 60-43. So that means that for the game now, they're plus 40 for uncontested possessions, yet they're trailing. Inside 50 count for the third quarter, 17-13 in favour of Balwyn. And a lot of the major ball winners, the likely names, Kyle Martin, another 10 disposals, so he's now up to 25 kicks, 7 handballs, 4 goals for the game. Tregear was really good that quarter with 9 disposals, and Cross with 8. Anderson with 7 for Noble Park was making every touch count also.
There's 10 other great games as you love it local across the eastern suburbs. Will, you've got all those update scores to three-quarter time?
Yes, I do, Dice. So in Div 1, we've got Norwood up by 48 points over Knox. Just come in from Montrose. They're up by 37 over East Ringwood. Obviously, 18 points in it here. EFL Gameday, Noble Park. We've got North Ringwood up by 38 points over Blackburn. South Croydon are up by 13 over Royalville. And Vermont really kicked away that core. They're up by 37. Over Doncaster East.
One of those days in the Eastern Football League, I think. There's plenty of intriguing results going either way, particularly a couple in Division 1 or two probably genuine favourites potentially going to get done today. So in North Ringwood leading Blackburn, and also Roval looking like they're going to get done this afternoon. So we'll see how those play out across the the final term in all of those games as we as both sides break. Noble Park just to going into position now, and as we get set for the final term.
Dan, Dyson, I actually think this is probably...
I'll just
sorry.
I'll just cut you off there, Brash, because I think Alana Coleman's hovering around Mick Fogarty, potentially trying to get an interview. So we'll see if we can cross down to her now. Well, thanks to Chiropedic Betting.
Three-quarter time, you had heaps of pressure, heaps of intensity. What's the key to holding on to this game today?
Oh, look, we've just got all day. We've been able to create so many contests that we've been able to win the 50-50 balls, that we've been able to get inside 50 and give our forwards an opportunity. If we can keep creating that and give our forwards...
And winning those clearances as well?
Well, that's a strength of Balwyn. I mean, Meeson's a great ruckman, and Cross is such a terrific clearance player. Weatherald on the outside, so we've had some specific roles for our guys to be able to lock down on them, and so far so good.
Yeah, they've been doing an excellent job, and your back line have just been holding super strong all day.
Yeah, well, they're very talented. Goebbels, Hughes and Gordon, of course, are just terrific players, and our boys have been fantastic on their defending them, so yeah.
Thanks for your time. Best of luck.
30 minutes left of this one. Thanks very much from Mick Fogarty for giving up his time. His side lead by 3 goals, and they go inside forward 50 for the first time in this final term. Looking for Allen. He couldn't take the mark, and right spills out the handball. It goes over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Boundary.
So we'll cross boundary side. We'll find out what Dan and Artie said, although we probably could have heard it up here from the balcony. It was fairly loud.
It's all in the effects,
Esmond Aponso.
It was very loud, yes. But look, the key messages are just to lower their eyes, man up, hold your structures at ball ups, and just trust that the other guy, your mate, will get the ball out to you, and run hard.
The Bulls, thanks for that, Esmond. He certainly went down there for a wander at three-quarter time, and didn't really need to get very close, because you could hear Dan, he spoke about work rate and things like that, and getting boys front and centre and just making sure that the support was there, rather than 4 or 5 blokes that he did single out as playing good games of footy and hard-working games of footy, and he just expects a team effort. Tregear, who has just been sensational for the Tigers this afternoon, really came to the fore in that second term and has been one of the better players on the ground ever since. Here he is at full back. Left foot kick out to the flank, looking for Meeson. Fake cuts across and gets first hands on the ball, but big bad Johnny Meeson is good enough to bring the ball down. Morrison couldn't take the mark. Weatherall gets a high tackle from Dorr. Good low centre of gravity there from Jacko Weatherall. His foot skills are exquisite. Gordon leads up onto the flank. He's got Corrigan hot on his hammer. He'd be good enough to beat Corrigan in a one-on-one, you'd think. So the instruction from Donati at three-quarter time was not to bomb the ball in, and that's not what they're going to do. Kennedy goes to that one-on-one.
Good mark by
Great
Kelly.
work by Kelly, who cuts across and
he's had a great game.
as the third man up to come and lend some support, and the kick after that good mark left a lot to be desired. Morrison, sit underneath that one, son, and he does. And he doesn't have a choice. Kick to Harper, so no nicknames here. He's Harper at half back.
You on a nickname basis with Tim Harper?
I have been, ever since I saw him play a good game of footy out of Vermont one day. I just felt very close to him. Goes short to Cole Martin. He's a bit sore.
Ginger as he landed there.
He's had a big game. We'll get his numbers from Subi very shortly. Subi? Number 33,
yeah.
thank you.
Ooh.
His 33rd disposal was fantastic. Robertson takes the mark, releases Anderson, who gets around one. Handball's back to Harper, who started all of this. Can he finish it? He can, but with an out on the full. No good from Harper.
Boundary.
And again, Swim Mart on Cotton Road gets a free plug.
Feel free to promote the 7 signs that are before it on that side of the ground, Lee.
It's cost down Brandy's side very quickly, thanks to chiropredic betting. Alana Coleman.
Yeah, Mick was really, really positive at that three-quarter time huddle, as you can imagine, and he was talking about pushing the Balwyn players wide. So obviously that's why they were pushed so wide in that third quarter, because that's the way Noble Park were making them play.
Certainly was. Good fly there from Gordon. Took the mark. Kennedy was under a lot more pressure than he thought he was. Goebbels gave his handball away back to Kennedy. Now finds a bit of space. Milhuisen from 50. Top of the goal square. Gordon in a one-on-one. Out-muscled his opponent beautifully and takes the mark 15 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
Doesn't matter what sort of defender you are, you're always going to, and who the forward is, the ball coming in that quick and you're in a one-on-one in that position, it's always going to be tough to defend. And Corrigan just got lost, and Gordon was in the box seat and smart enough to take the mark. He's already kicked a couple today. And this is for number 3, and you think you wouldn't have too much trouble from this position.
I reckon Kyle Martin's groin's a little bit dicky here.
Just to bring this to goals, and he does so. Nathan Gordon kicks the goal. The 9th on the board for the Balwyn Football Club. They move on to 9-10-64. Noble Park 11-10-76.
It didn't mean to come out that way.
Do you want to rephrase it?
Yeah, I did. Look, I think his groin's a little bit suspect. The way he's moving on the ground.
Between that and Peter North, we should probably move to a midnight time slot.
We knew exactly what you wanted to say, Brash.
Sorry about that.
Anyway, back to the footy.
Even 12-point margin, so 2 goals. And the Tigers, they get the ever-important first goal of this last term to give them a little bit of belief and keep them within breathing space. He got the Bulls inside 50. Right, another one of those almost marks. On the deck now, Milhuisen back to Gottliebsen, who was super in that third term. Over to Cross, who's been brilliant all day for the Balwyn Footy Club. He's got Weatherald over the back, releases him into some space. He goes backwards to go forwards. In a one-on-one is Hughes with Robertson. Hughes gets the tap across. Weatherald sells a bit of candy. Goes to Gilchrist by hand in the middle of the ground.
Holding.
It's going to be a free kick the way of the Bulls. They'll take the advantage. Advantage is a rule all of a sudden. There's Mitch Kent up the centre half forward. Brett Dorr on the mark. Turns around on the left boot. He's got Tim Harper all by himself. And Harps is going to go back from 40 metres out on a 40-degree angle and try and put this one through and get the almost instant reply and put the margin back to 18 points.
That was a crucial turnover there on the wing.
It certainly was. They just tried to do a little bit too much by hand. And Harper, who's been excellent already in the first 5 minutes of this last quarter, can make them pay. The kick is excellent. It's never in doubt off the boot. And they get that one back. So they're not going to roll over here, the Bulls. They've got the lead and they're not going to give it up. It's going to be a real hard-fought contest, this one. We've gone 5 minutes in the last quarter. 12-10-82, the Bulls. 9-10-64, the Balwyn Tigers. Green's birthday footy at its finest.
Liam Fraser just warming up and getting ready to come back on the ground in a couple of minutes' time.
Still got 5 odd minutes to go.
Just trying to stay fresh. So, when you think they're within striking distance for Noble Park doing enough. Anderson gives away to Martin. How many times have we heard that over the course of the years? Great work there from Meeson. Intercepts and gets it away to Weatherald. Sampone came off his boot. Running through. Great work there from Kennedy. Bain got it over the back. And now Robinson, the 200 gamer, just bustles through Kemperman. Back to Kemperman, got it off Mitchum. Now towards half forward. Bouncing ball wasn't all that flash. Gilchrist, Keane cut it off, and now a chance to go forward through Dorr. Inside forward 50, bouncing ball. Pendlebury was in the front position, but Peter Wright put on a lot of pressure. Great work there. And not rewarded. Umpire said he took him too high or held on too long. And he's given away the free kick. Bulldogs have got out by 3 points over at the Adelaide Oval. Kick from Pendlebury, not all that flash, and he's turned it over with a free kick. It'll be Sam Monaghan, who kicked a stellar goal in the third term. Take the free kick, deep in the pocket. Man on the mark at 45. Looks like he's going to back himself, and this may just put the result beyond doubt early in this final term. To make it 4 straight goals. Top of the goal square, not going to make the distance. Great punch there from Pendlebury. And it eventually goes over the boundary line with Taylor Gilchrist. So 6.5 minutes gone, final term here on AFL Game Day, of course, all thanks to the Pancake Parlour, and it's Noble Park 12-10-82, Balwyn 9-10-64.
One of those games where the three-goal lead just seems like a 4 or 5 goal lead. There's a little bit more weight behind an 18-point margin on a day like this. Cross, back to Roach, who had the first option and then the second option, didn't take either of those. And usually the third option is a shocker, but this one is fantastic. Millhausen, who takes the ball and then plays on, kicks it straight into the man on the mark. It's going to work out for the Tigers, though. Roach, they're using the ball well by hand. Great courage going back with the flight of the ball, but no mark taken. Here's Goebbels, tries to get away from Bull. Bulls his way through. Tempone, out to O'Regan on the right boot. Kicks into the space for Gordon to lead onto. Good footy, good mark by Gordon. Instead of going back and having the shot, he centres the ball.
Oh, how does that happen?
That's too easy.
Jeff Goebbels has already kicked 3. Has liked this end in the ground this afternoon. He's going to go back for number 4 and to cut the margin back to 12 points on a grandstand day of Queen's Birthday footy. I saw Boom Collingwood recruit Adam Treloar over at the Noble Park huddle at 3/4 time. So plenty of interest in this game.
Former Noble Park Bull, of course.
For sure.
Of course, we've seen Aaron Kirby-Roddy hanging around as well.
Yeah, I meant people that actually...
No genuine superstar.
People who aren't nobodies, so Aaron probably doesn't rate a mention in that conversation. Here's Jeffy Goebbels for number 4, the stand-in skipper. Always to the left. Disappointing, but could be a handy point. Could come back and prove vital later on. 17 points now, 9-11-65. Noble Park 12-10-82, 8.5 minutes gone.
Fraser back on the ground.
On the Wayne Brasher scoreboard.
Kick from Morrison. That's gone all of 75 metres right to the centre of the ground. Keane evaded the contact that never actually came in the end. Great work at the back of the pack to clean up here. McDonald gives his handball away over the top to right for Balwyn. Hard up against the boundary line, Pendlebury when he marks. Right in front of the cricket nets on the outer side. Short chip kick was dangerous, but it'll find its target in North. Handball over the top, Weatherald in a bit of space. Centre wing out of side. Chip kick over the top, Tregear, and a great punch from the back came from Kelly.
Really good discipline played by Noble Park right throughout this game this afternoon. They've worked themselves back into form very nicely.
Pressing all day, the Bulls.
They've taken advantage of a few Balwyn injuries and things of that nature to put themselves in a fantastic position to get themselves to 5-4 in season 2016. A vital 4 points is what you're fighting for every Saturday afternoon in Division 1 of the Eastern Football League. There's Beach.
Too high.
He's going to get a free kick for too high. You're allowed to bend down and pick the footy up, so no worries there. We'll take his free kick at half back. We'll go down the line. It's a good kick and good work by Gent to get himself into a bit of space. In that dead pocket, though, we haven't seen too many scores come from there. It was Beach himself who kicked the goal right before half-time.
Speak of the devil.
And here he is again. He gets the square-up ball from Gent. Here's Beach. Drives it long. Just a real percentages-style kick inside the forward 50. Verkham fakes in the middle of that pack. It was always going to be tough to mark, so it comes down to ground level. Dawes in there. Ball slapped on. Ball in the arms of the Tigers now. Kennedy sweeps one over the top to Hughes. Comes in the middle of the ground. They've moved this one well. O'Regan takes a strong grab. It goes out wide. Plenty of runners here, the Tigers. Bain to Goebbels at half forward. He'll move on to the next contest, Bain. He's got a man over the back into some space. It's Gilchrist is leading well. Weatherall's all by himself over the back. Ooh, great grab there by North.
Kick the goal, Northie!
Almost a reflex action.
Kick the goal, Northie!
So Matty North on senior debut this afternoon.
Yeah, I think he's got to back himself, the young man.
And he's played most of the day on Brett Dorr. He's played most of the game at half back. He's got a left foot kick. This will suit his left foot kick. What a time to kick your first goal in senior footy. And North squirts that one away to the right-hand side.
Noble Park faithful letting him know.
Out of bounds on the foot.
So Joby to take the free kick on fullback. Literally the last line. Kicks out wide, fake the target, he'll fly, but it's set over the back. God Leibson's been paid the mark. Just sort of stuck in his hands in the end. Short chip kick over the top was dangerous. Fraser got caught in back position but held up his opponent enough. Good work there from Roach.
That was a throw too.
Sling
You get a free kick because he was dealt with after he got rid of the ball. I think he's been a bit of a waste today, Tommy Roach. He has not got himself into dangerous positions. Right now, when it's close games in the balance, just put him at full forward.
And kick wasn't all that flash. Anderson manages to sweep up. Kick came long. Pendlebury will be the first to meet it inside forward 50 here for Noble Park. Bouncing ball just sits up nicely for him. Gives his handball wide, finds McDonald. Short chip kick over the top. Got Liebson, gives to O'Regan. And now they can run. Plenty of space out the outer side. Wright gives back.
They don't have much up ahead.
Putting themselves under a lot of pressure. This press from Noble Park has been fantastic. And it's caused the upset once again. Giobi marks about 70 from home.
Giobi, who spent some time off the ground due to being the recipient of a yellow card, is looking for Dorr. The kick had too much on it, and Dorr gets hands on it and helps it out of bounds in front of the nets.
12.5 minutes gone.
It's the ball back into play. O'Regan, handball muffed, fake, who's been good in those situations. Gets some close handball away to Mitchum, who was awesome in the first quarter and a bit, and he's got out of the game since, and that kick goes out of bounds on the full.
Uncontested possessions this quarter, 38-18 in favour of Balwyn, yet just wasted too many of them and keep going wide.
Well, the writing was on the wall when they were 2 goals 8 or something early on in the first term. They just have not been able to make the most of the limited opportunities that Noble Park have afforded them today. Got Liebson. Just a long kick down the line to a big pack of players. We haven't seen too many big, strong pack marks today, if any, so we're not going to see any there. It's a handball over the top for a boundary throw-in in front of the tennis courts now. So we've got 13 minutes in this final term, and Noble Park 12-10-82 lead Balwyn 9-11-65 by 17 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard after going into half-time with a 13-point lead. So it's been a bit of a holding pattern here in the second half. They've had the most of the run of the play, and they've just been able to kick that important goal at that important time. Balwyn have been able to get the margin back to a point and 8 points, and a couple of times they've been able to draw somewhat close, but it's been pretty standard stuff on the scoreboard since half-time. That ball punching towards the ball and forward line is going to come straight back. We'll see a free kick.
Chop of the arms. Free kick the ball.
I don't really think it can be a chop of the arms if it's not in a marking contest. So I'm surprised if
that was the... Oh, we'll just say too high.
It's a free kick nonetheless.
Right?
It's a free kick nonetheless. Why is it a free? It's a free kick. Doesn't really matter. Milhausen. Oi. Bit acrobatics from Gerald Wright. It gets the one mid up. It sticks. Is it half back? Bit of panic footy being played by the Tigers now. No real method to this, just going forward and as long as strong as they possibly can. Meeson, he does well, gets it to Roach. Handballs across to Hughes. Up wide to Weatherwood, I think it was. He's kick inside forward 50, he's a scrubber. Come out to meeting that is Monaghan. His kick up to half forward off the instep, only goes as far as Taylor Gilchrist, who goes short to Goebbels, who's kicked 3 goals already.
It's twice he's marked within 35 in a heavily congested area.
Yep.
How does it's best full forward in the competition? How does that happen?
All by himself, and there was Noble Park, there's probably 4 of them around him. And now he's going to go back from 40 out and kick this ball from about a 45-degree angle.
Yeah, Jeff Goebbels is that sort of football that can redefine the word claustrophobia, I'll tell you.
He'll kick for goal number 4 to cut the margin back to 13 points. He's kicked there, he's missed to the right-hand side. So he's got the goal surrounded at this end in the last term. He seems to find that happy medium. And the scoreboard moves on to 9-12-66, plays 12-10-82.
As good as he was in the first half, hasn't been able to fire a shot in this last term when his side has needed him. Kemperman, long kick out of the fence, looking for fake. He's been good this afternoon. Probably almost won the battle there with Meeson as Keane gets his kick forward. Pendlebury leads in the race, gives his handball away, manages to find Brown. Centre wing, and Harper takes the mark, gives his handball away quickly to Martin. Martin inside forward 50, it's an empty goal square, and it screws across to the right-hand side, through for one behind.
Well, there's one more seal it for Noble Park, Brash. I know there's plenty of time left, but
look,
they just haven't been able to score.
Balwyn are not playing well enough to kick 4 quick goals, Paul.
Noble Park 12-11-83, Balwyn 9-12-66. 16 minutes gone here in the final term on EFL Game Day.
Hope you're enjoying the broadcast, of course brought to you by Pancake Parlour, open 24 hours Doncaster and Malvern East. Doesn't get much better than the midnight pancake, especially after a win. on a Saturday afternoon in the Eastern Football League, and that's what Noble Park is staring down the barrel of right now. Danny Hughes and Shane Tregear and Jacko Weatherald want to have something to say about all that, though. They've used the football well to get it up to Meeson at half forward, who's running back with the flight of the ball but couldn't take the mark. Plenty of Bulls defenders just coming in and doing the right job at the right time. Here's Keane, takes a mark at half back and plays on straight away. Handball to Mitchum, who in a phone booth just has to kick the ball up and under to Harper in a one-on-one. Brings the ball to deck in front of him. He's the first one to meet it, and then the boundary line beats him, and he'll take it out of bounds for a throw-in.
He's an underrated footballer, Jackson Keane, but he's almost been their best on ground this afternoon.
Kevin
Keane, sorry.
Yeah, he's played extremely well.
I don't know where I got Jackson from.
Me either. He has played some good footy, Kevin Keane. And they've had some very good players in the guts in that engine room. And there's one of them, Craig Anderson, the skipper, who tries to shrug the tackle of Meeson, but it's not going to happen. And the umpire says, I'll save you from that, Ando.
Giving away a few feet there.
Absolutely. So Fake and Meeson, that's been a fascinating ruck duel all day. And there's Fake out of the ruck again. He's already kicked a goal in similar fashion, just didn't have the legs on it that time. And Pendlebury helps it over the line for a rush behind. And we're back to an even 3-goal margin.
Pendlebury to do the kick-in duties. Decides to go long to the outer side. Milhoy's in the target. Running back with the flight of the ball. Couldn't take the mark, but the cavalry arrives in the form of Shane Tregear. Gets it away, and eventually they get the kick forward. Finds Taylor Gilchrist on centre wing. Further afield, Weatherald runs past and eventually gets the handball. Just a bit of wasted space here as they've managed to work it to half forward. Roach, inside forward 54 on 2. The 2 fly. Great work from Gordon. Couldn't take the mark, though. And Noble Park clear out the commentary side wing. Bouncing ball. Again, numbers with Noble Park here. They can raffle it in the end. Cody to Keane. Now away to Bull, who gives back to Giobi. His handball wasn't all that flashed. It goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. True centre ring, right in front of our Chiropedic betting boundary riders.
They've got their measure. The Bulls, the way the Tigers are going inside 50, Brash just reeks of a side that's a bit defeated and a bit lacklustre.
Yeah, they just can't. They've been beaten well and truly at centre half forward today.
Big mountain to climb now as Jackson Weatherald gets it out. Sells a bit of candy and then eventually gets his kick away. Roach hard up against the boundary line, gives his handball away. Too hot for Weatherald. Now Martin a chance to clear out for Noble Park. Numbers around here favour the Bulls. Good work from Tobin. Gives it away to Fake. They turn it over again though. Right a chance as they go back towards the forward 50.
And Noble Park numbers everywhere. Bull, Giobi, shrugs the tackle of Bain and left foot kick up towards where the benches are. Looked like it was going to go out on the full at one stage, but halfway just comes across, Alana it was rather, and just muscles that ball out of bounds for another boundary throw-in.
Wouldn't say that was the greatest advertisement of quality football there, that last 30 seconds.
No, and this game hasn't been, Brasher. It's been one of those games that if it was your first game of Division 1 EFL footy, you'd be wondering what all the fuss was about, because we haven't seen the greatest skill level of all time. We've seen what we've seen is some hard contested footy, and two sides of we've seen game plans. We've seen the battle of the coaches today, and you know, the players are definitely more so like chess pieces than on any other day, where they're just doing their job and being sent into battles and being told what to do. Here's Weatherald, his left foot kicking today has been exceptional, and that one to the advantage of Goebbels, who always had the sit on Robertson. So he gets the hands up and takes the mark. It's his third set shot of the quarter. He missed to the left and then he missed to the right. Let's see if he can get it bang in the middle.
Sam Monahan's absolutely spewing because he was running back to cover that space in front of Goebbels and he backed straight into the umpire.
And so here he comes, Jeffy Goebbels, the stand-in skipper today. He's kicked 3 goals, 2 for the afternoon. It's for number 4 to cut the margin back to an even 2 goals and to give the Tigers some life. He's got it. He's snuck it in. He turns around and salutes. The crowd are getting involved here now. 20 minutes gone, just ticking the time on. 10-12 plays 12-12. We're set for a cracking finish here at SEN Park.
They're a vocal audience, the Noble Park faithful, aren't they?
Yeah, they don't leave
other things.
They don't leave anything in the tank, the Noble Park supporters.
Clearances this quarter, 7-4 in favour of Noble Park. Inside 50 count their weight, 13-9.
Equal leading goal kicker on the ground, Jeff Goebbels now with Carl Martin. 1 in the first, 2 in the second when Balwyn looked hot. And then 1 in this final term just to steady the ship, bring it back to a 12-point margin. They seem a lot more out of it than 2 goals, don't they?
Yeah, they do. In the general condition of play, yes.
As we tick 21 minutes, Cross eventually got his kick away. Tregear will pick up on centre wing. Pressure will come. He's just got to be clean with disposal. Can raffle it off here, the Balwyn players. In the end, Kennedy marks. Handball's further afield. Roach, under a bit of pressure, eventually gets it across to Weatherald, 50 from home. Weatherald loads up all by himself, Liam Fraser. And at the 22-minute mark of the final term, when you're 12 points up, you can't give Liam Fraser that much space.
No.
Stewie Kemperman got drawn to the contest on that occasion.
Yeah, he was caught in two minds, Kemperman, and took the wrong option. But you know,
foot skills of Weatherwood are exceptional.
So Liam Fraser to cut it back to a goal just when the Tigers were dead and buried. And that kick doesn't help. He's missed it all. Still a 12-point margin. Noble Park 12-12, 84. Balwyn 10-12, 72. 21, almost 22 minutes gone, final term.
Just got the makings of a game where they're just going to fall short. They're going to have an interesting side in on paper. Some players we're not used to seeing. They've been outplayed all day by a Noble Park side. And to be frank, they don't really deserve to win from here at the Balwyn Footy Club. So the Bulls certainly still have their work cut out for them. Keane, who's played on at every opportunity, even when he hasn't needed to. Today, that was certainly one of those times. There's Joby up towards half forward, right, and Pendlebury. Pendlebury had the front spot but couldn't bring the mark to ground. Got Leapson on hands and knees. Allen and Harper are in there laying tackles. And Geordie Buckingham's in there saying, I'll have the Sharon and I'll ball it up.
They're just not...
Right, his handball goes straight to Weatherald. He kicks across goal to Tregear. He's got Roach running past. He tries to get away from Allen, has to use the handball instead. Goes to Cross, who goes back to Weatherald. They're overusing the footy here a little bit. Good tackle there by Kemperman. And we'll have a ball up at centre-half forward.
I think you're right, Paul. I don't reckon they've utilised Tommy Roach to the best of his capabilities today.
Right, probably right. His first game for the season, cramping up at half forward. You just see his calf muscle just really constricting.
Yeah.
There's Weatherald, whose use of the footy there is exactly what we expect. Goes to Hughes, whose handball inboard. It's not the greatest option because it sets up his team into some trouble. There's Kennedy, who has to go wider again. Gilchrist, Gordon on the lead, it kicks a cracker.
Oh, that's a good passage to play.
Absolutely it is.
Yep.
Plenty of space for Gordon to work into. And he leads to the right spot. The kick's perfect, the mark's even better. And then we'll see how Gordon can stand up in the face of pressure. He's already kicked 3. This will be for number 4. This will be to cut the margin back to 1 straight kick in the 24th minute of the mark of the last quarter. You can see the angle there. It's a 45-degree job. He's not that far out. Bread and butter for very good forwards, and that's exactly what Nathan Gordon is. He's a very good forward. He's got 4 in this Queen's Birthday Clash this afternoon. The margin all of a sudden back to 1 straight kick. And the Bulls, who are looking quite comfortable with a 19-point margin at the start of this last term, all of a sudden have their work cut out for them. They're going to need to kick a couple of goals, Brash, now.
They are, and, you know, look, it's a shame here for Noble Park because they've been by far the better side for most of the game. If Balwyn get up here, it'd be sort of like grand larceny, really.
120 seconds left in this game.
Gee, that's precise.
Or 2 minutes for those of you playing at home. So time ticks down. It'll be a short quarter. Probably go to about 26 minutes. Ball thrown up in the middle once again. Martin gets the kick away going forward. They just need something now just to steady the ship. Any score will do to make it interesting. Keane, he was tackled as he tried to get rid of it. Now they've got a chance here. Balwyn right. Gets the kick up towards centre wing. Tregear punched away. Meeson couldn't get his handball away. In and under, good work there from Mitchum.
We've already called it Balwyn draw on EFL Game Day in season 2016.
Do we dare mention it again?
It looks a real possibility.
That's certainly going to help. Martin tries to clear it away. Dora, who's been sensational all day, gets his handball away. Keane over the top. Allen got his handball away. Martin under a lot of pressure. God Leapson's been fantastic this afternoon. Keane gives it away to Martin. This should finish it. Cole Martin, 5 for the afternoon. And side seal delivered. Noble Park will get the points this afternoon. 13-12-90 the Bulls. Balwyn 11-12-78. 25 and a half minutes gone. Final term on EFL Game Day.
Well, what a performance it's been. I mean, you start to think about best on grounds. I was thinking Anderson up until that moment, despite Martin's 4 goals. But now he's kicked a handful and he's been sore. He's got that dicky groin you mentioned, Brash, and he's limping off the ground now. He's kicked
done his job, though.
A handful of goals and a stack of footy. What a super performance from him. What a great performance from the Bulls to, you know, they got to within a kick there, Ball, and to be able to pull away and then still be good enough to kick another one.
Spare man back for the Bulls.
Absolutely, certainly start thinking about that now. We've got 26 minutes in the final term.
No more than 30 seconds left.
Can't be much long left. Meeson gets his own clearance out of the middle of the ground. Bouncing ball. Kelly, who's been a pillar of strength back there at half-back for the Bulls. Handballs up to Bull, who's high kick to the wing. Finds Cody. He's had a quiet afternoon, but takes an important mark there, and he's going to take some valuable seconds off the clock. Not going to try anything too silly. Just goes long down the line. Any score, any mark will do here for the Bulls. It's punched to the boundary line and seen over by Haynes. There's a medical centre, and it's getting a good piece of airtime there. And Stowe Storage Systems and William Hill. And
You can mention them once they give us some cash.
it's all happening here. How do you know I'm not getting anything?
There we go.
How do you know I'm
Talk
not
about
getting
those
anything
ones.
under the table? Swim Mart paid me very handsomely for today's work.
They would want to. You mentioned them about 7 times.
Here's the ball at half back. Millhausen, just loses a handle on the footy. They've got to get something going here, you feel. There's Robertson, who drags that ball back in, then gets it out, then drags it back in, and then it's tackled, I think, by Hughes in there. Geordie Buckingham.
He's giving it too high for it.
Yeah, it's going to go the way of the Bulls. So Robertson, for all the hard work that he did, will come up with something.
And as an experienced player would do, he's just taking his time getting up.
I think more importantly for Robertson, he's going to come away with 4 points. That's what's going to please him and his teammates the most. Goes back to Monaghan. And there it is. There's a siren. And the Noble Park faithful, they get up, they're excited. They come out into SEN Park with a record of 4-4. 6th on the ladder, losing touch with the finals against a Balwyn side that's lost the game by a point and had another draw in season 2016. And guess what? They're going home with a win. What a great performance.
It continues the trend. 6 times on Queen's birthday these two sides have met. And 3-3, all away wins on Queen's birthday. Noble Park have come here the last 3 times and managed to win. Balwyn have done exactly the same thing when they head to Pat Wright Senior Oval. And it makes for an intriguing season. We thought it was last chance saloon coming into this game for the Bulls, and they've certainly done all they could. And on that performance, they are certainly tender in season 2016.
Well, coming off a big
post-match show.
A 31 kicks.
Safe trip to the studio too, Dice.
31 kicks, 8 handballs, 6 marks and 5 goals. Pretty good afternoon.
39 touches on 5 goals. It's not a bad day at the office from the former Collingwood player who's had a fantastic impact since coming back to play footy at the Noble Park Footy Club. What were the other stats that mattered there, Soupy? Thanks to Tuesday.
Well, taking a look at the last quarter, Balwyn did well in the contested ball, which was what they lacked in the first 3 quarters. They won that 42-30. They absolutely dominate. We'll head boundary slide down.
Yeah,
to
absolutely. It looks like Esmond has got Tim Kelly.
Tim, fantastic win this afternoon. You started off with 4 wins and 4 losses at this stage, and against Balwyn a couple of years ago, I think you won this game. And look, it's a terrific effort today, and congratulations.
Pretty shaky start to the year, up and down. Some tight games, and we haven't really hit our straps yet. We've got a lot of new blokes, and hopefully this game can set us on our way and gel a bit better and move forward from here.
Thanks. Look, your defense was fantastic today. Look, you got the numbers in, your structures was good, your disciplines are good, and I'm sure that Mick Fogarty will be very happy with that outcome this afternoon.
Yeah, he might be finally happy with us for once, so it's good to get a win on the board. But yeah, we settled pretty well today. We had a lot of experienced guys in. We've had a pretty young team all year, a few injuries, so apart from Ziggy Owen, maybe 1 or 2 others out today, it was a pretty full-strength side. So yeah, just good to finally get a win, and yeah, Balwyn are a quality outfit. We respect them a lot, especially this ground. So,
Jimmy, congratulations on a brilliant win. They had the jump on you early, mate. They kicked 2 goals 6 to, I think, 1 straight at one stage, and they were all over you. And from about the 15-minute mark of that first term, it was Noble Park footy for the next 3.5 quarters. You're pleased with the way yourself and your teammates responded from that first 15-minute onslaught?
Yeah, absolutely. When we've been challenged this year, we haven't always responded, so it was definitely good. As you said, they got the jump on us, and it's really tough coming up the hill into the wind. So they had the favourable end, and if they had a kick straight, we might have been in a bit of trouble. But thankfully, we clawed back and we fought, and it took 4 quarters, and they were with us right till the end. So they're a quality side, and yeah, we're happy to get away with it.
Super stuff, mate. Thanks for your time. Don't miss out on the song.
No worries. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Jimmy Kelly there. Thanks for his time. Straight away post-match. We'll get another couple of interviews as the post-match show continues, and we get our boundary riders straight into those Noble Park rooms. You want to hear that song? It's a very raucous supporter group from the Noble Park Footy Club here who came out here this afternoon, and they're always glad to get a win against Balwyn. And these sides always tend to save their best work for the finals, but these Queen's birthday clashes have just been sensational the last few years.
It's really, it's great for the competition. They have Noble Park. They're a great club in Eastern Football League, and no one wants to see them down the ladder because they're an integral part of the of the finals in EFL Division 1 football, and it's a great win for them today. Considering they came off a heartbreaking loss the week before, they've really responded today, and once again they've come away from SEN Park with a fond memory of another famous victory.
Just singing the song now. I don't think we're going to be able to catch it because of they're underneath. And I think here it comes. Here comes the Noble Park song.
Yep.
Dropping in and out there. So we'll just leave it, and when Andrew riders do get some interviews, make sure they just come out to underneath us here, the balcony, so we can hear them and we can get them on camera as well. That's the best part about having big bad Leroy Green behind the cameras here at Balwyn. He's always going to do a fantastic job there. We've got a lot to get through. It's going to take Dyson, I think, 10 minutes to get to his car, for starters. So it just seemed trudging. Let's get him on camera there, Leroy. Just get him trudging across Balwyn Park to try and get to the EFL.
He's probably going
to have a look at him.
He's going to inspect that dead pocket and see what's happening over there.
Cutting a very lonely figure indeed, and just it's lucky we've got widescreen here on the Eastern Football League, because we're just getting him to do some of his sharpest work. He's none the wiser here too. So great work by you, Leroy. Plenty of other games across the eastern suburbs to talk about. Might jump on the Twitter sphere and see what sort of scores we've got coming through as well, Brash, because we got him here. Thank you, Will. Excuse him in front of me. Bayswater in Division 2 have mustered up a 37-point win against Lilydale at the LSO, so that's fantastic.
That's a big win there.
And we've all got egg on our faces expecting Mooroolbark to thump East Burwood. They've won by 10 points. So a fantastic performance from the Rams, who came to play this afternoon. Mulgrave have beaten Mitchin by 17 points. Would you hear about that? That's absolutely fantastic from their point of view. The last score we had from Montana South was a 31-point lead to the Devils at half-time, I believe. And Doncaster East have beaten the Waverley Blues by a point. So that's a great result from them out at Waverley Reserve.
Yep.
And Vermont, we know, have beaten Doncaster by 63 points. We have that score in Division 1. So what does that mean for Doncaster? And Vermont are clear fag favourites now, if they weren't already.
Well, the thing is, though, depending on the South Croydon Roval result, because South Croydon were in front at one stage, if they get the chocolates, Vermont are the big winners this afternoon, because then that means that Doncaster, Roval and Balwyn all getting beaten give Vermont another 4 points in front on the ladder and a two-game buffer. And that's really, and that could be really important. But as I just said to you, it sets up a mouth-watering crash down at the ball ring next Saturday between Vermont and Noble Park. These two sides are just perennial. They just love going at it, and it's going to be a fantastic clash down there next weekend, Paul.
Certainly will, and obviously it remains to be seen where we'll be heading down, and we don't usually go to division back to back, so I think we won't be there. But
I think we're going to Doncaster East and Wantirna South next week.
At Zerby's Reserve.
At Zerby's Reserve, I believe that will be the EFL game day. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's where we'll be going next Saturday.
Okay, a good place. I haven't called footy from Zerby's, but I imagine it'll be fantastic. So you got something to chime in with?
Just some of the match stats. Noble Park won the clearances 52-51. The other key stat they won was the inside 50 camp, 65-52. They lost most of the other categories, though. Balwyn with 33 more kicks, 45 more handballs. The contested possessions were close. It was 163-159 in favour of Balwyn. Balwyn absolutely dominated the uncontested ball, 229-155, so 74 more uncontested possessions.
Didn't do them any good, though, Serby.
They were all on the outer wing, and I just couldn't really understand the continued game plan of Balwyn to go out wide. I think they need to take a few more risks and go through the corridor. Mentioned Kyle Martin with 39 disposals. Tregear, he had a pretty good afternoon, finishing with 28. Arguably, those two players, their side's best player. It'll be interesting to hear what we think in terms of the votes, because I think there was quite a few contenders today.
There is, in terms of votes, and of course all the awards as well, plays of the days and mark of the days and things like that. Goal of the day and all that sort of work, which I'm sure we'll get to at some stage.
And just had a text through, Paul. Roval have got up by 13 points after a big last quarter against South Croydon.
That's a great performance for the Dogs. They've been okay at home this year. They haven't been easy beats by any stretch of the imagination, have they?
No, they haven't, and that's another encouraging performance for South Croydon. But once again, they've come up empty and with no chocolates.
I'd like to know how the Blackburn North Ringwood game finished up as well. I'm sure we'll start to get all the scores as they filter through.
Yeah, just starting to have a look here, and another fantastic afternoon of EFL football that we've had here.
Boundary.
It's cross down boundary side because Esmond Aponso is down at ground level, and I believe he's got a player that I think I played in a win this afternoon, I assume.
Yeah, look, this afternoon we had a fantastic game. Obviously, Brett Daw was fantastic he sort of assisted in obviously. Brett from a great win this afternoon. Obviously, a Balwyn is a quality side.
Oh, it was a massive win. We've been struggling a bit as a team at the moment, and me personally, so just to come out here and beat Balwyn at Balwyn, there's nothing better.
Dory, you've achieved a lot as a Noble Park player, mate. Premierships and a lot of finals footy being played, and the last, probably at the start of this season in 2014, you played in some flat spots as well. Did you know what it means to your supporter group for you to come out when you're 4-4 against the Balwyn side that are a bit chirpy at this time of year, to come out and have a win just for the supporters as well as yourself? You know what that means to them?
Oh, it's massive. It's because the feeling around the club hasn't been as good as what it usually has been, and Noble's such a proud club. So yeah, just to get a win for the boys and the club, it means it's massive, and it's all up from here now, hopefully.
And we know when you play footy in any sport, really, that it's all about the team. And obviously, it was 22 boys out there that did the fantastic job today for the Bulls. But did you have the feeling that you were having a pretty good day when you were out there and things were working for you, and the marks were sticking and you were using the ball quite well? It's always nice to play a game of footy when things work like that.
Yeah, it is. It's not the last couple of weeks I've been shit house actually. So to have the ball bounce my way and finally mark a few marks. But yeah, I play on hard.
Oops.
For the team.
It's a funny structure that the Bulls have inside that forward 50. There's no real sort of stay-at-home full forward. There's no real sort of Nick Rewald style, I'll just own the centre-half forward position. You all tend to roll through different positions at different times. Is there something that is spoken about, and is there something that you feel works for yourself and some of your teammates?
Yeah, it does. Like, it's hard. You got to work how we play. It's just fast footy, so you got to really work your ass off. And yeah, and it's just I reckon it works well for us because we've just got to be mobile and you just got to keep running. It's good.
Wayne Brasher here. Congratulations on the victory this afternoon. A fantastic effort by the club. After last week's heartbreaking loss, did you think when you came here today that even though you lost the game last week, there was still a lot of self-belief left in the group?
Yeah, there was. It was a kick in the guts to lose last week. Like, we had a shocking first quarter, but the last 3 quarters we were really stepping in the right direction. And yeah, I look at the calendar, and when we see Balwyn at Balwyn, we always know we play well down here, and finishing off last week was great.
One of the things that's been said about Noble Park in the rounds leading up to this contest today, and I had a look on the tape myself, is a lot of the things that the Noble Park club pride themselves is on contested possession, especially around the clearances and stoppages, and at times throughout the season it sort of let you down, but today I think he went more back to a basic man-on-man style, and I think that's when Noble Park are at their most dangerous. Yeah,
it is, and like the small ground, it suits us, all the contested ball, I reckon. No, it was great.
And one of the things I've noticed in the last couple of years with you, I mean, look, I know Noble Park probably have not had gone to the heights that that the club expects. Your form has been very, very good in the last couple of seasons, and I noticed that you have carried injury and yet still perform manfully. You must be really happy with your own form so far this season.
Yeah, I started a step in the right direction last week, and then this week. Yeah, as I said, like the way the game's going, it's hard for the big fellas. So you just got to keep as fit as you can and just keep getting to every contest, and that's what I've been trying to do, and yeah, I'm glad it's slowly starting to work for me.
Thanks for your time post-match, Dory. I'm sure that the beer tonight is going to taste just as sweet.
Winner's piss, mate. It'd be great.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Brett.
It's the best kind.
Yeah, it is.
Thanks, Dory. So some happy faces, and they are really, when they do win, you can tell because there's big smiles, and the supporters invest a lot, and the players do too, and they would have enjoyed watching this man's work this afternoon. Coleman, just a lazy 39 touches and 5 big sausage rolls, mate. I think you're lucky on a day like this where you ended up doing all the finishing work, but you had 21 other blokes out there that I'm sure you'd be pretty keen to pump up as well.
Yeah, that's it. It's always good to
get on the end of all the other boys' good work. I mean, we fought really hard today, and we knew it was a big game, and coming down here, it's always going to be a big game, Queen's birthday weekend, and to get on the end of a few is all right, but the way the boys really fought it out today was impressive, and, you know, we're hopefully looking only upwards from here, and, yeah.
You had the best seat in the house watching Ando's work this afternoon now. How important was his work around the clearances and his tough stuff in and under is pretty second to none. And how good is it for you just to sit there and watch him go about his business?
Oh, it's always been a pleasure to watch Ando. I remember coming here as an 18-year-old kid and just watching the way he went about it. And he's been an inspiration. He's been our captain for the last 6 or 7 years, and he's moved on this year. And we're lucky he chose to stay around and play again, because when he keeps putting performances out there like that, it's super to watch. And, you know, I've really learnt a lot off him. And, yeah, he's just a real good fella.
Do you think Foggers and the coaching staff at the Bulls have something to say about today's result? I thought, you know, you don't really say that coaches win games, but I thought that the way you guys played your footy was a big part in why you were able to win the game. It was all on your terms, and you're able to shut the game down. And a lot of that, I think, has to come from the instructions you were given.
Yeah, we really looked into this game. We knew we came out here with a plan that we wanted to execute, and we executed it for the most part of the day, which is really pleasing. And just when your defenders defend so well one-on-one against a really dangerous forward line, I mean, lots of credit goes to them and all the boys around the ground. It's super, and we came with a plan. Foggers knew that it was a big game. I mean, 4-4 isn't probably where you want to be, but we're now on the positive side of the ledger on 5-4. And, yeah, to get the win over the reigning premiers is really good.
Your background in footy has probably been done to death by our CFL media team members, mate. But I just want to know one thing. Do you feel pressure because of that? And if you do, what are the things that help you relieve that pressure? And if you don't, is it your teammates that help you not feel that pressure, or the club supporters that don't put too much expectations behind all that?
No, there's always pressure no matter where you're going to play, even if you're just a local player. And me coming back, there's a little bit of attention. But I like to think that I'm a competitive person, and I sort of thrive on if people get stuck into me, so it sort of helps me out. So, I mean, the teammates are always there to support me, which is good when you're down, because you're not always going to be up, so you need your teammates around you, and they're always really good, so yeah.
Kyle, it's Brasher here. Fantastic effort by you again today. It's quite at the start when we're doing the pre-match. My players, my fellow commentators asked me, how many possessions do you think Kyle Martin will get today? And I said, I think he'd be happy with at least 25. And then at halftime they were correcting me. And all of a sudden you're looking at a 50-possession game, but you were near enough to 40 possessions. You must be really happy with the way that the club has rebounded, especially after a very difficult start to the season.
Yeah, as Dory said, you know, there's been a lot of pressure on us as a club, and we've probably underperformed so far. I mean, we haven't had too many things go our way with injuries, and we're just starting to get some players back, which is really important to our structure. But, yeah, I mean, the possessions is just the end of the work of my teammates, and it's all about getting the 4 points, not about their personal glory, as you say, yeah.
Kyle, the side played like potential premiership contenders today, yet you were 4-4. What did you do today that you haven't done in those 4 losses so far?
We're probably not going to get too carried away with it ourselves, but I think the media might jump on that.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah, that's it. But I mean, we're just going to take it week by week, and really we came here with a plan, and we executed it, and the effort from all the boys was there, and that's the main thing. I mean, when you don't like saying that we haven't had the effort in the past 4 weeks, but it's obvious when we come out here and play like this today that sometimes we've been lacking in a bit of effort, and when we put effort out there and with the players that we got, and it's just about to turn for us. So hopefully that can keep going, and we don't get too carried away, because we've got 2 tough weeks coming up with Roval and Vermont. So it's a real test, and to knock off Balwyn today was a good step in the right direction. And
how much must you be looking forward to that clash again, Kyle, against the Vermont Football Club? What a great tradition that these 2 clubs have, and I think that it takes place next Saturday down at the Bull Ring. It's just one of those games that just produces everything to where the. Doesn't matter where both sides are on the ladder. Now that the sides got form again and in confidence, it's going to set up a mouth-watering clash next weekend.
Yeah, no, whenever you play Vermont, you don't really need to get up for anything. I mean, they're a great club. They've been a great club over the past 15 years in the EFL, and their record speaks for itself. So, I mean, we've been lucky to have some really good battles with them, and we sort of feel, well, I know I personally feel that we sort of own one from last year in the prelim or the knockout.
That's fine,
yeah,
mate.
So it's going to be an interesting game, and we're just got to carry what we came out here with today and put it out there and see how we go.
Well, Marto, one of the benefits of playing local footy now is that you get to go and enjoy wins like that almost stress-free away from the public eye. So make sure you do that. Enjoy the rest of your weekend and make the most of earning a solid 4 points here this afternoon. Well done.
No worries. Thanks, boys, for having me.
Cole Martin, superstar for the Noble Park Footy Club, 39 touches and 5 goals from him this afternoon.
Why don't we just, we've got to, now that we've gone through some interviews, I reckon we might start telling some plays of the day and votes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And votes quickly, Paul, because I know you've got to
we'll get through that.
You've got to leave for an important engagement. So
I wasn't aware that Dyson had to rush back to the studio. So
that's all right.
We'll go through. Obviously, the ones first. The A1 parking mark of the day. That Joby mark up here in front of us on the wing, and so he gets $50 voucher thanks to A1 Airport Parking. He can use that any way he knows how. So someone just please jot that down. I've got a pen here. I'll jot that down myself.
Yeah, sorry, Paul.
That was a hanger. It was a genuine hanger, and it sort of went under the radar in the call a little bit. But it was a bloody good mark.
Was a very good mark, and he's had a really, and look, he's been a great acquisition for the Noble Park Footy Club this year, and he's played well when they haven't been playing well. So he thoroughly deserves his award today.
Absolutely, and the play of the day, it's a tough one because we didn't really notice any while we were out there. There were some good transportations of the footy.
Yeah.
That sort of stood out in my mind. Are there any that come to you, Brash?
No, yeah, I'm a bit like you, Paul, but, look, I just think that, some of the plays that, I think there was a little effort there from Craig Anderson in the third quarter down on that half-back flank.
That clearance that he got out of that stoppage situation where he just... and there was some work from Cole Martin. It's not going to get the goal of the day, but that goal Cole Martin kicked out in front of us off the goal square, that worked from right before that. To get rid of Penderbury in the one-on-one, go down and pick up the footy, and then get the handball off to the guy in some space. That was a pretty good play, so I'll be happy to give that to Big Piper Wright for his work there.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm happy to go with that.
You look nonplussed, you look perplexed.
You got
anything to add?
No, I think you've got it nailed on the head there.
Okay.
Going with you.
Fantastic. And the Chiropedic betting goal of the day, I reckon it's that right goal again that he kicked in the far end when he didn't take the mark and he kicked the goal sort of off the ground as he was falling.
It's a bit freakish, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a super goal.
Those sort of goals, you don't manufacture them. They just come on they come on instinct. So, for me, goal of the day definitely goes to Piper Wright.
Fantastic stuff. Remember, we should probably start giving our votes. Brash, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, I'm happy to go first.
With your 3, 2 and 1.
Yeah, I'm happy to go first, Paul. I'm giving my one vote today to Tim Kelly in the Noble Park backline. Actually, didn't put a foot wrong all day. His defensive skills on the resting forward and the other small forwards was fantastic. He kicked the ball to position. He handballed to players in better position, and Noble Park were far more benefit for the experience that he brought to the table today. 2 votes I've given to Kevin Keane in the midfield, number 29. Absolutely sensational game. Ran his heart out backwards from back to forward. Set up opportunities. Probably. At times the ball didn't run his way, but he never gave up on the contest and always made sure that he put Noble Park's interest first and foremost. And 3 votes. Well, how can you go past a guy that's had 40 possessions and 5 goals? Kyle Martin, he definitely once again proved that he was the main difference on the ground this afternoon.
Absolutely right. So Kelly and you and Anderson too, and.
No,
sorry, not Anderson.
Tim Kelly, Kevin Keane, 29. Yep.
Yeah, he was fantastic.
And Kyle Martin.
Super, we'll let you go second.
I gave 1 vote to Brett Dorr. I thought his work rate is outstanding. There's a lot of big blokes who seem to think, well, if I could get 8 disposals, do a few good things, that's all I have to do. But his work rate, really impressive. If there was a Trojan Workhorse Award, he'd be a big nominee. 2 votes. In a losing team, I thought Shane Tregear with his 28 disposals was one player who did use the ball well virtually every time he touched it, and good for 4 quarters. And my 3 votes, hard to go past Kyle Martin. We criticised him early on for not using the ball well, but when you kick 5 goals and you have 39, he's probably had 29 good touches out of that 39.
You've probably been the best player on the ground.
He's a class player, and I really like those goal-kicking mids. They're so valuable because you look at Shane Allen today, he really did absolutely nothing for them.
Well,
so
he couldn't get in the game.
No,
Yep,
so they needed someone to step up, and that was Kyle Martin today.
Spot on.
Outstanding, 3 votes for me.
Well, I gave one vote, like you did. I gave one vote to Bet Door. I thought he was just superb. And you take him into that half-forward line, they probably break down in a lot of those 4 rows forward. So he gets 1 vote from me. 2 votes. This was a tough one. There was a few players that were probably, from a Balwyn point of view, you probably could have stuck in for votes. Weatherald and Tregear, who were awesome. Cross as well, who was good. But I thought Anderson was that was a phenomenal captain's game. His clearance work was just second to none. He got his hands dirty. He was in and under, his nose to the ground the whole way in this game and did all the hard stuff. And obviously Cole Martin's getting 3, so he's going to get the best on ground. So he gets a $50 voucher thanks to Coles Meyer. The Tobin Brothers Funeral celebrating Lives Man and their match award. Thank you very much, Bruce Prest. So there's all our awards done. I'm sure Dyson won't be too far away from being back in the studio. Wayne Brasher, let you and Soupy and Esmond and Alana and Levin will take over for the rest of this. And
no worries,
a
Paul.
fantastic game of footy it was out here.
Yeah, looking at once again, it was a win to Noble Park this afternoon. 13 goals, 12.90, defeating Balwyn, 11 goals, 12.78. And we have had not a final score, but we've had confirmation that North Ringwood have won this afternoon by 7 goals. Coming up, we're going to a break, are we, Brucey? We are. We're now going to a break. Stay tuned.
Hey, man.
Yeah, man.
Hope we win this weekend.
I hope we win too. Because I want to kick some weekend goals at Pancake Parlour after the game.
Because if your AFL team wins, you can go in and get a free sweet pancake with any savoury menu item purchase.
Oh, free pancake. First your team wins and then your belly wins.
It's win-win, man.
Claim your free sweet pancake with any savoury item purchase just by showing your winning team's colours.
Or your team membership.
At any Pancake Parlour this weekend.
Oh, and don't forget, check out Facebook for this week's offer.
Lovely.
Program sponsor.
Bigger and better in season 2016, Netball EFL is back. The fastest growing competition in the eastern suburbs continues to expand. Don't miss the fast-paced action every Friday night across multiple venues. For more information or to get involved, head to efl.org.au. Never miss out on the latest information on the Eastern Football League through the league's social media channels. Live updates, information and scores through the league's Twitter account. The latest news and views on Facebook. Don't miss EFL Gameday or the Match Footage Hub on YouTube. And all those happy snaps on the league's Instagram account. Simply search Footy EFL.
Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct. It's the Aussie family company that's been manufacturing mattresses in Melbourne since 1991. They offer a huge range, and selected mattresses come with everyday deals like free delivery, old mattress removal, 30-day comfort guarantee, and up to 20 years warranty. Buy direct from the factory and never pay retail prices again. Chiropedic Mattress Factory Direct. Locations all around Melbourne and country Victoria. Or shop online 24/7 for mattresses, bases, beds, pillows, and custom-sized mattresses at chiropedic.net.au.
Program sponsor.
Dave and his mates are flying to the Gold Coast to watch their team play the Suns. Do they B, pay too much for a taxi, C, hope for an airport rail link this century, or D, get a lift from a mate and hope for the best when they fly home?
What about A, for A1 Airport Parking?
At A1 Airport Parking, get 2 days for $25, 3 days for $34, or get 7 days parking for just $69. And at just 5 minutes from the airport, they'll get you there in time for your flight and pick you up when you get home. Show your footy or sporting club membership anytime you park and get 10% off. A1airportparking.com.au.
Program sponsor.
Welcome back to EFL Game Day here on Radio Eastern 98.1, and it was the big Queen's birthday clash this afternoon, and it was a victory once again to Noble Park. Noble Park 13 goals, 12.90, defeated Balwyn 11 goals, 12.78, and joining me in the post-match is Grant Campbell and Alana Coleman. And Alana, what were your thoughts on this afternoon's game?
Oh, look, I thought that Noble Park just played a super game. They obviously had a plan and they really stuck to their guns from the start right through to the finish. Even when Balwyn were playing quite well at the start and you know, they didn't convert, but they were all over them in that first quarter. They just stuck to that plan. They chipped away at it. They worked away that midfield, and their smaller players were just tenacious the whole time, and they just got the game on their terms, kicked some great goals, and I know you guys gave Coleman best on field, and he was clearly the best on field and kicked some beautiful goals, and they were just able to manufacture those goals at the right time to keep them ahead, and the coach was absolutely ecstatic with the win. The players were wrapped, and it was just a really great performance from Noble Park for the 4 quarters for me.
Esmond, what were your thoughts on today's clash? When you came down to the ground today, what were you expecting? Were you expecting that Balwyn were going to take the game by the throat early and not let Noble Park in, or did you really expect Noble Park to really put in a very spirited performance?
Obviously, the points are on the table for both teams, but it was probably more important today for Noble Park to win, because this is really a defining game for them for the whole season, really, to get it back on track. And at the halfway mark, they're just 4-4. Look, I think today, although the scoreboard, I think it was 2 goals at the end, I think it wasn't a true reflection of the game. I think Noble Park played better. Their stoppages, their defense, their structure, their usage of the ball overall was much better, and they did deserve their win today.
Grant, do you think the way the stats turned out this afternoon, do you think Daniel Donati's needs to have a look at these stats and analyse it and see where Noble Park beat them today and where Balwyn fell down?
I think that, the stat that stood out was the fact that Balwyn's won the uncontested possessions by 74, yet they've lost the inside 50s by 13. That means they're over-possessing the ball too often. I think they can play with that game plan for maybe 1 or 2 quarters, but at some point you had to shift and be more direct. Even in that last quarter, 2 or 3 goals down, they're still playing the outer wing the whole game. Far too predictable. You've got to have a plan B. They didn't have that today. Now, that's a lot of credit must go to Noble Park, because we know Dan Donati's a great coach. I don't necessarily think he wanted them to play like that. It's more about Noble Park protected the corridor magnificently, and they didn't let their foot off the pedal. That was the key to today. I reckon Noble Park, the whole game, just played near their best. At half-time, I would have changed my tip to Noble Park.
Yeah, you're right.
This morning, I picked Balwyn by 65 points.
Yep.
So I don't like changing my tips, but just Noble Park, the way they played every single quarter, just superb.
How often does it happen, ladies and gentlemen, that when a side has injuries like Balwyn have had today, and they've had to bring in some, 2 or 3 first gamers, and they don't know the setup on the ground, the running patterns and the play, and sometimes when that happens, they don't get included in the general play. Do you think at times that because the Balwyn players subconsciously only stuck to their tried and true players or their go-to players just to get them out of a jam, mainly because they were trying to protect the first gamers and not subject them to the pressure? Do you think that sort of played against them today?
Yeah, I do. That was a good point. And at 3/4 time, Daniel Donati said, look, trust in your players. Trust that they'll get the ball out to you. And sometimes you think that, who is north or whoever was coming in front. So they said, we'll go to the more experienced guy. But again, it does get down to a lot of trust in, when someone makes the team or they get their promotion, their opportunity, you got to give them the go. You've got to give them the go, and you never know, it might surprise them. And also that is also important for their confidence to be accepted in the senior team.
Well, I know you did social media today, but I know you also having a keen eye on the game.
Yep.
What did you take out of the game this afternoon between the two sides?
Well, Brash, what you just touched on then, I thought nailed it on the head. With that inexperience coming into the side, with the more your senior players out, I think we commented on it during the play, or you guys commented during the play, that there was a couple of sequences where the basic skill errors were actually fairly high for Balwyn.
Yep.
And I suppose that comes with inexperience, and that was a pretty fast game, especially with Noble Park, because they really played a running game today. So that inexperience that you just talked about there was maybe not the complete downfall of the game, but it certainly had a major effect on the scoreboard in the end, I thought.
Alana, one of the things you were critical about Peter Wright's performance in the first half. Mm-hmm. Did he do anything in the second half to redeem himself in your eyes?
Look, he competed.
Yep.
He definitely tried to get in the contest. He tried to work the ball forward. He tried to bring in teammates when he couldn't actually get the ball himself.
Yep.
But from a perspective of could he actually take a grab, No.
No.
And to go back on your point before,
Yep.
I don't give the young kids too much leeway to not be performing because they train every single week with this senior squad. They know the structures, they know the game plan, they know what's expected of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be picked in the team. However, in saying that, so they should know the structures, they should be able to do it, but then it comes down to their teammates possibly not trusting them enough and giving them the full confidence to put that ball out in front or to hand pass out for them to run onto or to back them in to win that 50-50 contest. So partly, yes, I think that immaturity and that inexperience probably did cost them in some respects because they had less options to go to.
Yep.
But I don't think it's an excuse to say that they can't come in and play a role.
No, I do agree with you there. I think where I'm leading to on that is that this Balwyn side has been it's been at the top of the pile for the last 4 or 5 years, and it's been one of the hardest sides for any young bloke to try and crack and hold your senior place. So it's almost like when you get your opportunity here, you've got to really take it with both hands. Because
and it looked like that today, and it looks like when they had the ball, they were frantic, and they really wanted to impress,
the old rabbits
but they
in the
overcommitted.
spotlight. Yeah, the old rabbit in the spotlight, and that's what happens to young guys when look. Not saying that they get overawed, but there was a couple of times in that last quarter where they, on that third quarter when Noble Park were really, really pushing, they sort of overrun the ball or they just mistimed the run, a sloppy tackle here or there in the wrong position. And then all of a sudden that creates that turnover and they don't fully understand what the repercussions are at this such high level.
100%. But do you also have to attribute that? And the question is, do you have to attribute some of that to the pressure and that perceived pressure that Noble Park were putting on for that 4 quarters?
And you're exactly right, because perceived pressure can bring any man any man undone, especially on a football field. You can be as cool and calm and calculated when you're not under pressure, but really the signs of, and this is the difference between the better footballers and the upper footballers is the way that they handle perceived pressure and the way that they can turn a game when their team needs them most.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, Will, what do you think? In terms of as soon as you play the seniors, the pressure, the intensity, you just don't have enough time to think and do what you can do in the reserves. Would you agree with that, Will?
Oh, absolutely. It's a massive step up. But to be honest, I think, like Alana was saying, the fact that they're exposed to it now is actually going to help them a bit. Like, we see them caught out in games like today with Balwyn, and we know you've got the loss, but at the end of the day, the fact that you've now experienced it and you've got that exposure to a full-pace running side in the seniors, it's really important. And that will help their development majorly, I think. Absolutely.
And look, I know, with the 2 Rennies coming back in the side next week, that's going to be a welcome return for Balwyn, considering the amount of injuries. So some of those young guys, I think, depending on on the way Dan and the match committee rate their performance today, may find themselves down in the reserve. But then again, it will all depend on what specific job or need that those young blokes can provide the team next week, especially as their injury list is still still pretty high. So, and the fact that they've got 4 or 5 players that are going to be playing in this Vic Metro game in a month's time.
Yep.
And so Dan Donati's got a juggling act in the next month or so.
Correct.
He's and the thing is, a lot of Balwyn season or finals campaign can really could be not so much decided, but it'll depend on how these players come through this Vic Metro game. And the way that they can perform for the rest of the season.
And it's like you said pre-game, Brash. When someone goes down, whilst it's sad and you want that player to fulfil their role every week, it's someone else's opportunity.
Yes.
And if they're good enough to put their hand up and take it, then like you said, the match committee has to make a decision. So
look, let's be honest. We've all sat here and we've watched EFL football for many years, and part of the problem is there are just some players, regardless of whether they're in Divisions 1 or 4, they get injured. They're irreplaceable.
Yeah.
You just can't replace. I mean, it's like saying Matt Cardinelli gets injured, right? And he's kicked 22 goals in a game of football. And Matt Cardinelli is a proven footballer. It would be the same as if Jeff Goebbels go out.
Yeah.
Not what Jeff Goebbels brings to the side. It's not the fact that he can kick goals and play under pressure. It's the leadership, but it's the other work that he does down the ground that other footballers aren't capable of. And that's the thing. You can't replace players that just know how to play football.
And a good players always bring other players
That's
into the
right.
game. It becomes a big headache for the opposition teams.
You know, and look, moving forward, how do you think Dan Donati will react to this loss today?
I don't think he'll go over the top. I mean, there's 6 wins, 1 draw, 2 losses now. Obviously, the reigning premiers. I don't think there's too many areas they have to improve. They do need those players back, though. I think that Rennie Gilchrist, he was the big one. So he was out suspended and they lost by 2 goals. What do you think he'd be feeling at this stage?
He'd probably be feeling dark. And the thing is, Rennie Watts provides that backup follower position for Johnny Meeson. So Meeson probably would have had to run most of the day today. So he didn't really get a break. But I mean, there were some interesting matchups. I thought in that Meeson fake matchup, I actually felt that Meeson probably won the hit-outs, from the clearances and the stoppages. Correct. But I thought that Fake was far the better and a more far the better option with his around the ground with his kicking.
Yeah, and he definitely impacted some contests and put a lot of pressure on through that midfield. So, yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that for sure.
And, you look at a guy like Brett Dorr and, Stewie Kempen and Shane Allen. He didn't have one of his better games today, but Shane Allen is a quality football for Noble Park. I mean, he's their leading goal kicker. He's kicked 20 goals. Trent Robertson, even though I think Jeff Goebbels got the points today, wasn't disgraced. I thought Trent held his own,
yes.
and it really didn't allow Jeff Goebbels to get off the hook, a lot. But all good players have their moment in the sun, and probably in the last quarter, Jeff's had 2 opportunities to kick goals that he probably normally would kick, but he didn't. But it didn't work for him this time.
No.
We could come and watch them next week, and he could come and do it, and it wouldn't be a battle eyelid. So, there was some really good matchups. I mean, Tregear
was excellent.
He was excellent today.
Fantastic, yes. Jackson Weatherall was good, very good as well.
Very good for me.
And their defences look obviously Pendlebury. He also is a rock of Gibraltar. One of the things that Peter, he did a little bit, but he could have done, Peter could have done, is just probably run him up the ground a little bit more, a couple of more times. I know Peter's coming back after injury, but just get Pendlebury out of there, get him out of that structure completely for a little while, and then bring it back again.
Interesting you should say that, because at the start of the game, when I saw Peter Wright run on the ground with the big bandage around the knee, I thought this would be a really perfect opportunity for Chris Pendlebury to run him around, right, and run off him to be that creative. A creative player off the back line. But in fact, at times, Peter Wright is deceptively quick.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
And the thing is,
in that 30 metres, he's very quick, the first 30.
And I reckon I think he might have caught Chris Pendlebury out a couple of times, thinking, Chris might be thinking, he's got a bit of he's got this big, huge baggage. It's his first game back, right? He's not going to be match fit. And sometimes you lull yourself into a false sense of security, and then all of a sudden he's on top of you, and you don't know how to react. So I think he got caught out a couple of times, Chris. But, to his credit, he still stuck to his guns, and I thought he played a pretty good game. I think they missed Rod Crowe at centre-half back.
Absolutely, yes. Yep.
Because he would have been the player that would have gone to Brett Dorr. But he's a player that adds a lot of surety to the back line. He can run, he can create. and I think they really missed his input today.
Yep, and he also jumps in front of the full forward as well. He just gets in front of the full forward. It just assists the other backmen just with their back, so that support just wasn't there today.
And I'll just say, I'll give Sean Cross a mention. I thought his poise in the first half in particular was brilliant. When they were sort of caught off the back foot there, his run and carry was absolutely outstanding, and he, along with Pendlebury, when Pendlebury did get off the hook from right, which wasn't that often, but when they did get going, to be honest, it moved the whole team up the ground, and that created opportunities in that to blokes like Goebel. So I thought Cross, he probably would have been in my votes as well, because he just played a great game.
Alana, who do you think were some of the, in your eyes, who do you think were some of the better players for both sides today that that you thought had a real input on the game?
Yeah, look, I think I would have found it hard to put some of the Balwyn players in the top three, only because they didn't play 4 quarters of football.
Yep.
So I agree with you. Sean Cross was fantastic. Like, some of the stuff he did was super. He's so fast. He moves the ball. Like, you just watch him play and you can't help but be just happy about it. But he didn't do it for enough of the game for me. Right. You can't go past, I've completely forgot his name, the goalkeeper, number 4. Goebels, you can't, sorry, mental blank. You can't go past him. He was super. He worked really hard up the ground, took some really strong grabs. If he had kicked those 2 goals that were 2 behinds, he would have been in that, probably 2 votes or something like that, because he was really good. I actually thought Jamie Gottliebson in that 3rd quarter was amazing, but again, it was just 1 quarter of football. If he had done that over 4, he was probably going to get a best on ground. So who am I looking at now? I'm looking at Noble Park. I thought that Craig Anderson was super. I thought over the ball, he was just he's a competitive beast, and he just wins clearances.
And he didn't stop the whole game as well.
No.
Yeah, and he played 4 quarters, and I think that was the difference.
I guarantee you one thing, right? If I was the coach of the Vic Metro side, and I know Craig Anderson's 35, 36 years of age,
you'd look at him. Well,
I'll be honest with you. If I'm sitting down and I'm looking to pick a side, he's my first pick. He is an absolute genuine superstar of our competition. He gives you everything that, and he had a lot of trials and tribulations off the field, but he epitomises the Bulls. He gives you everything. I mean, and he's all class. He does everything. He runs his heart out backwards and forwards. He's creative. He's inspirational. He just does everything that club, he epitomises.
His tackling pressure, everything. Like, he's super. So I thought that Stuart Kemperman was really good as well.
He's another player, Alana, that also, and I mean, he's a captain of the club as well. His poise under pressure today in certain circumstances, we didn't call him as much as probably would, but his kicking to position allowed the Bulls in a lot of occasions to run onto the ball.
Yeah, I thought he was really important, just holding it all together. Obviously, Cole Martin was super. We spoke to Brett Dorr, and he was great as well. The ruckman fake, I thought he was great, and then Kevin Keane, who you also spoke about. I thought he was great and provided a lot of run and a lot of forward pressure, and just got the ball on the Bulls' terms often enough. I have a question for you guys though. Does this win turn the season around for Noble Park, and now are they a legitimate finals contender based on the result today?
I think today's game, we see it every year in the fixture, that it's one of those games where no matter who's favourite, you know that both teams have a very good chance of winning, and it's those type of wins that can turn it around. I'm not sure if it's going to carry them that much into the finals though. Brash, I'm not sure, but they'd love to build off this one for the next couple of weeks especially.
I think even though it's round 9, I think from where the Bulls have come from the start of the season, I think psychologically this is a really important milestone for this club. I mean, as Kyle had alluded to, is the fact that they've got two games in the next 2 weeks, Vermont and Roval. And if they had gone down today in a big way, confidence would have been pretty much shot coming up against those two in upcoming weeks. And their season could have just spiralled out of existence. But one thing about you can never, ever write off the Noble Park Football Club. They are the quintessential part of EFL Division 1 fabric. They are, like you said, they are perennial finals. We need them in the finals, and I'm not saying that because I'm a Noble Park fan. I am a Noble Park fan, but for the benefit of the competition, and I look at the benefit of the competition at all, we need the Balwyns, we need the Vermonts, we need the Noble Parks, and as much as we love the fairy tale story, at the end of the day, these are the sort of clubs that people want to go and see in the finals.
Well, if you look at Noble Park's season so far, going in today, they'd lost against 4th, 5th, 7th and 8th, and they'd beaten 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th.
I know.
So that tells you really that you couldn't have possibly picked them unless you're Esmond and you're smart enough to somehow like change your mind just before the first bounce. But today's win, knocking off a huge side in Balwyn, this is the kind of performance that will generate heaps of confidence, but they need to make sure they back it up. Now, they don't necessarily have to beat Vermont next week, but they need to make sure they keep the same intensity for 4 quarters every match for the rest of the year. If they do that, they're definitely going to play finals. But you can't afford in Division 1 this season to drop off. There's not a massive gulf like there was last year between the top 5 and the rest.
No, there isn't.
The gap is closing, and it's been fantastic to see that this year. So Noble Park, they look at today as a turning point, but they've got to make sure that it is a turning point in the right direction rather than a one-off occurrence.
Well, the thing is, though, with both Noble Park and obviously and Norwood, who have both had inauspicious starts to the season, with the fact that both Montrose and Blackburn's form can fluctuate from being really good to positively awful, that leaves the door open for both those clubs. If those two continue to falter throughout the season, Esmond, do you think that those two clubs that are coming from a long way back, do you think that they can do damage right towards the back end of the season?
They could. But I think Noble Park must win at least one of the next 2 games. They've got to win at least one of the next 2 games. And they've got to play well in both these games against Rowville and Vermont, because it not only is for their self-confidence, but it also sends a message to the opposition as well. Yeah, look, Blackburn, again, as I said, they fluctuate up and down, and they could certainly, if they win towards the end of the season, it could also mean that if they knock off a couple of more senior sides or more sides towards the top of the ladder, it could also hurt their form. So there's a certain bit of damage that they can do at the end of the year. So it'll be interesting to see how it all sort of pans out. But the next 2 weeks, Noble Park must win one more game. So that would really hold them in good stead.
With the results that have come through today, we are the champions. Thank you.
I just thought I'd bring myself in.
There he is, Dyson.
There he is. He's been stuffing traffic for a while, but he's here.
Put you out of your misery.
We tried hard to keep the show flowing, mate. I hope we did a good enough job for you.
You certainly did, and I was actually thinking in the car on the way back that it was, if we do say so ourselves, it was a pretty fair call this afternoon. So great job by everyone. I may as well let you wrap up, and we'll give you a chance to go home and defrost and warm up and enjoy your Saturday evenings.
Yeah, look, it was a fantastic performance once again by Noble Park this afternoon, Dyson, and we're going to wrap it up here from SEN Park, where once again on the Queen's birthday clash it was Noble Park 13 goals 12-90 defeating Balwyn 11 goals 12-78. And all today from the crew, just like to thank Alana Coleman. Thank you for joining us today, Alana, for your stint on the boundary and your insightfulness. It was well appreciated and really enjoyed your company this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Great to be here.
Esmond, once again, you've taken the ball and run with it this season. Another polished performance from yourself this afternoon, and look forward to working with you again today.
Thanks a lot, Brasher. I really enjoyed that. It was a great game, and thanks a lot for Alana having me out this afternoon.
And the man that knows everything about all the stats on game day, EFL Game Day. Once again, a really big thank you to Grant Soupy Campbell for his contribution this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely well done to Noble Park. I thought that this was going to be season defining, and I think it just might have been.
And to the man who looked after us on social media this afternoon and made his contribution after the game and has acquitted himself really well in the last couple of weeks in the EFL team. And it's a big thank you to you to Will De Jong.
No worries, Bryce. Thanks for having me, mate. Yeah, it's been good the last couple of weeks to sort of gain my knowledge and slowly just getting a bit more out there. But no, thanks, mate, and we'll see you in the next couple of weeks.
And to the camera people, to our intrepid camera person, Lee. Thank you, Lee, for your coverage this afternoon. And the man that twiddles all the dials for us on a Saturday afternoon. And
he does nothing.
And,
he just stands there.
All he did this afternoon was telling us, we're live, just don't turn your mics off. But,
he smokes too many cigarettes, though.
But once again, it's a big thank you to Bruce Giggles Press, and I'm signing off myself, Wayne Brasher from SEN Park, and it's over to you, Dyson, for the after-match preview.
Thank you very much. The after-match preview. There you go. You signed off with a plum and then just finished with an absolute gem for me, Brash.
Thank you.
Fantastic work from the whole team. It was a great day out at SEN Park.